done a fantastic job. Well, I'd like to just thank everybody for the incredible job they've done. I love the state. As you know, Ron and I have had a really great relationship for a long time. We had a little off period for a couple of days, but it didn't last long. It didn't last long. And a lot of respect for each other. And it's a great honor to be deep in Florida, the Florida Everglades, to open America's newest migrant detention center. It's incredibly built, and you're seeing that yourself. That's why I said, let the press join us on our walk so they can see what's happening. It's known as alligator alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and it's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon. But very soon this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation. And a lot of these people are self-deporting back to their country where they came from. Quite a few. We're amazed at actually the number. We took the FEMA money that Joe Biden allocated to pay for the free luxury hotel rooms, where he's paying hundreds of millions of dollars in New York City, and we used it to build this project. And Ron, it was just a little fraction of that money. The money they spent on that project, I happen to know the real estate developer. He's he never really made that much, but he became very wealthy. With luxury, he didn't do well. With people that are not exactly luxury, he's made a fortune. I want to thank Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier. Where is James? Where is he? You do a very good job. I hear good things. I hear good things about you from Ron too. No, you really do. He's even a good-looking guy. That guy's got a future, huh? Good job, James. I hear you did really, really fantastic. Worked hard. You're like in the construction business for a few days, right? Huh? Congratulations. For all the hard work and to make this facility possible. It's amazing. Thanks as well to Florida Agricultural Commissioner Wilton Simpson. Where is Wilton? Where are you? Hi, Wilton. Been a long time. Thank you. Congressman Byron Donalds. Where's Byron? Hi, Byron. How are you? Good. Florida Speaker of the House Daniel Perez. Daniel? Daniel, thank you, Daniel. Boy, you didn't want to sit up here with us, Daniel. Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie. Hi, Kevin. Good job. Acting Director of ICE, Todd Lyons. Todd, great job. And Senator Joe Gruters. He is a great guy. Where is Joe? We love Joe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Joe is great. With the help of those incredible Border Patrol agents, we now have the lowest level of daily border crossings ever recorded. As you know, last month, the month of May, just got released 2 days ago, the number of illegal aliens into the United States was zero. Zero. Even I find that hard to believe. Somebody must have gotten it, I think. I don't know, but they say zero. And the people that count them are radical left Democrats. So when a radical left Democrat tells me it's zero, I believe him. But there's still much work to do. In the 4 years before I took office, Joe Biden allowed 21 million people, that's a minimum, I think it was much higher than that, illegal aliens to invade our country. He invaded our country just like a military would invade. It's tougher because they don't wear uniforms. You don't know who they are. More than the populations of New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, and Philadelphia combined. That's what came into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, from street gangs, drug dealers. It's disgusting. This enormous country-destroying invasion has swamped communities nationwide with massive crime, crippling costs, and burdens far beyond what any nation could withstand. No nation could withstand what we did. And we're in the process of doing it, but we have some great people doing it now, and you see them up here with me. But it's, I'd call it like an unforced era. It's sort of like men and women sports. It's sort of like transgender for everybody. How could they have done this to our country? And we're never going to forget it. Last year, 15% of all the hotel rooms in New York City were used to house illegal aliens at costs that they never got for luxury. They never got this much for luxury people coming in from the wealthiest places on earth. They made more money with the illegal immigrants, with many rooms costing more than $300 a night, 6 times the rent of a typical American family. In Denver, Colorado, the city was forced to cut $10 million from its police and fire department budget as part of a $90 million plan to house illegal aliens. And it's a population that's growing and growing and destroying Denver and growing. And again, it's destroying Denver. And it's destroying many other cities, too. Likewise, one of the city's largest hospital system is drowning in unpaid medical bills, unpaid in the billions, after their emergency rooms were flooded with tens of thousands of illegals, leading to the closure of critical services and
okay, Grandpa,
really
let's get you to bed.
services. They can't even keep them open for American patients. The American patients were treated worse than any illegal immigrant. In Los Angeles, 1 in every 4 students in the public school system is from a household headed by an illegal, and most of them don't speak English, so they're in a school system, and they don't have interpreters, they don't have anything, they don't speak English. What a...
Oh, these kids speak Spanish and they don't have interpreters in our school system? Wow. It's almost like how, like, we didn't have a national language in this country until, like, some dickhead in an orange hat just got elected. And that's because specifically when you don't have a national language, you have to, like, actually provide for other languages instead of, you know, doing this, like, expect them to, like, conform shit. Like, that's your fault they don't have the fucking interpreters. You did that.
Mess. What a mess. Unforced error. All these people allowed to come in. The United States is now spending $78 billion a year on translation. Okay, think of that. $78 billion a year on translation and smaller numbers on special education programs for non-English speakers in our public schools. So $78 billion, I think that's not a mistake. I would say $1 million maybe. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, $78 billion, Joe, on translators and non-English speaking work. Federal government, the Justice Department, it's more than twice the cost of maintaining
Trump,
the
this is a
United
good
States
thing.
Justice Department, what we're spending on translation
Trump?
and other things to help. In total, the
Oh, no,
average
the
illegal
government
alien
is
costs
spending
American
money on its
taxpayers
people.
An estimated $70,000. That's each. $70,000. I think that number is even low. If you care about balancing the budget, the single most impactful step we can take is to fully reverse the Biden migration invasion. One of the worst invasions we've ever had. We've never had an invasion like this. We've had invasions, but we've taken care of them. We've never had an invasion like this, and it's with us. And we have some very bad people out there looking to do big harm. That's why the one big, beautiful bill...
Do we have very fine people as well?
...for 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And I've gotten to know the Border Patrol and ICE very well. Unlike Kamala, she was the border czar, but she never saw the border. She never made one phone call. She was some border czar. She would have been some president. Probably would have been slightly better than Biden, though. I had to run against both of them, you know? The one guy, it's like a fighter. You knock out the one guy who's doing badly, then they put somebody else in. But fortunately, she was a stiff also. Otherwise, I would have been very angry. I would have been extremely angry. The heroes of ICE will also help round up and remove members of the savage drug cartels, which are coming back into our country. And we got them out. Now, some of them came back in. We just got them out again. And that's going to be a vicious cycle. But these are foreign gangs. They're horrendous people, killers, that have infiltrated our territory, including 8 which we have designated as foreign terrorist organizations, which gives us a lot more power for speed and getting them out much easier. And we had a great court victory, as you know, on Friday that allows us to do what we have to do from the Supreme Court of the United States. In 5 months, my administration has already arrested over 2,700 members of the murderous Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua, including a pack of these sadistic animals arrested last month with over 280 guns, and these are guns of the latest caliber. These are guns that were made
Of the
over
latest
last period of
caliber.
less than a year, getting brand new.
Oh, you
guns,
mean it's the new, like,
the latest and the
Army
greatest.
intermediate caliber? How'd they get their hands on that, Trump?
Hunting down and deporting migrant criminals who have committed heinous crimes, including more than 13,000 murders. 11,888 to be exact, but I'd probably say the 13,000 is right also. Think of it, 11,888, and more than half committed more than one murder. So, Ron, many of them are out of here already, but it's still it's a hell of a number to be confronted with. Just this year, ICE agents in Miami have apprehended illegals with arrests for murder, kidnapping, rape, child sexual abuse, and arson, people of the worst order. We're getting these monsters out of the United States, out of Florida, out of all the places that they're in. And on January 20th, I signed an executive order empowering governors and state police to be deputized to enforce federal immigration laws, and Ron's already taken advantage of it. It's a tremendous advantage for the states. Most of them are doing it. Actually, the blue states tend not to do it. Even a couple of them have, though. And I want to express my tremendous thanks to the state of Florida for embracing this opportunity and being a true partner. They've worked so well with the federal government. It's been just a beautiful, beautiful partnership. So, Ron, I'd like to thank you personally. You are my friend, and you'll always be my friend. And we may have some skirmishes even in the future. I doubt it, but I will always come back because we just seem to, we have blood that seems to match pretty well. We have a relationship that's been a very strong one for a long period of time, and I appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. And also, Secretary Noem, I'd like to say, have you say a few words. You have been unbelievable, the job you've done. You and our favorite person, Tom Homan, have done, and your whole staff, because it's a lot of people, and Tom acknowledges it all the time. He respects you so much. He respects the staff that you both built. And you're really doing one of the great jobs. And it was great that you could work with Ron in Florida so well. Built such a great facility. So please say a few words. Thank you very much.
I don't know if this will work. Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank you for putting
I don't know
the
if this
safety
will
and the
work. I don't
security of the
know
American people
how
first.
electricity works.
And the way that you never lose focus on making sure that America stays our priority and that the families that live here get the chance to grow up and to raise their children in communities that are safe and that give them an opportunity to pursue the American dream. This facility here is a fantastic representation of what can happen when all of government works together and when it's accountable to the taxpayers and to the citizens that live here. The President signed an executive order that allowed us to build partnerships with states and with local law enforcement officers, which is exactly how things should function in this country. More
It
power,
maps
more
the
authority
buttons
given
like
to
it's an
people
Xbox
locally
controller.
so that they can take control of their own destiny. And so we have already been working under the 287G program to deputize law enforcement officers, whether they be state highway patrol, local sheriff's departments in all of our states, and allow them to go out with our ICE officers, our border patrol officers, and make sure that we're getting the worst of the worst off of the streets. We also recognize that as we've been doing that and returning people back to their home countries, that we need detention facilities. We need beds to put them in place so that they can have their due process before they return home. And this facility is exactly what I want every single governor in this country to consider doing with us. What happened to start this conversation was that a young man named Jimmy Percival in my office, my general counsel, who came from Florida and used to work here, called up the Attorney General and the Governor and said, hey, what do you think about partnering with us on a detention facility that we could put in place that would allow us to bring individuals there. There's an airstrip close by. You guys volunteered the assets that you have and the connections that you have and worked with Kevin extensively so that we could come here, have their due process given, and return them home to their countries. And in 8 days, this facility has been stood up. And I want everybody to recognize that detention facilities that ICE adheres to is a higher standard than is required at state levels, at local Department of Corrections facilities, sheriff's offices. This is a state-of-the-art facility, air-conditioned, isolated, though, for security purposes, which is very helpful. And I appreciate so many people being willing to work together to make a project like this happen. Right here on this location, we'll have about 3,000 beds. Other location will have another 2,000 beds that will allow us to bring individuals across the country that we are bringing in and incarcerating for violating our laws, and immediately get them out of the country as soon as we possibly can. It's exactly what we need to be perpetuating in other states. And what I would say is, I want all of you to notice these flyers that we've got. Is that everybody who sees these flyers or anybody who sees these news clips should know you can still go home on your own. You can self-deport. If you go on the CBP Home app and go home now, you will get the chance to come back to the United States legally. You will get the chance to come back and do it the right way. If you don't, you may end up here. And you may end up here and being processed, deported out of this country, and never get the chance to come back. That is the consequences of breaking the law in the United States of America. Listen, our job is to uphold the law. This is a country of laws. We have a border now,
hang on.
and we, because we have a president that cares.
Okay, let me get this straight. This alligator alcatraz is for the worst of the worst, right? So now the worst of the worst is people who won't leave even though they have asylum claims. So asylum seekers, you're gonna end up here because you're the worst of the worst now? Like, what is it? Is it general detention or is it the worst of the worst? I love that she's like, I want my height and girl boss white. I want to make sure I got it. I look all nice and clean and Protestant.
Recognizes that we need to be a nation of borders and a nation that upholds the law. If you break the law, there's consequences. We will deport you and you will never get to be a United States citizen. You'll never even get to come back here and work and to pursue the American dream. But if you decide you want to go home now, go home. And we'll help facilitate it. We'll buy your plane ticket.
The video
we'll
will
get you
keep
there.
playing.
In fact, I just got back from Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras. Those countries are excited to get their citizens home. They're setting up programs to loan them money to buy houses when they get there, help them with food assistance, get their children educated, scholarships. They want their citizens that are living here in the United States illegally to come home and to be a part of their economy and help their countries grow. So this is a win-win for everyone, and I just want to end, Mr. President, by thanking our law enforcement officers, by thanking our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers for what they do every day. They are out on the streets, and violence against them has increased over 500%.
I wonder why.
Since Trump has gone back into the White House, because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing.
That's who's
President
doing
Trump
it
is
for sure.
upholding freedom.
We're over
by
here
what he's
telling the
doing.
truth,
freedom to
even
live
though we
safely
can't
in
make
this
up our
country
minds on
and to
if
do
it's the
things
worst of the
legally
worst
and
or
to have
people who won't
justice.
leave who are
And
here on
because those
asylum.
liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because you lie
Oh,
every
shit,
single
shots
day about
fired.
what these operations are.
Never you
We are
people,
going
though.
after
Never lie.
murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home, and while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself. And they
Okay.
had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals.
A lot to process there. There's a fucking lot to process with what she just said. Bro, that was like... I mean, I don't want to say it's old school racism because, like, I've seen it recently. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. This fucking headline from the Independent I just found is so good. Did Trump nab his Hannibal Lecter at Alligator Alcatraz? That's fucking amazing. Bizarre, unsubstantiated story. Okay, so we don't have any more information on this. Cool. Love to see it. Sounded like bullshit and distorting like someone who had a major mental illness or something. You don't understand. The migrants are going to come here and eat your baby. They're not just going to destroy the white race. They're going to eat us. Okay, bro. Ooh.
that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children. And they shouldn't be living in the communities with our families who just want to grow up, go to job, raise their children to grow up and get a job and to live the American dream. So thank you to all of our law enforcement officers, those in our military that have been helping, our National Guard. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for stepping up and being an example to other governors. I hope my phone rings off the hook.
Yes, that's right.
From governors calling and saying, how can we do what Florida just did? How can we do exactly what they did? Because we need this big, beautiful bill. We absolutely have to have this big, beautiful bill that has the funding so that we can continue this operation and we can get those bad criminals off of our streets and have the officers to do
cannibals
it so
out of here before they start to eat our
somebody's
white
got their
children.
back. Somebody's got their back. They can do it safely and they can go home to their families at night too. So this bill needs to pass through Congress so we have the resources at the Department of Homeland Security.
Wow. Imagine like being the bimbo, doing selfies in front of like your concentration camps and then saying, we need to tear these families apart so our white families can go home to sleep at night. Our white families who aren't affected by this whatsoever. We have to destroy families to tell ourselves that we're making the white race better.
To make sure that our homeland truly is secure. And Mr. President, thank you for Stephen Miller. I just want to thank you for him. This guy calls me night and day and tells me all of his wise advice and wisdom, but he's a rock star because he loves this country and he's passionate about making sure that nobody.
And he's a real historian. He told me about this guy Hitler.
We love
what a guy!
And
he's told us we're going to do our program just like him.
A lot of
but
I didn't mean to throw that.
Illegally above
no, please.
Citizens. We should be
I was just trying to
making
figure out
sure
what
that we do
reload
things
is on the
right, and
controller.
that's what America has always stood for, and we're an example to the rest of the world because we do it right. So, Mr. President, you surround yourself with great people, and I think that's because everybody wants to work for the greatest president that the United States has ever had, and that's President Donald J. Trump. So thank you, sir. Thank you for your...
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have to say that, when Christie's name was put before me by Tom Homan, by the way, because I wanted him for the border, and somehow I thought that was going to be good in that sort. But he didn't want the upper job, and I said, who do you recommend? Christie Noem. I said, oh, are you kidding? She's great, but she's such a fine, elegant person. He said, "Sir, she's tough as hell." I said, "Are you sure? You are tough as hell, I tell you, and you do it in a very nice way, but you are, if you ever saw her ride a horse, she rides a horse like she should be in the
What
rodeo.
the fuck?
She's like an unbelievable horse person.
Unbelievable horse
you've done a
person.
fantastic job, and Steve Miller would even agree to that. And he likes nobody, by the way. I don't think he likes anybody. And another one we like is Ron. And Ron, would you say a few words first?
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Welcome back to Florida.
She's an unbelievable horse
This is the first time you've been back
person.
since the events of a couple weeks. So just let me say, as somebody that was serving on active duty in Iraq back in the day, we witnessed the number of our troops that were killed or wounded by the Iranians. We know that they're a militant Islamic regime that was hell-bent on getting nuclear weapons, and under Joe Biden, they were about to get nuclear weapons. And because of your strong actions, those dreams and those ambitions have been reduced to rubble. And I thank you. I know a lot of veterans thank you, and people in Florida really thank you for stepping up and really making a strong, tough, but strong decision. I think we're much safer as a result of that. Now, on the immigration, I think President Trump's election represented the chance for us to finally solve this illegal immigration and border problem once and for all. I knew he was going to do the border, although he did it very quickly and very thoroughly. I think that no one can say that that's been anything but a spectacular success. But then we have the issue of Biden let in how many millions of people? And you had millions that had been in over decades previous to that. You can't have a country if you don't have respect for the rule of law. You can't have a country if foreigners get to decide who comes in. No, we, the American people, make that decision, who's allowed or not allowed to come into our country. We've seen Europe be overrun by open borders, so we're not going to let that happen here. So when President got elected, I knew that the states had an important role to play in facilitating this really historic mission. We're the only state in America, in Florida, that requires full cooperation with ICE from all state and local law enforcement entities. And what is the net result of that? We have these agreements for these 287G task force with sheriff's departments, police departments, state agencies, and it's really instrumental in rounding up a lot of really bad people who shouldn't be here. If you look at the number of those full-blown 287G agreements that have been executed around the country, the state of Florida accounts for 60% of those. If you look at the number of immigration arrests of illegal aliens on any given day, the arrests happening in Florida constitute between 15 and 20% nationwide. So we're all in on this because we understand how important it is to our citizens. It crowds schools, it crowds medical, it crowds housing. Yes, you have illegal alien crime as well, and people want the problem solved. And the only way we're going to solve it is if states like Florida step up and help the president, help Secretary Noem get the job done. Now, this facility here was really in response to us working with DHS and ICE from the time the president got sworn in. And the number one thing they kept coming back to was, you know, Biden decimated the agency. I mean, let's just be clear. You could have illegals in Florida. Biden would just release them. Even when they had notices or they had orders to be removed, Biden wouldn't send them back. So there were
That's what you
interior
libs
enforcement
deserve.
collapsed under Biden. So they're building it back up. But they're like, we need detention space in order
Are
to
they
be
building
able to
it
bring
back up
about more
better?
deportations. And so what we have here can hold 3,000 now. We have 2,000 facility up at Camp Blanding that we're going to be open, which is our National Guard site. But think about what you have here.
Wait. So the next one will actually be called a camp?
2,000 feet to the runway, and they're gone. It's a one-stop shop. And this airport that's been here for a long time is the perfectly secure location.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I guess we're switching trains to planes. Wow. It's a one-stop shop. You get in here, we deal with you, and then it's over. Wow. Pretty cool, dude.
Big difference. And let me just thank everyone who was involved. We got the call from DHS a little bit more than a week ago, And here we are 8 days later with this facility open, and as soon as Air Force One departs, it'll be swept and it'll be open for business to be able to do. But our goal here is to process them and be able to effectuate their return to their home country. This is the opposite of what they were doing in New York by just putting them up in a hotel and then just letting them stay there indefinitely. No,
Yes,
we want to
concentration
be able to
camps
to
are
send back. And when you walk into
the opposite of
process, and
free
the president
housing.
and I,
You are
Secretary
correct.
Kevin Guthrie, walk through that initial
Walk
intake,
through.
the first thing you see is information on how to go home on your own. Why would you want to come through alligator alcatraz if you can just go home on your own? I think a lot of people are going to make that decision. So you're going to have a lot of deportations that are going to be done by the administration, but I think you're going to have a lot of voluntary as well. So this is a force multiplier
Whoa.
for the president's efforts. I would just
Oopsie.
say and echo what Secretary Noem says. There is no reason why other states can't be doing it. And I know Louisiana, Texas, a couple of them, but we've got, if only the red states did this, they would be able to expand their capacity by tens of thousands, maybe 50, 100,000 on a given day. That's how you really start to make a difference. And so we're proud to be able to partner with the Trump administration on that. Mr. President, thanks for coming down. I think you highlighting this is going to move the needle in a big way throughout the country, and I think it's going to help all of us achieve the really big results that I think our voters want to see.
Great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. My name is Kevin Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management. And I'd also like to thank President Trump,
Dramatic.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noem for joining us here today and for their continued support. I want to thank the man to my right, and that's Governor Ron DeSantis, whose bold leadership and swift action made this project possible. Make no mistake, this facility would not be standing here without the President, the Secretary, and the Governor's vision and determination to uphold the rule of law. Florida is and will always be a law and order state. Even before the President took office, the Governor made it clear that illegal immigration would not be tolerated in the state of Florida. When the President and the Secretary asked Florida to help, the Governor empowered our state and private partners to work collaboratively and deliver real results on a rapid timeline. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is best known for leading the nation in hurricane response and other natural disasters. We understand how to act fast without bureaucracy in the face of any emergency. Our teams built roads in 8 hours, bridges in 3 days, base camps in 72 hours, and full causeways in 2 weeks. Getting things done quickly, efficiently, and correctly is at the core of our mission. We simply just want to be the best at what we do in the nation. When the Governor called me, and we answered, and we were proud to bring our logistical expertise to the table. We know how to set up base camps for guardsmen, first responders, linemen, volunteers, and other aid sources, and distribute that in a matter of days before a storm. We're able to translate this knowledge to what we did here at Alligator Alcatraz. Florida has put the best teams together who check their individual logos and egos at the door to get this done. Not just for you, Governor, but Mr. President, for you as well. There are over 13 different vendors that came together to get this solved in 8 days. Truly a whole of private sector partnership to get that done. Behind you on these boards, in only 8 days, we have built a fully compliant detention facility with a detainee capacity of up to 3,000 people, with room for additional capacity if you asked us to do so. The detention facility includes over 158,000 square feet of housing and is a fully aluminum frame structure rated for winds of 110 miles an hour or a high-end Category 2 for those people that don't think that we're taking that into consideration. This is Florida, by the way. Power supply is fully redundant with backup generators in place. We've put a staff village here on site with a capacity of 1,000. Our services are hot meal 3 times a day, 24/7 medical facility, pharmacy, air conditioning, access to indoor and outdoor rec yards, legal and clergy support services, laundry. Our security element is over 200 security cameras throughout the facility, more than 28,000 feet of barbed wire, 400 plus security personnel to include 200 men and women, soldiers and airmen underneath Major General John Haas's command as the Adjutant General of Florida. And it's all surrounded, as you pointed out, Mr. President, by 10 miles of beautiful Florida Everglades. Contingencies, as with all state correctional facilities, we have a hurricane plan. We will not wait for a Cat 2. We will follow our normal evacuation procedures as we do for any other facility statewide in our great state of Florida. We have on-site fire and EMS resources so that we do not we don't burden the locals with any type of response. All in all, sir, this has been a perfect state logistics exercise for this hurricane season. Everything we did here in the last 8 days, God forbid, if we have a hurricane, we're going to do it again. This was a dress rehearsal for us, and we are ready, willing, and able to support you, sir, the governor, secretary, and everything that you need us to do. Just a week ago, it was a taxiway and a runway, and now it's a fully functioning facility. We are happy to support you, Mr. President, Governor, Secretary.
Fantastic. Thank you. Byron, please.
There we go. First of all, Mr. President, we all have to thank you for your leadership and for the mandate that the American people gave you to finally secure our borders and to deport criminal illegal aliens and longstanding illegal aliens out of the United States. That is a mandate given to you by the American people. I know Secretary Noem, Stephen Miller, Governor DeSantis, myself, on behalf of the other members of Congress in the Senate, and of course here in Florida, we are behind you 100% in that mission. To the governor, I really appreciate you and commend you for your leadership on this, taking swift, decisive action to building this facility. One of the things that has occurred because of the work you did earlier this year with the legislature is that our sheriffs are out there every single day. They are arresting these criminal aliens in our streets, and they're seeing some backlog in their jails. So this facility primarily goes to address some of that backlog and then to help us fulfill the mission that the president has led us to. So, Governor, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your decisive action on this. It really does mean a lot to all the people of Florida, of course, the people of the 19th Congressional District. Secretary Noem, I mean, what can I say? The president's right, you're double tough. So we appreciate all your leadership. You and Tom Homan have been doing a great job. And I'm actually going back to D.C. after this because we have to vote on one big, beautiful bill in the House. We have to get that to the president's desk so we can get you the resources that you need to fulfill the mission that the American people have asked us to do. I totally agree with what Mr. Guthrie has said. This is a logistical marvel when something like this occurs. We've seen Florida Department of Emergency Management answer the bell time and time again. The governor has said we need to accomplish this, and DEM gets that job done. And we had a side conversation about, I know there were some concerns. People were like, well, what happens if a hurricane comes? What happens if this happens? And I looked at Kevin Guthrie and I said, you already have a plan, don't you? And he goes, of course we have a plan. You know that we do. This is what Florida does, Mr. President. And so I want to commend you for your leadership and your vision on this. Governor, thank you for all that you've done with your vision and determination. Secretary Noem, we're going to get the bill done so you get the resources you need. See you, sir.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you. You know, I'm waiting, listening to these wonderful words, and they are music to my ears, but I was also wondering how we're doing, because I know this is prime time. It shows that I care about you, because I'm here, and I probably should be there, but we do care. Thank you very much. James, please. We're all happy now, James.
Yeah. Well, I can speak on behalf of all of our sheriffs, state law enforcement, our police chiefs. We are going to continue to make arrests, our pedals into the metal, as many as we can. We want to fill this place up. The governor and Kevin have shown they can build bridges in 3 days, so why not some detention facilities? Hopefully there's more to come. And you really got the inspiration for this. We like the idea of reopening the original Alcatraz. I don't know if that can happen or not, but we thought, hey, we've got our own natural Alcatraz in the middle of the Everglades. Great runway, great perimeter, so let's make it happen. In Florida, we walk the walk, and we will deliver for all of you. Thank you.
Well, I heard you were responsible for the locational pick, and you cannot have picked a better location. I said, whoever the hell made this choice, I know you're taking a little heat from some environmental groups, but I take it all the time, and that's an honor. but I heard you were very responsible for that choice, and that was a big choice. Thank you
Think I
very much.
can
Good
jump to
job,
that
Judge.
building?
Thank
Oh
you.
no, somebody
We'll
has
finish over
flipped
here,
their
and then
house.
We'll go over here. We'll go back and celebrate
Should I go for this
the
one?
big, beautiful bill that
Or this one?
just got passed. You sure that's right? Right, Brian? Yeah, all right.
Here we
Wow, good. He's doing a good job. Wow.
Mr. President,
Nailed
first of all, I
it.
just want to say how grateful we are that you're back here in your home state of Florida. You've been doing an amazing job, not only at our border, but around the world, keeping this country safe and Americans. We are grateful for your leadership. God had a plan for us, and it was Donald Trump. So thank you for that. As a member of the Immigration Board and as the Commissioner of Agriculture of this state, I've been happy to help lead with the governor and the rest of the cabinet on this issue. We're very proud, Secretary Noem's here today and others, to represent not only the United States in our efforts to make this commitment to keep our citizens safe, but we're going to continue in Florida to remove the barriers to have your vision come true of a safe United States. We're going to get these illegals, the illegal criminals out of this state, and we really appreciate you and your leadership in this effort. So thank you for being here
Thank you
today.
very much. You're doing a great job, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Can I
Joe
not get in
Gruters,
through here?
State Senator. I'm a member of your Homeland Security Advisory Council, your Vice Chairman. Thank you for that appointment. And thank you for coming back to Florida and everything that you do. Every single day you are delivering on the promises that you promised to us at all of the events you've done throughout the years, but specifically this last campaign. You deserve all the credit for everything, and you are surrounding yourself with incredible people like Secretary Noem, Stephen Miller. And just like your big, beautiful bill here in Florida, there was a lot of commotion about our immigration bill. And we had 3 B's in that: beds, badges, and bad guys. And this goes right along with our beds and the
Bears.
resources. And I give the governor, Ron DeSantis, a lot of
Micro
credit for
USB
stepping
is
up
so shit,
and
for
making
real.
sure that we all work together, because at the
Like,
end of the day, even if
PlayStation, how do you
sometimes
design a controller that you
there
can't
are
sit flat
skirmishes.
because it's a
As a
micro
result
USB?
of the back and forth, we ended up with a better bill,
Like, I
and
wanna
we
set
all
my
win.
controller
And what
down.
we're doing here in Florida hopefully will
My cheap
happen all
Chinese
across the
knockoff
country.
controller
You've
can
done,
handle
your
that.
leadership is amazing. Keep up the great work, and just know that Florida loves President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate it for a long time. Appreciate it. By the way, Okeechobee is something that we did together also. And that was,
Okeechobee.
a lot of money spent. I hope it was well spent. I know they did. We did a Rolls Royce job, but it's a lot of money that we spent out there together. And how is it going?
You can delegate that to
Ah.
us because we move faster than the Army Corps. So we will finish that reservoir. If you delegate it to
I
us,
can't do
I'll get it
anything.
done
Ah.
much quicker.
Oh,
I
would
forgot
do
my.
that.
I forgot what.
I'll tell-
I
let
forgot
me
what the
ask myself
buttons were.
Permission. Permission granted. Go ahead, get the thing, get it complete. You want to do
All right,
that?
we're gonna go talk to the Army Corps then after this.
Good. You can move faster. Excellent. Please.
I think it, oh. No, sir, just first on behalf of the men and women of ICE, we just want to thank you for allowing us to do our job again. You know, your vision and under Secretary Noem's leadership, this is what the American people want. And I hope that you see great results of what we're doing out there every day at getting the worst of the worst out of our communities. Because of you and Secretary Noem, I have the privilege to lead one of the most premier and the finest law enforcement agencies that we do have in the United States. And the men and women of HSI and ERO Miami do incredible work like you highlighted. And with the governor in the state of Florida, the partnership in Florida has been amazing. The 287G program is only going to help us to identify all those known gotaways and get the worst of the worst out of the neighborhoods. And through our Homeland Security Task Force, we are going to make America safe again. So thank you very much to both you and the Secretary.
Thank you, Todd. Great job. Really great job you're doing. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you so much for coming. Again, as Garrett Ripp, I'm the Field Office Director for ICRO here for the Miami Field Office. Incredible collaborative work we've been doing together, working with the state, working with our local partners. And again, just the 287G is going to open up that aperture and allow us to get those bad hombres off the street and get them into this facility. And we're looking forward to it. And again, just appreciate all your support.
Thank you. Always thank you. You've always been so great. Thank you very much. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. On behalf of Air Marine Operations, my name is Andres Blanco. I'm the Executive Director for Southeast Region. AMO continues to execute and support your executive orders. Air and Marine Operations brings a unique capability both in the air and the maritime domains. And in partnership with our Border Patrol, OFO officers, and ERO, we continue to conduct effective operations both interior, along the border, and along the maritime approaches.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Jose Figueroa. I am the Acting Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations here in South Florida, and our office covers from Key West to Fort Pierce. Tremendous collaboration here with the state and our federal partners. HSI is conducting criminal investigations into TDA, MS-13s that are involved in human smuggling, sex trafficking of
I'm going to find a
minors,
fast
and
travel
continue
point and take a
that
nap
effort with your
so I get
support.
the EXP
Governor
boost as well.
DeSantis, thank
I
you
was
very
like,
much
I'll
for this
find one if I
facility.
just look
Looking
around.
forward to continuing the great work.
They're all over the place.
Thank you very much. Steve, would you like to say something? Our star.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say on a personal note, getting to watch what you've done over the last 5 months to deliver on a 50-year hope and dream of the American people to secure the border. When President Trump came into office on January 20th, the United States had endured the largest wave of illegal immigration
still
in
arresting
human
this
history.
guy?
Not just American history, human
You haven't
history.
fucking taken him in
And within
yet?
just a few days, President Trump, through his strength, leadership, diplomacy, and vision,
Reach for the cops,
achieved the
gun.
most secure border anyone in the world has ever seen.
Burr, burr,
When
burr,
we recently
burr.
went overseas to the NATO summit, I had senior staff in foreign governments come up to me and ask me how he achieved the Trump miracle on his border and could that be replicated in their countries. For individuals who don't work in this space, to have 0 successful illegal entries in
Now
an
what?
entire month should be an impossible
Now what are you
achievement.
gonna do, copper?
There's a 2,000-mile border with one of the poorest countries in the world, and you have open travel from 150 countries into Central America and South America. There are 2 billion people in the world that would economically benefit from illegally coming to the United States. And through the deployment of the military, through the deployment of novel legal and diplomatic tools, through the building of physical infrastructure, through the empowering of ICE and Border Patrol and the entire federal law enforcement apparatus, President Trump achieved absolute border security. And now,
What are
once
these?
this legislation is passed, he will be able to make that with those resources permanent. Watching what you've done, sir, has been one of the honors of a lifetime. I'm proud to be able to play any role in it. And what President Trump is going to achieve next with the resources in this bill will make America safer, stronger, freer, more sovereign, and more prosperous than it has ever been before. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah. Thank you. And the bill is going to be great for Iran. It's going to be great for Florida too. A lot of set-asides for Florida. Some of the things that you wanted to do, and so it's great news to hear that it was approved. Do you want to take a few questions, Ron? We'll take a few questions from these.
Ronald.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the likelihood of the One Big Beautiful Bill passing, and we look forward to the success of this facility here, how many more facilities like this do you feel that the country needs in order to enact your agenda of mass deportations?
Well, I think we'd like to see them in many states, really, many states. This one, I know Ron's doing a second one, at least a second one, and probably a couple of more. And, you know, at some point, they might morph into a system where you're going to keep it for a long time. You know, it's not that far away from jails that take years to build, and money is spent and wasted, and, you know, like the railway that they have in California that costs like 40 times more than it was supposed to cost. The same things happens with prisons. You look at this in a short period of time, Ron, James, and some of the people that really worked on it along with our people, they did this in less than a week. And you look at it, it's incredible. The incredible thing is picking the site, because the site was one of the most natural sites. It might be as good as the real Alcatraz site. You know, it could be. Well, that's a spooky one too, isn't it? That's a tough site. But so I think it could last as long as they want to have it. I mean, you may morph this into, you know, your prison system, frankly, which I know you always need, unfortunately. I'd like to say, you know, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error, It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people.
An
that have
auto
been here
pen
for a
that
long
allowed it
time.
to happen.
People that whack
How's
people over the head
Cyberpunk?
with
Bro,
a baseball bat from
don't even
behind
fucking
when they're
get me
not looking,
started,
and killing
okay?
people that
I gotta tell you, pisses me off constantly. Okay? I don't know who did the fucking control design for PC, but I hope they get fired from the industry. Like, there's, out of like the hours that I've played, which might be like up to like 10, maybe more than like almost 12 hours now. Half of that was just trying to fucking get controls to be functional. Like, bro, they like the controls, they have like really redundant things on E. So they have a tertiary redundancy mapped to E, which is the primary button on PC for everything. Like, and so like half the reason that it's been pissing me off is how bad the keybinds are. And like, you can't fucking like move them around effectively. It would be like, nope, you can't do that one. It's like, just fuck off. Like, have a better keyboard design to begin with then. And then, you see how there's a cross on the screen, in the center of the screen? Okay? So, Cyberpunk, a lot of games do this, but you'll notice it comes up and then it will shut off when you boot it, right? It'll come up and then shut off. What it's doing there is it's opening an internal app that hides your mouse cursor, because they want to lock your mouse cursor to the Cyberpunk window, because people who scroll off the window might click off it. The thing is that if you're a PC user, okay, and you do windowless border, that means that you don't want your mouse confined to the window. That's why that setting is there. Apparently, it's the same as full screen. So why put it in there to begin with now? Right? And the issue is, and OBS does this as well. It's like a lot of capture, like the Xbox capture, all the captures will do this. So if the mouse is confined to the window, it will be confined smack dab to the center of the screen. So for like 6 hours, I didn't realize there was a fucking mouse cursor on the entire screen. And that additionally was hours of just trying to figure out how to fucking fix that. There is no fix as far as I could find. And like now I'm mad at Windows because there's no option to just make your mouse cursor invisible. Only when you type. I don't want it when I type. I want it a fucking toggle to turn the cursor off. Like, how fucking hard is that? It doesn't exist. So what I did is I literally changed my mouse cursor to be a crosshair and be as, like, to not be noticeable, right? Like, I don't have that little plus on my game screen. It only shows up because what's actually on the screen is that mouse cursor. And only the fucking capture softwares and stuff like that see it. So, like, there's just all this shit that is just, like, it's not, like, if you do this as a game, like, your game is, like, not compatible for streams. Like, how do you get this shit out of there? I don't understand. I can't figure out a fucking solution to it. Maybe in OBS there's a solution to it. Like, there's a hide cursor solution built into OBS. But, like at this point, like, sometimes I'll do OBS, but, like, Restream allows us to have a lobby where people can drop in and out. Even if if I'm really not expecting Jack, I should be using OBS because it's slightly better. Anyway, the game has pissed me off a lot.
Knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York. And they're not accidents. They were done very much in purpose. People being pushed into a subway just before it arrives, going 40 miles an hour.
What fast travel point
And
this one is.
they're 10 feet away from where the thing is to get pushed right into the face of the subway train, get
Oh, it's
whacked and
filtered.
killed. And these are sick people. I'd like to get them out of here too.
See how I changed? At the top, it's Q and 2?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Because it used to be
White
E
shirt,
here.
Glasses.
The primary selection key on
Louis
PC.
Rojas, Blaze Media, sir.
Like,
a couple months ago, I ran
Q and
into
E
the
also
former,
do camera
DHS
controls
Secretary
for many
Mayorkas,
games.
And I asked him a couple questions about his disastrous handling of the border. He didn't
Those games are
questions.
normally built on
But the
PC,
number
and
one question
click
that I
is
heard
the
from
confirm for
people
most of the
responding
stuff.
to my video was, why hasn't he been arrested yet? Obviously you guys are cleaning up the mess that was
How do I
made
turn the filter off?
deliberately
Is
for the past
dynamic
4
off?
years, and so people want accountability. It's great to see that the border is secured, and it's great to see the state level cooperation. But I guess
I'm walking here.
Why hasn't?
I'm walking here.
Well, you know, pardons were given out by to many people, and they shouldn't have been given out. Like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs was given a pardon because they destroyed all of the information from 2 years of hearings, and they should be arrested, but they were given pardons. Was he given a pardon, Mayorkas? Was he not?
I don't believe so.
Well, I'd take a look at that one because what he did is it's beyond incompetence. Something had to be done. Now, with that being said, he took orders
Fucking
from other
hysterical.
people, and he was really doing the orders.
Bro, if
and you could say he
Mayorkas
very
was that
loyal to them
bad,
because
don't you think
it
the
must have been very
fucking
hard for him to stand
oversight
up and
committee
sit
and
up
all the
and,
stuff that
talk
they were
about
constantly
what he allowed to happen to this
dragging
country
him into for
and
no
be
reason?
serious
Don't you
about
think
it.
that would have
So he was given
resulted
orders.
in something else,
If
buddy?
he wasn't given a pardon, I could see looking at that. In fact, why don't you take a look at it, Chris?
At least it runs now. Yeah,
was
and that's
impeached,
another
that
thing
was
too.
just a fake
Like you need to
impeachment.
keep in mind that like when I bought this game for PS4, right? And they said we're gonna fix it, and you'll get DLC for free, right? And Sony pulled it from the PS4 store, right? So I was like, man, I better not return it because then I won't be able to download it again from Sony or buy it again from Sony if this happens. And I want the free DLC. Well, I bought the DLC because, like, I didn't realize that if you're on PS4, you weren't getting that DLC and you should get fucked. So why would fucking CD Projekt Red put out a fucking, like, press alert to tell me not to return the game for PlayStation and I get free DLC if they're not gonna fucking give it to me? And if they're like, well, we did give it to you. It's alongside the PlayStation 5 upgrade. I don't want a fucking PlayStation 5. I have a PC. Like, I went on and I said, hey, I need something that's for work, you know? That will also work, that I can also use for gaming. So I bought a fucking PC. And not only that, on the GOG app on the PC, it recognizes that I have Cyberpunk for PS4, and I should be able to, and it's like, you have a fucking upgrade for it. Nope. Because it's the Steam edition, not the fucking Sony edition. So go fuck yourself. So like there's multiple things already about this game that like piss me off onto fucking no end, and I haven't been able to actually even play the game.
It was a fake impeachment. Why did you take a look at it? I think he was so bad. They were all so bad. Look, it was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some bad ones, but he was the worst president. But somebody told Mayorkas to do that, and he followed orders, but that doesn't necessarily hold him harmless. So take a look at it. It's a very good question, actually. Thank you. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you and the Secretary have both said that many people have self-deported since you came back into office.
Yeah.
How many is many, and has the rate gone up? How do you see the tempo of that moving forward
Sure.
going on?
We have had several 100,000, but also we have many that have self-deported, not even using the CBP Home app. When I have gone to these other countries to negotiate security agreements and information sharing on criminals who's coming and going into their countries, they report that hundreds of thousands have come home that weren't on our radar, that they are coming home on their own and self-deporting because they want the chance to be able to go back to America someday. So we believe it's over 1 million, possibly more than that. I'm asking all of those countries for their information on what they have of individuals that may have returned home, that they have taking advantage of their programs to help them become a part of their civilization again too. So we know it's over 1 million, but we have to, I'm getting more information and that number will grow.
If they don't leave, they never get the chance to come back. If we have to take them out, and we will, they'll go out, but they never get a chance to come back. The other way, we actually make it a little bit easier for them to come back. Okay? Thank you. Good question. Thank you.
The bill is now passed in the Senate, but we are already hearing from some Republicans in the House who say they cannot get on board with the changes that were made to the bill in the Senate. What is your message to those holdouts?
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
And just to be clear on the Medicaid cuts, you've promised not to cut Medicaid, said this is all just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. Are you saying that the estimated 11.8 million people who could lose their health coverage, that is all waste, fraud, and abuse?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to be a very much smaller number than that, and that number will be waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you look, they took a much more liberal stance on the Medicaid situation than they could have. They had a tough stance and a weak stance. They took not a very strong stance on that to start off, and it's waste, fraud, and abuse, and everybody wants that covered.
What number is that? What analysis are you seeing?
I'm not seeing a number, but I know it's much less than the number you gave, and we really were very, very cognizant of three things. Social Security, we're going to take care of it beautifully. Medicare and Medicaid, and we are going to save it, whereas the Democrats are going to, you won't have it. They will destroy Medicare and Medicaid, and they have to.
Yeah,
the
you think so?
work. So it's not going to happen. They're the ones that
Wow.
have destroyed Medicare. They have made it so bad already. They're going to make it a lot worse. But now we'll be in charge, so we're going to have no problem with Medicaid or Medicare or Social Security. Thank you. Yeah.
Claire Gall with Wink News in Fort Myers. What is your direction to ICE when it comes to arresting farm workers here illegally, other workers in industries that are pretty critical to Florida's economy?
Yeah. Well, we're very much cognizant of that, and as you know, I won the farmers by 92%, and I'm not going to be abandoning my farmers. We were strong on the borders, but we're also strong for the farmers and for others in the hotel industry, et cetera. You know, we have similar situations. And Christy and I, and we'll be working with Ron and a lot of the states. We're going to work something where the farmers can be responsible for some of the people that have in. They have people, Ron, for 10, 15 years that they know very well. We're going to put them responsible and we're going to issue a form of a card or document, and the farmer's going to be responsible for these people. They're not going to have citizenship, but they'll be working, they'll be paying taxes. We need to get our farmers the people they need, otherwise our farmers aren't going to be able to do their land. You know, it was tried once before, many years ago, where there was a very strong guy, and he got everybody out, and every farm, almost in the country, but every farm in California, every farm in Iowa, almost all the farms went bankrupt. They had nobody to work, and we don't want to have that situation. So we're going to work it. We're going to put our farmers and others in charge of the people that they have under them. They know the people, and I think it's going to work out really well. We're going to take care of our farmer, but we're going to get the criminals out. Okay? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, how do you respond to critics who fear that a 3,000-bed detention center and the waste that could produce will pollute the surrounding federal protected land, including land that both administrations have invested billions of dollars in restoring?
Well, I was one of those that invested billions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars right here in the Meadowlands, but in the Everglades, and the Meadowlands too in New York. If you look at what we did up there, speaking of the Meadowlands, a lot of places like this, but this is a very unique one. One thing I'll say about this land, we'll be gone a million
good thing
years,
about
and this land is still
Cyberpunk
is
is that
not going to be much different.
it's a good background
You'll have the
thing.
water
Right,
moccasins.
I can just be like
You'll have the
walking around,
alligators. You may not have people, but you're going to have all those animals that will be
grindy
around.
stuff.
And you got plenty of them out here. I think it was a brilliant choice, and I think almost anybody in his or her right mind would say this was a brilliant choice. I give the governor a lot of credit for using this piece of land. And in addition to that, it's on top of something that was already developed. It's an airport. You know, you have the runways, you have so it's already been developed. So it's not like you're dropping dirt right into the thing. There was zero movement of that. That was done many years ago because the airport.
Another thing.
But it was an abandoned.
Anytime I launch your game, don't ask me to create a fucking account so you can have more of my data.
It's like perfect.
I'm not
You
interested.
can do expansion on this
Fuck
site
off.
substantially without doing
It's a
anything.
fucking.
So
It's the shit that
people I heard
you
them
play with
complaining about
Ubisoft
the,
started.
Everglades. There's no. I don't think you've done anything to the Everglades. I think you're just enhancing it. This was already here. How long has the airport been here?
Like it's just like the nerve to fucking try to market to me on your fucking shit after you've like continuously fucked me in the ass when I'm just trying to play the game.
Literally, they have, even our DOT has put things up in case there's any seepage, which we don't. So
It's like I'm trying to fucking watch an illegal movie and have to click off all the ads and shit.
So I don't think
Like,
those are valid, and even
the
good faith
tediousness.
criticisms, because it's not going to impact.
Except
the
I paid
Everglades
for
at
it,
all.
so why is there a
President's been
tedious
champion,
process?
We've been a champion and really changed the game in Florida on it. I think it's
Maybe
just
it makes it
people
unpiratable.
don't want to see illegal immigrants deported, and that's their ideology, and they have a right to that. But illegal immigration's unpopular, so they know that they're going to have less effect.
Okay,
So they're going to
stop
say, "Oh well, no, it's just
deporting
about the
people who are
Everglades." But really,
here
I
on
think a lot of those
asylum then.
people, they just don't want to see illegals deported, because if you actually hear everyone's here, you obviously know there's zero land that's being disturbed.
Well, you know, when we talk about popularity, though, I will say I ran on the issue.
Iran?
of illegals, and we have to get them out. And I won 82% on that issue. So I think that they may not like certain aspects of it, but ultimately they do not want them in their country. And if this is a part of a use, but I think from an environmental standpoint, it's incredible. In fact, when we landed that very big, heavy plane today, they came out and checked it fairly. I think they want the president to be able to land on a piece of concrete that's not going to go 6 feet underground. And they checked it. They came back and they said, this thing is really solid. So it's been there a long time. It's going to be here a long time. And it was a great choice of a site. Thank you. Yes, please. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The people of Syria were recently seen on the streets waving American flags, chanting Trump, Trump, Trump. They're so appreciative of the economic sanctions that we've lifted on that country, giving them a little bit of hope for prosperity. You want to comment on that?
Well, they're great people, and the man that is leading them has a reputation. He was the head of some pretty tough organizations, and a lot of people criticized me for that. I said, well, what are we going to do, take him out of a day school, a country day school? It's going to be, by nature, I would think, Ron, they'll be pretty tough, and he is pretty tough, but I met him, spent a lot of time with him, good guy. I took off the sanctions because if I didn't do that, they wouldn't have had a chance. And Syria has a chance. The people are great. They work hard. They're very smart. It used to be a place of professionals, accountants and lawyers and doctors and high academic credentials in that part of the world. And I think it's going to work out great. I took off the sanctions and they were very appreciative. They were shocked, but they were very appreciative. We're giving them a chance at survival. With the sanctions, it couldn't have worked. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami.
Oh my
who
God.
in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at it per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers.
Where'd that
Why
gun
don't you
go?
give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
Because that's
no.
what we
What is
should
it,
send him.
attached to them or something?
Like sometimes people say Florida gets
So they
more
end
because
up
they
picking
count
it up?
Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count
Oh,
it
they
there.
killed a cop?
It has no interaction
Based.
with the state government. They get more on the city and state governments than we get.
Right. Substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. We're going to look at everything, and ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skip socialism, and you get a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. she's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city. But you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem. And
we had a
he
little
was
quid
unfairly,
pro quo.
hurt over this question. He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in. And like he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony indictment. And it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times. Every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. That was a very dangerous group, I will tell you. These were not nice people. That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything. But they were very good at that. They were vicious, vicious, horrible people. Thank you very much.
If they were good
Yeah,
at
please,
it,
go ahead.
why are you not in
Anna
jail?
Gentile with Washington Examiner. Governor DeSantis has proposed using National Guard, deputizing them as immigration judges to get through this massive backlog of people in the immigration court. Would you be open to that?
Yes, he has my approval. That wasn't too hard to get, was it, Ron? He didn't even have to ask me, James. You didn't even need James to ask me. He has my approval, okay? Good. I also like what he's doing in Okeechobee. He has my approval for that, too. I don't know how we work that out, but we'll work it out.
We'll follow up.
Go ahead. Please.
President Trump, Jake Stofan with Action News Jax from up in Jacksonville. There's some talk about a facility similar to this up in Camp Blanding. Has that been approved by DHS? If not, what's the timeline? When could we see ground break on that?
Well, I'll ask Ron or James to talk about it. Do you want to mention it, James?
The overarching plan, I think the secretary has said she supports the whole plan, so you guys are going to keep going. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, just specifically, the response for proposals is out for that today. It closes, I can't even remember what day of the week it is, but it closes on Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Then we will do notice to proceed. So I would say right after our wonderful Independence Day, we will be starting construction there at that facility.
You can have another big runway there, too.
That's great. Wow. Well, I love these runways. It's very convenient, I must say. Having a runway is a nice thing. Today, you don't get runways approved. I will tell you, it's tough to get a runway. Although in the age of Trump, you get them approved fast. You know, we're approving massive electrical bins, what they call them bins, but big electrical facilities for all of the factories and the AI that's coming in. They're going to build their own electric. They're going to be really. They're going to be made into electrical providers. They're going to have a lot left over. They'll put it into the grid. I think, well, they're going to end up doing so much. They'll put it into the grid. Won't even cost anything from their standpoint. But so we have a lot of that happening. We get approvals fast. So, but I was just saying, runways are hard to get, but we'll get them now. But in the past, I would say over the past 30, 40 years, when you could get a runway, that was considered gold. Okay, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Sure.
He just be saying shit sometimes, and I'm like, what?
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
President Trump, Laverne McGee, News 6 Orlando. You have fulfilled several campaign promises, along with the help of Governor Ron DeSantis. What is the next campaign
We call him
promise
Ron
that you plan
DeClantis.
to fulfill to the American people?
So we have turned this country around in less than 6 months. And when I was away, and I was telling Ron, I was telling some others, I've said it a little publicly, I guess, but I met a lot of very important people. The King of Saudi Arabia, I was there 2 weeks ago, and Qatar, the leader of Qatar, who's great, and the leader of UAE, who's great. These are very substantial people, very smart people, and good people. And all three of them said essentially the same thing, along with many other people, because I just left NATO, and NATO's we took it up to 5%.
They sucked my dick so good. I fell for it. I'm now bought by everyone. You know, rational people, they've all been saying, wow, the Arab monarchies just gave me a lot of money and it bought all the favor they could with me just by... Oh, they didn't give money, it was just them telling me my penis was truly big. Like, it's just so funny that the Europeans were like, What if we just do what the Arabs did and just tell him how big his cock is and call him daddy? And now, boom, NATO's great again. Wow. Sometimes it's okay when the libs sell out their values, I guess.
It was an honor, but every leader said that a year ago this country was dead. They had no confidence in the United. They really felt it was a dead country.
Did you just hurt yourself
and it was gonna,
because you fucking tried to jump
some
up a
bad things
flip
were gonna
house?
happen.
Maybe don't flip your house,
But
bro.
they used the term, it was a dead country, and now they said you have the hottest country anywhere in the
Fucking
world. We're the
war.
hottest country in the world right now.
This is why I keep telling you.
And we turned it
don't flip
around
your house
fast. I
over.
thought it would take longer than this. We turned it around fast. Some of it was psychology,
It's a
and
platform,
we had to
see?
know how
You
good we
jump
were.
onto the
But
house
others
and
was
then
getting rid of
onto your ledge.
rules,
Wow.
regulations, and all of the things that I got rid of already. I signed more executive orders than anybody in history, times like 3 or 4. And I got rid of just one. I got rid of the other night. You buy a house, they have a faucet in the house, Joe, and the faucet, the water doesn't come out. They have a restrictor. You can, in areas where you have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You have a shower head. The shower doesn't. The shower
we're
doesn't.
still
You think
going
it's
on
not
about
working. It
these
is working. The
toilets,
water's
man.
dripping out, and that's no good for me. I like this hair lacing. I like that hair nice and wet. Takes
Man,
you-
I
you
am.
have to stand
I
in
am
the shower
glad this
20
fucking press
minutes before
conference
you
is
get
about
the
to
soap
end,
out
so
of
we
your
can
hair.
move on to other shit.
And I put a thing in, and it sounds funny,
You know,
but
but
it's really
like-
not. It's hard.
I fundamentally believe you always have to, like, when we look at this type of stuff where like, we've seen all this shit with the memes and stuff with alligator alcatraz. So that's why when I start my, like, coverage review, I always want to start with press conferences and shit. One, because I'm still getting, like, my things together, and it's something that I can, like, put on and get up, and it's going to be okay, because it's just a fucking press conference. He's going to repeat the shit we've heard him repeat for many, many times. This one at least had plenty of new things, and other people talked other than Trump, which made it funnier this time. Because, like, this whole thing about Trump being funny, it's like, that's the thing, it's just like, when you do enough media and news and shit, Trump might be funny the first time he says something, right? But, like, the thing is that even if he has a one-off covfefe thing, right? Every press conference he's talking in circles about the same rambly shit that he did. Like, we'll hear about stuff over and over and over again. Like, when we were doing the Iran coverage, like, it was like nothing was learned in many of the fucking press conferences, and they just said the same thing they said the day before. Why are you holding a conference? Why are you fucking wasting, like, fucking, like, it's like, takes time, and like anything where people show up to something in a company manner, those companies need to plan those logistics, right? You need to make sure you have staff there ready to go to report on your press conference. So, like, why waste everyone's time? And then, like, the NATO press conference, that one was, like, when he finally stopped, that one was, like, okay, the Iran stuff was all boring there, and then, like, the daddy shit was great, but, like, when he actually went to the questions, it was so fucking good. And the funniest part is he gets to another reporter from Spain, and instead of letting her ask a question, he just talked a bunch of shit about how Spain won't pay money, and then it took another question from somebody. So, most of the time, those little one-off funny things that he says is surrounded by me just being like, we've heard this shit before. That, I mean, like, honestly, like, I'm starting to maybe be like pro Alzheimer's guy all the time, because then it's like, then we don't have to hear them fucking grandpa up there rambling on about nothing, like, you know? Like, if we're not going to put young people in, cognitively deficient presidents, I think, are the way to go, but not ones that can do this and talk. The ones that are like, you know, like my grandma. So I went to, like, Mount Vernon, so fucking see the fucking old founder slave plantation, and like other people were more aware of what was going on, but like since I live in New York and they're all in DC, like I didn't see her as much, so I didn't really put two and two together. And like because they're like all like Irish Catholic, they don't like to say things out loud. And so like my cousin is like, now make sure someone always has to be behind. She was telling me this. She's like, you always have to be behind Grandma because she has a tendency to turn around and ask what we're doing. And then like this other time, like around that time, she fucking gave us popsicles and then put the popsicles in the fridge and turned around and came back and was like, hey, where'd you get those popsicles? That's who I want for president from now on. You know, like if we're gonna get grandpas in chief constantly.
Horrible. And when you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out. You wash it, water barely comes out. So this was done by crazy people. And I wrote it all off and got it approved in Congress so that they can't just change it. Because I did it in my first term, everyone was so happy. And then one of the first things that Biden did when he came back is he put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks.
Oh yeah, I paused. I was like, "What is he talking about?" Oh, we're talking about
washing machine. They give you
my shit won't go down the toilet. Biden clogged my toilet.
Did 10 of these bottles, and the people came to me from Whirlpool. They said, "We can't make a machine that's competitive. We can't."
You don't understand. I need my high pressure toilet to flush my secret documents that I stole. Kamala would probably be miles better than Trump. She could be. Like, the issue with Trump is that, like, I think if he won his second term before the all-timer in chief, like, I think it would be a lot better, but he didn't, so whatever. It's the yes men in the cabinet right now. And like knowing Trump, this cabinet will be a completely different cabinet by the end of his presidency. So there's a lot of fucking like Stephen Miller. It's funny, Tulsi Gabbard has fallen in line and is like, you know, RFK is putting a fucking like people who are like anti-vaccine wackos in positions and stuff. Tulsi Gabbard is just the funniest one to fall in line after like ever. Like if you know anything or even care about Ukraine, you know well about Tulsi Gabbard or Syria. Either one. Anything basically, like if you are a person that has a reason to not like Russia, you're well aware of why it's funny how Tulsi Gabbard has so quickly fallen in line with this guy. But she's like, look, Trump, I'm the perfect guest man. Look at what I've done for Vladimir and Assad already. And he's like, wow, you got a great point. But, like, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, really, really horrible things. And that's the thing, is that then you have, like, DeSantis. Like, DeSantis, if he was put into Trump's cabinet, like where Stephen Miller was, I'm confident it would be way worse. You want to know why I'm confident that is? Because Ron DeSantis had a job at one point where it was his job to make sure that the feedings at Guantanamo did not breach into a standard that would deem torture, right? So why would prisoners eating in Guantanamo constitute as also being torture? Wow, great question. The people who were detained at Guantanamo, a large percent of them innocent. Now, I want to be clear when I say that somebody is innocent, that is different than being a good person. It is different than somebody who is pro-Al-Qaeda, right? Like, being a supporter of Al-Qaeda and giving material support to terrorism, two different things, right? So, like, a famous example, of course, is the Guantanamo Diaries, the Mauritanian. I've been trying to get this guy. I've been trying to interview him I have some connections, but he does speech tours and stuff, so... but I would love to talk to this guy. But this guy, was, charged, and they were saying, he was one of the top Al-Qaeda guys and a facilitator and stuff, when there was just never any case or evidence of that. And then Abu Zubaydah as well. Abu Zubaydah tried to kill the Pope. He was involved in the assassination of Bhutto in Pakistan, right? But he was not guilty of what the Americans were saying, and he was not. And that's the other thing. It's because these prisoners weren't being charged with crimes, how could they be innocent and guilty regardless then? So, you need the charge to begin with. They're literally there on suspicion. People were detained in Gitmo on suspicion. That's fucked. And so, because there was no legal pathway for the prisoners at Gitmo, many of them chose to do hunger strikes. So, some of them also did hunger strikes because the soldiers did things like throw Qurans in toilets. And because of that specific angle, that may have happened a few times, the press, for Army press at Gitmo, the only guy who can answer questions for the press there, said that, oh, they're not hunger strikes, it's long-term intermittent fasting. Because some of it's for religious reasons, because they're Muslims. They have Ramadan and shit. And so DeSantis was the guy in the room overseeing the feedings, okay? So what do you do when a prisoner is on a hunger strike? There's multiple ways to go about it, okay? The things that were done to the people who are on hunger strike at Guantanamo is legal in many states and procedure in many states inside the United States. That said, it is not the best way to go about it. So you insert a feeding tube through the nostril down into the stomach, and they basically inject Ensure through a syringe into your nose, and it goes down into your stomach. But if you just look up Mos Def, he did. Let me look up the exact video. I can't put it on because I know it's copyright. Mos Def hunger strike. Okay. Yeah. So just search Mos Def force-fed under standard Guantanamo Bay procedure. Really, really fucking striking, intense video that they did. But Abby Martin at Empire Files, her reporting on this is one of the reasons why I will still say that we know exactly what she's about. She has shown that she has the ability to actually do good reporting. And it's her Empire Files coverage. I think it might have been RT at the time, right? So whatever her RT show was at the time, they gave her access to Gitmo. And it's very funny. She does this interview about the long-term intermittent fasting. And if you have a keen ear and you know about news and stuff, you can hear that sometimes when she's asking questions, it's her asking questions in the room with the guy, and then some of it is voiceover. She inserted her own questions to give an extra spin to things. But at the same time, it's I really don't care that she cut in the voiceover because it makes the cattiness and shit talking of the video more, because I don't think you should report respectfully on the fucking United States torture program in Gitmo, right? And Ron DeSantis was the lawyer for that shit, right? So like he was helping the situation continue, where these innocent people were not even giving trials. And what's happening now? So like for fucking years, almost my entire life, I have been saying and advocating for the right of fucking political prisoners that are fucking extrajudicially rendered by the United States. And everything that happened at Gitmo is shit that we're actually seeing in this standard fucking immigration program. And it really upsets me that I've been talking about this for so long and people are still like not even really associating it together. It's more of like their concentration camps, which they are. Like if you watch most of the stuff I said on the press conference, that's what I was saying. That's like, oh wow, you switched the trains for planes, this type of stuff, right? Because like we know what this type of nationalism looks like, you know, so it's very similar regardless of how the fucking racism and actions get taken out. But the fact that it's arbitrary detainment with no due process, no charge, no right to a trial, right? Why? Because they're not American citizens. This is the same thing. It's the exact same thing that Ron DeSantis helped get into place when he was a fucking lawyer at Guantanamo. So basically, from that side tangent on why Stephen Miller sucks, you know, I'm just saying it could be worse. We could have an even worse guy in there running the fucking immigration. Abbott sucks too. But Stephen Miller is, like, we draw a distinction between Nazi and fascist, right? Trump is a fascist, Miller is a Nazi. And that's the thing with Biden. Biden's cabinet this is where establishment does become helpful, and the establishment side of how the Democrats work is helpful in certain regards. When you have an Alzheimer's guy in charge, or an incompetent guy in charge, right? You can actually rely on the cabinet for like basic functions. Great example, when that bridge collapsed, and he did a press conference talking about how they have technology that's going to get this bridge open in like 3 days and stuff. Like Mayor Pete, on the infrastructure stuff, like he did really good work there, you know, and they weren't out there fucking like doing the song and dance circus every day. They were doing their fucking jobs, you know. And like even when the fucking East Palestine disaster happened, the Republicans immediately had to jump on it, being like, "Look, we're in the water here, poking it, and it's got an oil slick." Meanwhile, the district I run doesn't have clean water. Oh, also Rubio, like that's another thing that I say a lot is like when the cabinet picks were happening, also Rubio came up, I literally was like, thank God Marco Rubio is there. Can you imagine? Like seriously, can you imagine telling somebody a few years ago you would be kind of glad that Marco Rubio is in power for something, and he keeps getting more responsibilities because he's the only competent guy there. He's the only guy who can do his job there. So every time they have to fire some guy, it's like, another job for Rubio. He can do it. Like I kind of feel bad for him, but at the same time, fuck him. Like, can you imagine? Like, just imagine if Tulsi had the job Rubio had. Oh my fucking God, bro. Like, the United States intelligence is already dog shit, so putting her in ahead of it doesn't really do that much damage. Maybe if they let Petraeus in there to reformat the CIA, it would have worked out. So, anyway.
It doesn't work. Why? They don't let us use water. Do you have any problems with water? No, we have
Oh,
so
we're
much we don't know
that's
what
right.
to do with
This
it.
was a
You know, it
side
comes down
tangent from
heaven,
Trump
right?
getting his
And
toilet
I,
clogged because
I
of Joe
approved all
Biden
of that,
not
the
letting
washing
him take
machines, the
monster
whole thing.
dumps.
The dishwashers, that was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes. So people, you know what they do? They keep pressing the button. So they end up doing the dishes 10 times. They end up using more water than you would have used if you did it right in the first
Okay.
place. So all of that stuff has been written off. It sounds...
Dishwashers actually have a sensor in them, right? So like the dishwasher itself will add time to its cycle. Like if the dishwasher is detecting that, like, so if, for example, if you put like you shouldn't have to technically rinse your dishes, right? And if you want to see a deep dive on dishwashers, obviously Technology Connections, that guy will tell you about any fucking household appliance, and you'll be like, wow, I didn't know that. I'm more in touch with the technology around me. Thank you, Technology Connections. But the dishwashers, if their drain is like clogged up because there's too much debris, they'll just continually run because they're trying to flush themselves to like get the debris out of the drain. So like it's able to sense like how much debris and like dirt is inside the dishwasher.
It's crazy. It's little things. The straw. I let you go back to a plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth, you know? It wasn't working. Paper wasn't working too well. So these are little things that I did. Then we have the big things. We have the biggest things. And
Wait.
that has to do with some of the subjects.
Does anyone know? Does anyone know what he means by that? Like, I understand the whole like straw shit. I don't care. I don't use a straw because I'm a fucking adult who can fucking put a drink up to my mouth and drink. Like, straws are useful in, like, when you're in a fucking car, sure. Because, like, the coffee lid, a fucking coffee lid covers your face and shit. But I have a water bottle, so. And, like, what does this mean? He fucking canceled some program that was, like, researching straws? Like, what does this mean? Was there bans in place for straws? I don't use straws, so like this is something that does not affect me. Like I literally, like the only time I'll like use a straw is if I like get a fast food drink, right, at a restaurant. And I've seen nothing has changed for my life. It's always been the same straws. So we're talking about maybe like 3 or 4 straws a year that I've seen for the past few years.
About now are the biggest because
anyone knows what he means by him bringing straws back, please let me know.
In good elections, and we're working on that next. There's some bills coming in that's going to make sure that you're a citizen, that people aren't counted in the voting when, you know, they were here and they're here as illegals and they're criminals in many cases, and they give them a count. And you end up with extra congressmen. We're going to work on that. We're going to straighten that out next. That's going to be easy compared to what we were doing.
So locally, sometimes, some certain places, you do not have to be a citizen to vote in local elections, is what he's saying.
Spend all their money on a washing
but
machine.
they now they're, because they kept saying they're giving them extra votes, and it was like,
you're stuck. You know what you do?
More about like the president.
That's it. And we solved so many
because it was around his stolen election claims.
And they weren't easy, you know. There are people that really believe in this stuff. But, you know, most states have so much water they don't know what to do with it. And look at North Carolina. I mean, they had a lot of water. And they have to get
maybe you should go to the alfalfa farmers.
So, we're very proud of the things we did, and we're going to do a lot more of them.
And look at them specifically first.
You guys in good shape.
It's Eric Bowling. How you doing, sir? Something we've talked about for, I'd say, better part of 20 years. I think it's something near and dear to your heart, energy, our energy security. Under Joe Biden, average price of oil for the 4 years was about $79 a barrel. He drained the SPR halfway down, promised to replenish it, never did.
Right.
Under you, first term, $53 average price for 4 years. Biden was $78 for 8 years. It was never refilled. The question is now it's $64 or so.
Yeah.
What
coming down rapidly.
Coming down, and what a great opportunity to fix another
Bro,
one of Joe Biden's problems.
This, when Bernie said that's a Stalinistic cult, like, this shit is also, hey Florida, weird flag. Like, what the fuck, bro? It's so bizarre. Like, how many political prisoners would we have in this country if Trump was able to arrest all the journalists that he wanted to? Like, how quickly would we have had purges if he really had all the power that he wanted?
Problems, some of the things he broke in America, giving us the energy security of an emergency SPR,
Sure.
fill it to, maybe even go beyond and fill it to 1 billion barrels this time at a much cheaper price. Thoughts on the energy sector?
So it holds 77 million barrels, and
This
we
is
had
a
it up to the
dispensary?
top, if you
Hey,
remember.
I want some
And I was proud of that, and I
marijuana.
made a deal to
Yo, you
buy
got
it at the
pills?
lowest
You got
price of oil.
aftermarket
Good deal,
pills
good
that are
instinct.
full of, like,
and we filled
junk?
it up, and when he came in, he started using it
That
to
you
keep oil prices
cannot
down
sell
because
as
he
a
blew our
supplement, so
energy
you sell it
policy
as
out.
like incense
Energy
or
is what
something,
caused
but
energy
you'll
and
say
this
that'll
bad
make my
spending is
dick
what caused
hard maximum.
inflation. So now we have no
You
inflation.
got that in here?
Gasoline just hit $1.99 today in
Nice,
5
nice.
states. $1.99,
Yes,
isn't that a nice sound? It was up to $4, and
Oh,
going up to 5,
wow,
6,
this
and
type of
7. In
stuff.
California, it was
Consumables that I'll never
$7.70.
use.
But we just hit in five
Did
states.
I end up going to take that nap like I said I was
$1.99,
going to do? I warped
and
my
it's coming
house
down
and then
to
I
that
didn't
level,
take a
so
nap,
that'll
did
be
I?
a big thing. And one of the reasons the prices and costs are going down when you go to the supermarket, because I said I was going to get costs down.
I got
We're
distracted.
getting the costs down.
It's
Food
probably
is
your
coming
fault.
down. When I came out, my first week, if you remember, I had a lunatic reporter screaming at me saying, eggs are going through the roof. What are you going to do about eggs? I said, I just got
What are you going to do about the eggs?
I had to call you. I said, look, I just got you. Tell me the problem. Well, they doubled in price, and they're going to be 5 or 6 times higher. They were right, actually. I said, let me work on it. And now we have eggs down to the same numbers it was when I first came in. You know, we lowered the cost of groceries. A simple word like that, groceries, it was like almost a strange word. I hadn't heard the word in so long, but what could be?
He's doing the I don't know what groceries are bit again. I've never bought groceries. I just say food and it comes to me. Like, Trump lives a life where, like, it's like almost like a Star Trek universe. Like, he doesn't understand that, like, food gets cooked or something or anything like that. Like, what is a grocery? They don't have servants to bring them their food? I don't understand.
Be more beautiful than the word grocery, and we have the prices way down. We have the energy
No, you don't.
way down. Energy brought the groceries down, if you want to know the truth, and you know. So we think we're going to get it lower, and we're going to fill up the national It's called the Strategic National Reserves. I had it topped out, and this guy would use them every time before the election. He'd use them whenever they had an election. It was artificial. But believe it or not, as big as that are tens and tens of millions of barrels of oil, all filled up at low prices.
He's not wrong.
But it was really meant for
I wish he would focus on
wars,
pointing shit out like
and
that more,
it
though.
wasn't meant for keeping your prices down during a holiday so that somebody could get elected. But they used it, and they didn't bring it. The only mistake you made, they didn't bring it a little down. They brought it right down to the bottom. The thing is practically empty. They never filled it up. They never spent 10 cents in filling it up. And we'll do that. When
Well,
the
it's almost
market
like
is
that's
right,
why
we'll
we
fill it up.
don't
I wanna
wanna empty
fill
the
it up when
reserves,
market's
huh?
right. Thank you. How about one more question? Okay, please, in the back.
Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here days, weeks, months?
It's not even
And
called
does
that.
that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained?
I summoned
here?
pot
When you
agrees.
say, what was the first part of
Draw
your
3
question?
additional cards to
Is
my
there a
deck.
specific
That's not what it
timeframe you
does.
expect the
It is what it
detainees
does.
Spend here days, weeks, months.
In Florida?
Yes, here
I'm
at
gonna
Alligator
spend- I'm going to
Alcatraz.
spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here.
You should
I
not
wanna-
feel
for 4
uncomfortable,
years,
or
I've
you
got
should
to be
not
in
feel
Washington, and I'm
comfortable
okay
if
with it
Ron
because I love
DeSantis
the White
is that
House.
close to you.
I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place. Nice little cottage to stay at.
It's almost like he's been
But
doing
we have,
fucking the
a lot
government
of fun,
job
and
for
I'm
a
big
while
contributor
and
as
also
well.
was
You
able
know,
to
pay a
put
lot
good
of
staff
tax.
in place who
A lot of
could
people
govern
move from New York,
effectively.
and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of
Like-
people move.
That's the thing. That's what I was going to say is with Obama, right? Like, maybe I don't want somebody competent in power. Because Joe Biden was like, it was kind of like nice to like, I don't know. Like, but like, I'm sure I would be a lot more pissed off and angry with Joe Biden if we were still in like Iraq. You know? Like, sure, like, that's the thing, like Afghanistan, right? Like you can't just keep doubling down on the occupation because like admin after admin before you has failed, right? So like here's the thing about Afghanistan. So out the jump, right? You can go look at our interview we did with the pro-Taliban guy and other stuff like that, where we talk about Karzai, which was there's two Afghan presidents during the American occupation. Karzai is the first one. Karzai is Durrani lineage, so Durrani was a Pashtun king, so like because there's still like some feudal aspects of the Afghan culture, being of Durrani lineage gives you kind of like more right to claim, right? Because it's not like you're going to have extreme voter participation, even if you're trying to have a democracy or not, you know? So like Karzai was a good choice to run the government, regardless of how democratic it was, okay? So like in Afghanistan, even like you can see it back when they had Mujahideen councils, when Hikmatyar refused to like come to the table to work inside a council, right? So like Afghan politics have long been this diplomatic thing where you actually fucking sit down with people that you're fighting and like discuss shits, even if it doesn't have progress. Hikmatyar wouldn't even show up to those. So from the start, Karzai had a policy that we need to be fucking having sit-downs with the Taliban. Haqqani was also open to having these types of meetings with the Karzai admin. And they did happen a few times, right? And when these meetings started happening, the U.S. got real sour on him, right? So Karzai leaves, right? He still runs in future elections, right? But you have Ashraf Ghani come in. Ashraf Ghani is literally a fucking meme. Like, there are no Ashraf Ghani supporters. That's how I can tell you Afghanistan was definitely not a democracy. Alright? So, the opposition to Ashraf Ghani was Abdullah. Right. So, Abdullah is, in the Afghan political spectrum, you could say he's to the left of Karzai. Okay? He is from the Northern Alliance faction, the Tajik majority faction, which would be the Taliban's main opposition, right, is the Massoud-run Northern Alliance. But this guy was an extremely forward person who understood that the war had to come to an end. The U.S. was going to leave, and if there was not institutions put in place right now with the Taliban would take everything. Guy was right from the start. I was pushing from him for the whole time, but it's funny because then like anyone, I'll talk to anyone, like basically anyone from Pakistan that hate him because they're more on the like pro-Talib side of things. So they see like a different type of information pattern. But like this guy, you can go to the Museum of Jihad, which honestly, I would be so pumped to go to the Museum of Jihad in person. I don't know if it's still around since the Taliban takeover. See if we can get like a virtual tour. Okay, so this is such a fucking cool place. So this museum was built by come on. He's right here. This is him right here. This is the guy who built it right here. He's actually, so I'm blanking on his name, but he actually and I should fucking hang on. Let me switch to make sure I have the right. Oh, it is right up. So let me hide this for a second. So for I know it's Khan something, not Imran Khan, right? So he's actually the first. They're the first guys who rise up to fight the Soviets. Kind of. I don't just understand that I'm generalizing, so we don't sit here all day. Okay, so he's like the first armed resistance, I should say, to rise up, and so they do an attack on the Soviets, right? Which is, that's what the showing in the museum here. They go in and they do this ambush on them. Let's see, it's all like replica vehicles with matte paintings in the background. Right, so when you come up the stairs and all the Mujahideen are gathered together in council as you go upstairs. So like all the famous fighters are here, and also then they have portraits for all the fighters who fought the Soviets. So this is where the picture you most often see for Mullah Omar comes from. It's like him as a young man. See, here's this is actually this picture here too. This is Muhammad Nabi Muhammad here. Like this is the picture you'll see him be used for him a lot too. So like a lot of the pictures of these guys, Masood's back here. So a lot of these guys, they'll use their actual museum picture. And this guy basically built the whole thing with his own money. I mean, he's a warlord, so. And then like outside, there's like more military vehicles and stuff. You got, tons of like RPGs. Look at that. National and Epic Museum of the Afghan People. But this guy, he was backed by the initial attack. He's on the border with Iran, so it's widely believed that Iran helped back them to take this attack. And I want to say also, Robani was involved in this first attack along with him, but I'm not sure. And so this guy was one of the guys who was saying he was going to stand up to the Taliban and basically he that didn't last long, and he's now in Iran because he's always been pretty friendly with Iran because their city or their province is the main province that borders Iran, so it's where you will have the most Iranian influence. But yeah, anyway. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yeah. Anyway, what I was saying, the side tangent before that side tangent, is that Karzai and Abdullah were the guys who were running against Ghani when the elections happened before the fall, right? And like Trump going in and negotiating with the Taliban the way he did really hurt the pullout out of Afghanistan. But that negotiation, like that was pushed by Abdullah. Like that was his policy. That's why like Ghani wanted to cry about being snuffed because they like that was Abdullah's, like that was his whole policy and mission was to fucking get this fucking basically a fucking amnesty that integrated the Taliban into the Afghan state because the Taliban had every right to be part of the Afghan state. It's the de-Baathification as well was like a horrific policy, but like, you know, like why I don't like if the Baath party stayed in existence, right? It might be an interesting dynamic today where the Iraqi politics, the two party sides would be the fucking Baathist and the pro-Iran side. That might be interesting. But, like, that policy was bad. People blame that policy for, like, you know, like, basically upstarting the civil unrest in Iraq. And, like, it unemployed so many people that it allowed these militant groups to fund those people. Those people needed to eat, so... And, but nobody ever says this about the Taliban in Afghanistan. Like, the Taliban came to power because Mullah Omar, who's also of Durrani lineage, and a, like, leader of, I want to say he's the leader of a Sufi order. And there's many of those in Afghanistan. So he has like two things going for him already. And then he's also pushing an Islamic state as a solution to the chaos that has plagued the country for the last few years. So like they had support coming in there. They didn't just take it by force. The people came to them by force. But ISIS had this effect too. ISIS had a very quick growth and then fell apart. But if they like were listening to Karzai from the start, we would have started this integration process no later than 2006, maybe 2004, and Afghanistan would be a free country today. So that's the issue as well. Is like, how long are you going to stay in Afghanistan to fix the issue? And then how many people are you going to have in place that aren't going to fuck it up more again? So, hopefully, there's, like, no reason to really be involved with Afghanistan, right? Like, hopefully it can start righting itself, like it actually was under the Taliban the first time, as fucked up as that is to say. You know, like, I would like similar things with South Sudan. South Sudan can sign into this fucking, all this infrastructure development coming into the east of Africa. They have access to oil. but there's so many automatic weapons still in the country that, like, and there's no economy. So, like, they need to run out of bullets for things to start going forward or something. But, like, the last thing Sudan would need would be an occupation government. Like, I mean, they kind of were under an occupation government. That's why they're South Sudan and not Sudan now.
To Florida from New York, and it was for a lot of reasons, but one of them was taxes. The taxes are so high in New York, they're leaving. I don't know what New York's going to do about that, because
No, they're
some of the
not.
biggest, wealthiest people and some of the people that pay
No.
the most taxes of any people anywhere in the world, for that matter, they're moving to Florida.
Bro
and other
wishes he
places.
could be in New York still.
So we're going to have to help some of these states out.
Grabbed
I think.
too many
But
women,
thank you
got
very
kicked
much.
out
I'll
of
be
New
as
York.
much as I can. Very nice question. With that, I'd like to just end by saying I want to thank Ron and James and all of the people that have done such a great job, all of your staff. Really fantastic work. And it really started with site selection. You can do a great job, but if you have the wrong site in real estate, you have the wrong site, you're dead. And this was a great site selection, despite what you may read in the environmental press. Good job. And this was an honor for Christy and myself and Steve and all of our people to be here.
Oh,
And
sick. I can get
I
all
also
this
appreciate the
protein powder.
media. They've treated us very fairly
I'm
over
gonna
the
be able to
last
lift
few weeks.
so
I've been
much.
treated very nicely.
If you
And
do a
it's so unusual.
if you
I'm
do a
not
body
used to it,
build,
but we've gotten
do you have to
great
care about your
accolades. Brian, I
protein
wanna
powders?
Thank you for calling out, because I was waiting here. Because I knew the
I
vote
still
was
haven't went
taking
to
place
take
and
my
I'm
nap
answering
to get my
questions.
XP
So
boost, and you
I
want me
wanna
to
thank you
manage
very much
fucking
and say hello to
consumable
our
buffs
friend.
on top of
And
that?
I will see a lot of you. Thank you very much. We're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There may be. I mean, I think what we're doing is, because this is an important part of Florida, we're using the existing footprint of this airport. So when you guys go over there, you'll see all the beds, the medical, the galley, everything is on the concrete.
I set it up
We're
just
not
like how we
using
had it
any
at
of the
Gitmo
stuff.
when I was
Now,
there.
You see, there's a lot of concrete, so there very well may be. I know Secretary Noem and her.
So, like, I obviously had seen stuff about this, but, like, I try to, like, go through the news on air. Right? Like, at least for this stuff, you know? Like, obviously, like, when there was the fucking, there was some, like, the fucking shit popping off in the Shahal, like, another, I forget, it wasn't Biafran group, but there were a Tuareg group that was, popping off. Like, I didn't learn that from stream. I had to learn that ahead of time. So there's certain things that, like, obviously, like, I'm looking at. But when it comes to, like, the fucking clusterfuck of American politics and shit, all I saw was... I thought alligator alcatraz was a meme at first. And then when I saw the Benny Johnson wearing a hat, I was like, oh, this is a real thing. And then I thought this was a plan where they were going to fucking... basically put alligators to stop immigrants from coming in. They're gonna fucking put a bunch of gators in the water. So that's literally what I thought they were gonna do, because that is something they would do. So, like, I didn't know it was an actual, like, prison site until, like, I saw the beds and shit a little bit before I started streaming, and I was like, wow, that literally looks like Gitmo. And then it didn't click for me that it was in Florida and Ron DeSantis was involved until, like, I started streaming. And the fact that it's like a Gitmo-esque facility and Ron DeSantis is involved. Like, he has more experience here than he has in politics.
Our team have said as soon as the president departs, we'll be open to
Yeah,
start
just
receiving
remember,
votes.
that
And so
tough
we'll
guy,
see what the tempo
imagine
is.
him being your torturer.
You like that? You better tell me what I want to know, Buster. Is exciting about this is we're offering up our
You're gonna get the cables again.
folks in Florida to be deputized to be immigration judges. We're working with the
What?
Department of Justice for the approvals. I'm sure Cam will approve. But then I'll have a National Guard judge advocate here. Someone has a notice to appear. Biden would tell them to come back in 3 years and appear. Now you'll be able to appear in like a day or two, so they're not going to be detained hopefully for all that long. We'll have people here in this facility that can make, it's a bureaucracy. The president's got to deal with the bureaucracy. Now that Supreme Court ruling was good because that's going to allow him to be able to exercise Article 2 the way founders intended, but you still have bureaucracy. So we want to cut through that so that we have an efficient operation between Florida and DHS to get the removal of these illegal.
I think it's pretty important that we highlight what's going on in South Florida right now because there seems to be some resistance to calling this what it is, which is the United States of America constructing a concentration camp. And I know, that is some pretty intense...
It's a Gitmo camp, okay? Like, the camps at Gitmo were built very quickly by the, military corps. Like they were cages outside for a hot minute where prisoners could put their dick into a pipe to piss into a pipe. Yeah, that was their toilet. To shit, good luck. There was a bucket that would go around. Just like in El Salvador. That is a Gitmo camp. That is how they built camps at Gitmo. That is a black site. That is how, that looks like a fucking CIA prison. It doesn't look like a concentration camp. Right? I think both are bad. for starters. But, it's a different kind of bad. Just like how Nazis and fascists, they're a little bit different. Both should delete themselves from the census.
Language to be tossing around with horrific connotations. But honestly, what else can you call it? I mean, they're using the name alligator Alcatraz, which is pretty damn horrifying in its own right. But this so-called detention center is, I'm sorry, by definition, a concentration camp that is being built right now in the United States, in my home state.
But the next one's
and it's
going
not
to be
only
called
being
a
cheered
camp.
on by half the
That was
government
what
and
I
presumably
heard.
a decent portion of the population.
The next time.
Security is amazing, but
it's going to be a camp.
Natural and otherwise.
But they are gleefully selling merchandise that bears the name of this center on it. It is unbelievable. I mean, I'm going to be as clear as possible here. The words that the actual U.S. government and elected officials are using when referring to this center in the Florida Everglades are even worse than the term I used that made all of you immediately uncomfortable. And there are plenty of implications or stated intentions that go well beyond the cruelty we've already seen in the past few months.
So let's start with the basics here. The so-called alligator Alcatraz was jokingly pitched by members of the GOP as inescapable because of the wildlife that surrounds the location, meaning it's part of the threat to anyone being sent there that they could be eaten alive by alligators or pythons if they tried to escape, or if they just happened to be outside at all.
Yeah.
Alligators and pythons, not to mention all the other deadly animals that inhabit the area, are so common in Florida that they frequently show up in people's pools, on their front doorsteps, walking along golf courses, literally anywhere. And now a makeshift prison camp is being built in one of the most highly concentrated areas of wildlife in the entire state. It's not just a threat, it really seems like something they really hope will happen.
Yeah,
it would be a shame to build alligator Alcatraz and not have at least a few of these people torn apart by alligators.
They seem to be really excited about it because they reference it often. And not to mention,
They'd be doing that.
The Department of Homeland Security is hosting AI.
As soon as I figured it was like they were pro people being eaten by alligators. That's all I thought it was, is that we want migrants to be eaten by alligators when they try to cross through rivers and shit. So,
images of alligators wearing ice hats. It's gross.
So when the idea for this camp was pitched by Florida's Attorney General James Uthmeyer a few weeks back, he used these threats as a way to entice the federal government to greenlight this project, alongside some B-roll and attempts at manly posturing, and of course, a butt rock soundtrack to go along with it.
General James Uthmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier training facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Alligator Alcatraz. You don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Yeah.
We live in a Paul Verhoeven movie.
Yeah, yes. Like, what was it last week when I referenced that eventually they're going to make mandatory service for citizenship? Like, that's literally out of Starship Troopers.
Yeah, and the problem is, like, half the country thinks that's cool, actually. And,
Yeah.
And does not recognize that they're making fun of you.
Yeah, well, apparently the Trump administration and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, they loved the brutality of this idea, and they decided to go ahead with plans to bring alligator alcatraz to life. And not only is it horrific and inhumane, it's also pointlessly expensive and environmentally disastrous. But that almost seems quaint in the face of the abject cruelty that it represents. Now, there are a few things that I'm going to point out, having grown up in Florida, that I haven't seen other news outlets mention, and we'll get to those in a second, but here's CBS News from last week when the project was officially approved by the administration. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said Monday the federal government will fund an effort by Florida to set up immigration detention centers, which include a proposed site in the Everglades that state officials have dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. Noem said the detention facilities in Florida will be funded in large part by the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Shelter and Services Program, an initiative created by Congress to support groups and cities receiving migrants and asylum seekers released from federal custody along the U.S.-Mexico border. Under President Trump's leadership, we are working at turbo speed on cost-effective and innovative ways to deliver on the American people's mandate for mass deportations of criminal illegal aliens, Noem said in a statement to CBS News. We will expand facilities and bed space in just days.
My favorite part about the way they say it's like criminal illegal aliens is recognizing that the word illegal alien is not actually talking about a crime.
Thanks to our partnership with Florida.
Okay, so right out the gate, this project is immediately offensive. They're using FEMA funds to build and maintain this camp. And not just that, FEMA funds that were intended to help migrants and asylum seekers who came to the US
the same right-wingers who are constantly saying
in their home
it's a FEMA death camp. They're trying. The government's going to exterminate us. They're like, hell yeah, this is a FEMA death camp. We're going to exterminate them. So it kind of leads me to the conclusion that these people were so paranoid about these fucking FEMA death camps is because they actually wanted them? What's heal on console? That's grenade. Up on the D-pad? Of course. Anyway. The AG told us to call himself General. Oh my god, I missed that.
On a much larger budget, Republicans took issue with last year, as if it were stealing funds away from people affected by natural disasters. Real Americans.
Yeah, now they're not so upset about it, and they're also not upset because before it was helping migrants and asylum seekers, and now it's punishing them.
Yeah, they like that better. So, yeah, it's being repurposed to build prison camps in South Florida. But back to the article. On Monday, Florida Attorney General James Oathmeyer announced the federal government had approved the state.
Like, obviously, just because we can see these camps, they're more attuned to being a prison camp than a black site. But like an airstrip in the middle of nowhere with a detention facility, this is what a black site is. These are public black sites, basically. They're way closer to a black site than a prison camp. And I find that, like, as somebody who's just like really fucking like done a lot of work to find where these camps exist and expose the CIA and shit, it really fucking bothers me. It really bothers me a lot that I'm seeing these same types of camps just oh, we got a random airstrip in the middle of nowhere where we don't have to worry about people escaping. Like, did they also build it out of shipping containers? Please tell me they built it out of shipping containers. I wonder who they learned that from.
plan to build Alligator, Alcatraz, and other facilities that he said could collectively house as many as 5,000 detainees. He said the facilities could start receiving detainees early next month, calling them temporary. There's really nowhere to go.
They
You're
said
housed
Guantanamo
there,
is
you're detained
temporary.
there, there's
Don't forget
no way
this.
In, no way out, Uthmeier said in an interview with conservative
That's why they
commentator
justified
Benny Johnson,
literally keeping people in
describing
cages
the Alligator
outside.
Alcatraz facility.
Great. So how much is this
Cuba.
ultra cost-effective and totally normal prison camp where migrants and anyone else the administration deems illegal, where all they'll be concentrated into one large group? How much is it gonna cost? Well, it is a total steal at just $450 million a year. And if you are opposed to that or the very existence of this camp, well, too late. It's already under construction, and Ron DeSantis, looking very top-heavy as he does, is already downright giddy about the project while talking to Fox News on a recent tour of the upcoming facility.
You're
actually
surrounded by
gators
and pythons. So this is as secure as it gets. I mean, if a criminal alien were to escape from here somehow, and I don't think they will,
pistol,
you've got nowhere to go. I mean, what are you going to do? Trudge through the swamp and dodge alligators on the way back to 50, 60 miles just to get to civilization? Not going to happen.
And the Department of Homeland Security, as we said, already making jokes about alligator ICE agents thanks to the power of AI on their social media accounts. It is wild that this form of fascism is completely represented, at least visually, by artificial intelligence.
Well, it's time's a flat circle. I mean, you'll find that you go back to the original fascist period, and their aesthetics, their taste in art was just very, very bad taste, poor taste. And here we have just the most tasteless fucking garbage imaginable, and they're lapping that shit up. They love it.
The implication that they keep promoting, and especially with this image, is they have honestly a kind of a desire for alligators to eat human beings.
Yeah, no, they want it to
'Cause I
happen.
did quick
They
save
might just
before I
make
went
it
in here.
happen and say, whoops.
Uh-oh.
Well,
awesome.
At least those alligators were there to
that
do
a
the
system
thing we
access
wanted
point?
them to do all along.
And the thing that we've been projecting that about for weeks now. I mean, it's honestly shocking how inhumane and dark all this is. But it's not just DeSantis and Kristi Noem who are eager to get this facility open. Trump himself is making the trip to christen the camps and presumably somehow thank God for them while giving credit to the Lord above for their speedy construction. His visit's supposed to take place on Tuesday after this video goes up, and I can't even imagine the speech or what the photo ops are going to look like.
Up from here. Okay.
And just, I mean, recently when he was thanking God about the strikes in
God,
Iran,
God.
It's like
big shout out to God.
That's how he said it.
Anyways, here's ABC
God.
News with a slight preview based on statements from White House press secretary and noted Christian Carolyn Levitt.
She's got that big cross. President Donald Trump will travel to the new Alligator Alcatraz Migrant Detention Center in Florida's Everglades on Tuesday. Levitt said Trump's visit will be a chance for the president to tout the funding for more detention facilities and efforts to enact Trump's mass
and they also
deportation
said the
policy
next one
that are in his
will
mega
be
bill
a
that the
camp.
Senate could vote on Tuesday before sending to the House before Trump's 4th of July deadline. I mean, yeah, we'll get to the latest on that big, stupid bill in a minute, but the reporting continues. I think his trip to this detention facility actually underscores the need to pass the one big, beautiful bill, because we need more detention facilities across the country.
Long live
Levitt said.
Stalin.
When asked about the remote and dangerous location, Levitt said that it was a feature of the facility to help prevent detainees from escaping. Well, look, when you have illegal murderers
I got all
and
three for one.
rapists and heinous criminals in a detention facility surrounded by alligators, yes, I do think that's a deterrent for them to try to escape, she said. And I mean, they're still trotting that line out, even though, like, it's very clear at this point, they're just fucking pulling people out of the Home Depot parking lot, car wash workers,
backs of restaurants,
like dishwashers, like. If they had a single fucking actual heinous criminal on their hands, we'd never hear the end of it.
Didn't you hear about the guy who tried to eat
It is very
people?
interesting,
especially when you're talking about thousands.
They arrested
of
a
people,
cannibal.
especially the quota of 3,000 a day, and the apparent capacity of this place to have 5,000.
Yeah.
Is when you see the numbers of people that they've detained
5,000
already,
rapists and murderers,
and how many of those people are either U.S. citizens or have done no crimes. It is shocking what's going to happen.
And it is also wild, like, I mean, this is Florida we're talking about. A lot of, they already have criminals, natural-born criminals. And the idea of putting them in a fucking Everglades death trap has never come up. But the second we're, like, doing mass deportations of fucking grandmas, then it's time to build this fucking Bond villain-ass shit.
It's all, but, like, the speed at which they've successfully dehumanized these human beings to their constituents is, I can't believe it. I'm just shocked.
I mean, they were pretty primed for it, I'd
Yeah.
say.
Considering that
Anyway,
they're
there were
already
protests this past
racist.
weekend, and while people were concerned about the treatment of the human beings who will be housed in there, most were concerned about the environmental impact, which, okay, I mean, sure, I guess, if that's the only true legal recourse that we have here, fine then, sue the government for violating the Endangered Species Act.
I hope it works.
But we need to keep in mind that despite the constant insistence from people like Trump, Kristi Noem, and Stephen Miller that agents are only detaining hardcore criminals who have committed horrific crimes, the truth, the very obvious truth, is that ICE agents have been and continue to raid soft targets like farms, restaurants, construction sites, home improvement stores, etc., because it's the easiest way for them to meet the unattainable quotas that have been demanded by Stephen Miller.
Yeah. I mean, Stephen Miller, like a month ago at this point, was like, why aren't we raiding 7-Elevens and Home Depots? Like, he just said it out loud.
And that's what kicked off the LA shit that continues to this day.
Yeah, but allow me to return to the point I was going to make. It really seems like a lot of coverage, aside from really glossing over the fact that they're building what could be referred to as a concentration camp in Florida.
Or a
And while
fucking public
constantly
black
repeating
site.
the direct threats of death by wildlife that
A
await
gray
any prisoners
site,
who dare escape,
if you will,
or just simply go outside at all in an area they're unfamiliar with, where wildlife outnumbers everyone 101, people really seem to be forgetting that Florida's weather is much deadlier than alligators and snakes.
That was the issue with Guantanamo.
People die from the oppressive heat and humidity all the time. And we simply have to assume that the living conditions for these human beings will not be sufficient for them to maintain a healthy body temperature. They'll have little to no relief from the punishing conditions that are made even worse by the swamp surrounding them and the lack of tree cover. It's going to be, this is happening in the middle of summer. It's going to be blisteringly hot, disgustingly humid. It's a recipe for disaster. People have already died in ICE custody. One of them happened just this past week in, of all places, Florida. And the victim was a 49-year-old Canadian citizen and lawful permanent resident of the United States for 30 years. He was convicted of drug trafficking a few years back, but then was detained by ICE in May at his probation office. Now he's dead. And as of when we filmed this, the investigation is still ongoing. He was the 10th person this year to die in ICE custody that we know of. But aside from the heat that these prisoners will be facing, these temporary detention centers will be absolutely no match for just one fucking hurricane. They're in a state that gets hit with multiple hurricanes every year, and hurricanes that cause tornadoes, and hurricanes that have winds, sustainable winds that could just blow these temporary housing units away.
It's about to really kick off.
And flood the area. Hurricanes destroy even the most well-maintained modern buildings.
So, what? One takes waist up and the other's on booty duty?
No, she's with one body Monday through Wednesday and the other Wednesday through Sunday. Bitch.
Whatever. Oh, and if another one of you pops up, I don't mind beating a third ass.
You got a sharp tongue, no doubt about it. Let's see how that helps you when fists start flying. So, can we get started?
Show me what you got.
I give up.
How do you think people and
Had enough
temporary
like your
housing will
brother,
fare in
hungry
the
for more?
Everglades with little to no access to emergency resources and seemingly no plan to evacuate potentially thousands of people? And again, that's just the wind damage. The flooding will be catastrophic, and that'll bring those deadly animals face to face with the people being housed there. The whole idea is fucking doomed, and I cannot help but wonder if the people in charge have even anticipated this, or if it's just part of the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, will they absolve themselves of guilt because of an act of God? I mean, I hope for everyone's sake that this doesn't happen. I hope that I'm wrong. I would love to be overly alarmist about this, but I can't stop thinking about the end result of a temporary prison in the Everglades during extreme weather. It's haunting.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've considered all outcomes, and
Well,
if you start from the position of these aren't human beings, then it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. If they die, they die.
They're also doing themselves a favor by getting rid of hurricane forecasting in the National Weather Service. So
Yeah, I mean,
we had it came out of nowhere.
God doesn't want us to know the minute and the hour of our death.
Yeah.
That's cheating.
That's right.
We need to be caught unawares by hurricanes. But anyway, to pivot away from the horrors and back just towards the other horror, Kristi Noem, one of the architects of this madness, we should mention that she's also facing some pretty substantial accusations of stealing from a nonprofit that was meant to fund her political career, nearly doubling her reported annual salary back when she was governor of South Dakota.
Whoopsie.
You're telling me this fucking psychopathic demon has also committed some financial malfeasance? I don't know about that. Say it ain't so. Here's ProPublica with more. In 2023, Kristi Noem supplemented her income by secretly accepting a cut of the money she raised for a nonprofit that promotes her political career, tax records show. In what experts described as a highly unusual arrangement, the nonprofit routed funds to a personal company of Noem's that had recently been established in Delaware.
Classic.
The payment totaled $80,000 that year, a significant boost to her roughly $130,000 government
What a
salary.
weird fucking
Since the
turn.
nonprofit is a so-called dark money group, one that's not required to disclose the names of its donors, the original source of the money remains unknown.
Whoops.
Noem then failed to disclose the $80,000 payment to the public.
Oh, I forgot about it.
After President Donald Trump selected Noem to be his secretary
I
of the
just
Department
did
of
an
Homeland
oopsie.
Security, she had to release a detailed accounting of her assets and sources of income from 2023 on. She did
Man.
not include the income
When
from
you
the
girl
dark money
boss
group
too
on her
hard.
disclosure form, which experts called a likely violation of federal ethics requirements.
But speaking of being on the hook for a whole lot of money, looks like our governor, Gavin Newsom, has figured out a quick fix for balancing some of that California budget, and it includes a defamation lawsuit against Fox News for nearly $1 billion.
Okay.
Actually, his lawsuit against Fox News is for the very specific sum of $787 million. And if that sounds familiar, that's because it's the amount that Fox had to pay Dominion Voting Systems after multiple on-air hosts publicly defamed that company in the wake
I
of the
love that he's
2020
just being a
presidential
catty
election.
bitch.
Yeah, it's a spiteful lawsuit from a petty bitch, but he is our petty bitch.
Yeah.
And it has the potential to further sink Fox News back into the hole that it crawled out of. And it seems like he's got a decent case. And at the very least, he's drawing attention to the fact that, they will, but Republicans can't really call him out on it because Donald Trump's been doing this.
Yeah, he's
for the past year.
Literally the same fucking thing.
These guys don't watch
Like
much
CBS,
Depressed Ginger.
Just threatening.
Depressed
any
Ginger was so
email,
fucking upset about this.
Defames him. Anyway, here's Politico.
Being
The
like, it's
California
different than
governor
Trump's,
accused Fox
because
News of
Trump's is
defamation in a
actually
lawsuit
something that I
Friday morning,
like.
alleging the network should fork over $787 million after host Jesse Waters claimed Newsom lied about his phone calls with Trump, who ordered National Guard troops to Los Angeles this month. Newsom's lawyers argue Waters' program misleadingly edited a video of Trump to support the claim.
If Fox News wants to lie to the American people on Donald Trump's behalf, it should face consequences, just like it did in the Dominion case, Newsom told Politico in a statement. Until Fox is willing to be truthful, I will keep fighting against their propaganda machine. Fox News, in a statement, said, Governor Newsom's transparent publicity stunt is frivolous and designed to chill free speech critical of him. We will defend this case vigorously and look forward to it being dismissed. Newsom is suing in his personal capacity and has agreed to pay any possible fines or penalties from his campaign account, aides said. Any proceeds from the case to Newsom would be disseminated to anti-Trump causes. And they also add that, of course, Newsom's suit echoes Trump's own lawsuits against major news networks like ABC and CBS. So he's basically doing a two can play at this game thing. And his lawyers have stated that he is, quote, prepared to drop the lawsuit if Fox retracts its claims and Waters apologizes to him on air.
Sure.
I mean, they did. It wasn't like a this is chilling free speech thing. Jesse Waters, intentionally or not, got information wrong that painted a conversation between our governor and the president of the United States in a different light when the president was demanding that National Guard troops go to one of America's biggest cities. It's a pretty big issue.
Yeah. All right. But anyway, we know you're thinking to yourself, how do we get in on this action? Where's my money? Surely there's a place to bet on this lawsuit because these days, wow, everything's gambling. And while we're sure there's probably a way to bet on this and anything else, really, we know for damn sure that you can bet on video games.
That's right.
In fact, the industry is in such a bad shape that when large companies aren't taking direct investments from Saudi Arabia, they are selling out their young, impressionable fan base to predatory gambling companies. It's pretty weird when you see the gambling odds and certain bets on literally every piece of sports media these days, but it's honestly kind of shocking that one of the largest gaming companies is now getting in on the action.
Yeah.
Riot Games has announced that they're going to dip their toes into the gambling business. But they're promising to, they're going to do it the right way. They're going to somehow ensure that kids don't develop a crippling gambling addiction along the way, even though pretty much all of Gen Z and below have barely known a world without loot boxes. Still, this is a recession indicator if we've ever seen one.
Yeah, the esports has finally gone into we're not only accepting gambling because it's already been happening, we're kind of endorsing it by doing it through official channels.
Yeah, I mean, like,
so that we can get a cut.
I don't look at Twitch that often. I don't look at really TikTok that often. I'm kind of culturally more and more cut off with each passing day. But when I do catch glimpses of like the wider culture and I see how many fucking steak ads are on literally fucking everything, I find it very strange.
Yeah. Well, here's PC Gamer with more.
Riot Games believes that building the future of esports means investing in a sustainable ecosystem, not just for today, but for the long run. Riot's president of publishing and esports, John Needham, said today, and that's why the studio has decided to open the door to betting sponsorship opportunities for Tier 1 League of Legends and Valorant teams in the US and EMEA. We know sports betting isn't for everyone, and that some fans have strong feelings about it. And we respect that, Needham wrote in today's announcement. However, however, the reality is that betting activity already exists around our sports and will continue whether we engage with it or not. So after all, why shouldn't we?
Why shouldn't we? Yeah. Like I said, they want to get in on some of the action. Where's Daddy's cut?
Why should we leave money on the table? You freaks already have crippling gambling addictions.
Yeah. It is much more detrimental to gaming in general that it's being endorsed by one of the biggest companies, and others will follow suit if they haven't already. But like specifically games like League of Legends, like that is a game for. I know it's a professional esport, but like kids play that game.
It's so funny. Like 5 years ago or whatever. Before, it was maybe even longer than that.
Yeah, COVID's a time warp.
But like, yeah, I used to be like, yeah, it is kind of silly that you can't like put a bet down on a sports game. Like, come on, guys. And now I'm like, I am this shit. You see, in theory, it works one way. In practice, it turns out, it's a nation of Smeagol's, and they can't be trusted with this shit.
Yeah, we've seen in the most American way possible, the most capitalist way possible, from the second that regulations were pulled back even slightly on gambling, how fast it has worked its way into every aspect of entertainment.
Yeah,
ESPN is just it's more of a gambling channel now than a sports channel. It constantly is just odds on the screen and commentary about those odds.
Yeah, no, like if you are a gambling addict, even if you have your shit under control and you've sought the proper therapy and whatnot, you can't really interact with large chunks of the wider pop culture anymore because you're constantly being triggered about like gambling in
There's-
places you previously were not.
Even on Instagram, like all the old, meme accounts and accounts that are doing like really just kind of like boring whatever content, like say for instance, like a account that posts like historic videos.
Yeah.
They all, like a lot of them that are on like the reels or that go viral have the like powered by steak logo on it. For what? You're showing a video of fucking like Albert Einstein.
That's what I've noticed recently, and I find it very strange. Like, they're not even shouting it out. It's just like a constant reminder. Hey, you could be gambling right now.
Yeah, right now you can be
It's
gambling
fucking
because
weird.
we bought every account on Instagram and put our logo on every piece of content that you see constantly.
Yeah, we can't be trusted with this shit.
No.
It's like, it's really bad.
That's why Vegas was perfect.
Yeah.
You gotta leave most of the time. You gotta go there to gamble. It's like you had Vegas and Atlantic City, and like people still fuck their lives up all the time, but at least you had to go somewhere and you had to leave.
Yeah.
Now it's like, dude, in your fucking pocket, you could lose your life.
Also, it was one of the only cool things we've ever done for Native Americans to say, hey, we're gonna let you exploit us this time.
Yeah.
And now it's not special anymore.
love that
in
a cop
Florida,
just
though,
walked
the
by there.
Seminole tribe does
This
run the
massacred
only
them.
legal
It's so funny
sports
that
betting app.
if you're a gang affiliate,
For them, I guess.
it's just
'Cause I think
legal
they
to
own,
kill you
like,
on the
Hard Rock
street.
outright now. Like they own all of Hard Rock.
Oh, hey, they're doing great. Anyway, the riot guy, he goes on to say that the teams were the ones requesting it, actually. They kept being like, hey, everyone wants to gamble. Please, will you please let them gamble?
Yeah, the Uber Eats orders are getting out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, the gaming industry has been dying a slow death since COVID. I guess the Saudi money, along with the dedicated gaming district in the country, wasn't enough. The reporting continues, there sure does seem to be a lot of money on the table. Needham cited figures provided by sports technology company Sportradar, saying the total betting turnover on League of Legends and Valorant esports hit $10.7 billion worldwide in 2024. But 70% of betting across all sports, not just esports, is made in unregulated markets with unlicensed bookies. And Riot figures it's better for all involved if it moves to allow betting sponsorships thoughtfully, carefully, and with the right protections.
Wow. This
I
is
like
going
how
to
she
be so
manually closes
outrageously
her eyes.
corrupt, especially when gamers these days are nowhere close to pulling the same level of income as athletes in other sports. They're going to have a large incentive to fucking throw games.
3 hours of sleep, good for another
Yeah, I mean,
20
why keep-
hours.
these
She's
are
just
like
like me for real.
Yeah, and you have like what, 5 years as a professional gamer before like your hand-eye coordination starts to fade a little bit. Like, it's gonna be corrupt as fuck. Plus, people are fucking psychopaths. Not to like bring the reality of the situation in here, but it is a harsh reality that when you bring money, especially this much money into something, violence can follow. And as people have pointed out online, there are far less protections for these ETH elites.
Yeah, this is a phenomenon right now. I mean, with all sports, but like especially college sports. You have these guys who are like 19 years old, and you know they used to like be able to read about themselves on the internet without just 90% of it being like 60-year-olds yelling at them
Or
for,
death
like,
threats.
Like, I placed this prop bet on you, and you fucking, I'm gonna kill you. You blew it.
Yeah, like
for me.
like college athletes and gamers, it's like they're way more accessible than other professional athletes. Like this, it's fucking scary.
It adds a very scary like parasocial layer to what's already a pretty parasocial sort of arrangement.
It's a horrible idea all around, and we are aware that gambling is totally inescapable these days when it comes to sports in general. It just kind of sucks that it's come to this, but maybe if you have to allow gambling for your sport to even survive, it shouldn't exist in its current capacity, and you should scale it back a bit. I don't know, but it's not just gambling that's inescapable thanks to technology these days. Sorry, folks, especially the fellas. You've all been replaced by robots.
Oh yeah.
Yep,
Time's up, boys.
The prophecy was foretold, and as we can all see by looking around at society, it has come true. Women are only having sex with robots right now in the year of our Lord 2025.
Yeah, they warned us. They gave us almost a decade heads up.
That's right.
And we all had it on our calendars.
It just really crept up on me.
Yeah, it did.
Another COVID time warp.
So obviously, it's not actually true that women are only having sex with robots, at least not in the humanoid robot sense.
Yeah.
But according to a post from British tabloid The Sun nearly 10 years ago, the time has officially come. And as of June 30th, we have all been replaced by large robot lovers who know how to please a woman.
That's right.
Here's that post from back in June of 2016. Revealed, women will be having more sex with robots than men by 2025.
Damn, the
Wow,
modern
it's
day
almost like we
Nostradamus
already
over
have
there
like
at the
clit
Sun
suction
nailed
and
it
stuff.
again.
So let us know in the comments if you've been replaced by the Tesla bot when it comes to lovemaking, or if you're the brave 10% of women who watch this show and still make love to human beings instead.
Or let us know about your fully autonomous robot boyfriends in the comments below. You know, the Sun was like, robots are going to be having more sex with women than men in 2025, but they failed to consider that it was actually just Elon Musk dressed up like the Tesla bot that was having sex with all of the women in the world and spreading his seed around, like Genghis Khan.
They think they're pregnant with cyborgs.
No, that's an Elon Musk baby.
Yeah. And he will not be giving you money.
No, sir. All right, I hope that was a dumb enough story to bridge the gap between an ad read and the second half of the show, because I know it started out real fucking dark.
Yeah.
We do have news coming up about the big dumb bill, as well as an absolutely legendary rake-stepping situation over at the BBC involving their coverage of Glastonbury. But first, if you really want to hear whatever music that you want without the BBC deciding what, raycon.com/.
Dog shit.
All right, back to the news now. And while Trump's big, stupid bill that adds trillions of dollars to the deficit while also robbing from the poorest and most vulnerable Americans is currently being voted on and debated in the Senate, at least one of the most offensive provisions has been dropped from the bill.
Yeah.
We're talking about the provision to sell millions of acres of public land across the country, which was added to the so-called Big Beautiful Bill by none other than based Mike Lee of Utah. That's the same guy who, just 2 weeks ago, joked about the assassinations of a Minnesota politician, his wife, and his dog. Those folks were actually laid to rest over the weekend, and the funeral was notably not attended by the president.
Which is very strange.
Yeah, but I think everyone there was probably wouldn't have wanted him there anyway.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we still have not heard an update. It sounds like he, to this day, never called anyone in Minnesota to even express his condolences.
Doesn't care at all.
But anyway, back to the bill. The now canceled provision would have required the Bureau of Land Management to sell as much as 1.225 million acres of public property in 11 western states. Proponents had argued that the region has a severe shortage of affordable housing and that developers could build new homes on these tracts, which is the dumbest thing. Like, if you look at a fucking map of the western United States and you see where Bureau of Land Management land is, it's not like, oh, I'm just going to go move out to the middle of fucking nowhere and commute to my job 2 hours away.
Yeah, it's insane.
Living among a bunch of fucking rocks.
And it's also very, like, right up against a bunch of, and in a bunch of protected lands like national forests and stuff. The map of the lands was outrageous. It included protected national forests, areas close to national parks. It was fucked up on purpose. Honestly, it almost seems like it was added to the bill intentionally to draw a bunch of negative attention so that people could count it as a win when it was inevitably removed. While the rest of the bill and its cuts to social programs in favor of tax cuts for the rich could stay intact. Everyone was like, we did it! We did it! We got the impossible to pass provision cut out of the bill that was never gonna fucking make it anyway.
Yeah, it's the old standards and practices trick.
Yeah, it's the duck in the video game. Just remove the duck and we're fine. No, this was like offensive to everyone, rightfully so. And based Mike Lee was like, all right, fine. Anyways, while we've gone over this bill with you before, one of the more shocking portions of it recently came to our attention, and it relates not only to ICE, but also those facilities that Trump plans on building. And more coming, apparently. The current annual budget for immigration and customs enforcement is around $10 billion. And if this bill passes in its current form, that budget would balloon to around $150 billion over the next 4 years, which is absolutely insane. And while some people have claimed that the budget is bigger than the Marine Corps, it's not, but it's shockingly close, coming in at around 50% of the Marine Corps budget when annualized. Now, however you want to slice it.
Hoorah!
However you want to slice it, this is funding an absolutely massive police state where masked agents will have large incentives to meet their outrageous quotas. Quotas that have already resulted in law-abiding people as well as fully documented U.S. citizens being detained and or deported. When they have access to this kind of cash, they're absolutely not going to stop at whatever they currently claim are illegals. They're just going to change what makes people illegal. And we've already seen how eager they are to denaturalize people who are here legally. I mean, Carolyn Levitt mentioned Zoran today.
Yeah, no,
about like, oh yeah, we're gonna look into see if we could do that.
Yeah, we're gonna try. Even though he's lived in the U.S. since he was a child and is a U.S. citizen, we're gonna, it just doesn't seem like he should be.
And based on like, I know we've talked about it already, but like based on how fast everything has moved, this could happen really fast. Where they're just start picking people who are against them politically and saying, oh, you're denaturalized, get out of here, and go down to fucking alligator Alcatraz. So yeah, it is safe to assume that anyone that the administration doesn't like could just fall into whatever category that they want to use at any point in time. They are very, very eager for this bill to pass in its current form and get this done. And once it's done, it's fucking done. And we still have 3.5 years of Trump left. So as the Associated Press points out,
in recent days, Republicans have focused on sometimes violent protests against Trump's immigration crackdown to press for quick passage over Democratic opposition. That's what happened earlier in June when protests triggered unrest in parts of Los Angeles. The lawlessness happening in LA is another reason why we need to pass the one big beautiful bill immediately, House Speaker Mike Johnson wrote on X. It provides the essential funding needed to secure our nation's borders. The AP article has a breakdown of how the money will be spent, and it includes hiring 10,000 more ICE agents, increases to detention capacity, and a big fat waste of taxpayer funds on Trump's stupid fucking border wall. Which is also insane because he was just claiming a few weeks ago without evidence that there were 0 illegal border crossings in recent weeks, which, I mean, if true, would make the $45 billion allocated to a border wall and infrastructure seem pretty fucking stupid.
yeah, I mean, according to you, it's already working without the $45 billion wall.
You just put it up so you can look at it.
Yeah.
Also, what about the crumbling infrastructure just around the country that
fucking bridges are falling over?
People actually use.
Yeah.
This obsession with immigration is insane, and it's going to destroy the country in ways that Republicans simply don't seem to understand or are willfully ignoring. And it should go without saying that this administration just spent the last 6 months claiming that the deficit was going to destroy America. And here they are, adding trillions to it so that the richest people in the country can get even wealthier while being intentionally cruel and inhumane to everyone else. Like, they are, the stuff happening with healthcare in this bill is, I mean, it's horrible, but it's also, I feel like a fuck ton of your voters are going to have a really, really bad time.
The state of Louisiana has been pleading with Mike Johnson. Like, but it doesn't matter because as we saw, who was, like, there was a couple that went against Trump, the Trump bill over this weekend, and he's just like, oh, that's it, you're gonna get primaried. Like, the threat is always there.
Tom Tillis?
Yeah, and he's
he
like, well, I'm just gonna
immediately
retire.
caved, yeah.
But that leaves a power vacuum for that guy who posts on the Nude Africa boards to jump in.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's gonna be back. So
Mark Robinson.
That's right, yeah, he's gonna be Mark Robinson coming soon, baby.
He's been in his goon cave for the last, 8 months building up his power level.
That's right, he's almost over 9,000.
It's over 9,000, yeah.
Please call your senators.
Just to yell at him. It's fun. You should try it. But let's move on now to a story from this past weekend.
Yeah, call him.
Glastonbury Festival.
You a bitch.
If for some reason you're not familiar with the Irish rap group Kneecap, well, what are you doing? They're fantastic. If you want to get caught up on their whole story, there is literally a movie about their origins and political viewpoints starring all the members of the band alongside Michael Fassbender. But for a quick recap, they are very outwardly supportive of Palestine, as are a lot of people from Northern Ireland who have, quite the history with someone violently occupying their land and trying to destroy its history.
Mm-hmm.
They played Coachella this year. They spoke about Palestine while the screen behind them said phrases like, fuck Israel, free Palestine, and that the genocide is being enabled by the U.S. government who arm and fund Israel despite their war crimes. No lies detected. This performance, of course, blew this group into superstardom because of the outrageous reaction from people like Sharon Osbourne and the UK government.
So this past weekend was Glastonbury Fest over in England, and Kneecap were scheduled to play, and boy did they perform to an absolutely massive crowd filled with a ton of Palestinian flags and a screen behind them once again supporting a free Palestine. Though you wouldn't know that based on the BBC's coverage of the event, because apparently out of an abundance of caution, the BBC switched from coverage of Kneecap's set to a set that they assumed would be much more tame. They're like, all right, let's flip through, let's see who else is playing, and boom, we got punk duo Bob Vylan. And yeah, the BBC kind of ate shit on that one because During the broadcast, not only did Bob Villain draw chants from the crowd for a free Palestine, they also got the crowd going with a chant of death to the IDF, resulting in just a massive rake-stepping performance from the BBC and launching yet another group into worldwide fame. Not that either of these groups were small when these controversies happened, but it does take a lot to move the needle here in America specifically, where these days, most people are openly hostile to music that challenges them in any way. And now they're on everyone's fucking radar.
I had never heard of Bob Villain, and I was like, oh.
Pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Hey, I'm listening.
Yeah.
You have my attention.
Thanks, BBC.
Well, now Bob Villain have had their U.S. visas revoked, and they've been dropped by their agents, and they're facing a criminal investigation, all for calling out the war crimes committed by Israel. Crimes that are still playing out on a daily basis in ways that are so disturbing we can't even describe them here, but the latest is to basically lure hungry, defenseless people in by offering them food and then using that as an opportunity to massacre them. And this happens on a daily fucking basis. And it is clearly
right bumper when it's in the car? Okay.
And it is, they found a way to make what was already one of the most evil things that's happened this century into something even more evil.
Yeah.
But hey, sure, it's definitely a bunch of musicians who are the dangerous ones.
Yeah.
We can't have musicians
saying things on stage.
Things.
We can't have art being political. That would be too much.
Anyway, here's NPR with more. The BBC and the annual Glastonbury Festival of Contemporary Performing Arts have come under criticism from the British Prime Minister and broadcasting regulator after a punk rap band led chants against the Israeli military during a festival performance which was broadcast live on Saturday afternoon. Top politicians quickly criticized the broadcaster's decision to air the performance, including Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who said that it contained appalling hate speech and that the BBC had questions to answer. In a statement on Monday, the BBC said it regretted not pulling away from the live stream. It said the anti-Semitic sentiments expressed by Bob Villain were utterly unacceptable, and added that it respects freedom of expression but stands firmly against incitement to violence. How is it, like, anti-Semitism has lost all of its meaning, and I don't think they fully understand the long-term damage they have done with that.
Yeah. So the reporting continues and does add a mention of Kneecap's performance, which is also being investigated by UK police. The broadcaster had already decided not to broadcast the Glastonbury performance of Irish-language hip-hop band Kneecap live. The band has been critical of Israel in the past. This year, the BBC only made available an edited version of Kneecap's performance, in which band members led chants against Prime Minister Keir Starmer and reiterated support for Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
Damn, they're also racist against Keir Starmer.
That's right. Speaking in Parliament on Monday, British Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy said there were appalling and unacceptable scenes at Glastonbury on Saturday, referring to Bob Villain's set. UK police say a criminal investigation has now been launched over both the Bob Villain and Kneecap performances. A statement from the police force said the investigation would look into whether comments made by either act amounted to a criminal offense, including relating to hate crimes. Bob Villain shared a statement on Instagram after his performance, in which he said, "Teaching our children to speak up for the change they want and need is the only way we make this world a better place." Alongside the statement was the caption, "I said what I said."
And it
also, fucking Snow Patrol did something similar. So are they under investigation now too?
We're seeing this on both sides of the Atlantic, but the powers that be really continue to refuse to accept what's right in front of their eyes, which is that the average person does not have positive feelings about Israel, and more overtly negative feelings. I mean, you look at the crowds at Glastonbury, some of the biggest crowds of any music festival on earth, and it seems that the concert-going public was pretty in line with what each of these bands was saying.
Yeah, because they're witnessing a fucking genocide.
Yeah,
and they want it to stop. And it's like,
these are not fringe views at this point.
No, it's.
I mean, death to the IDF is pretty provocative. I'll grant you that.
Yeah, it's sure, but like, that part is only like the rake stepping thing because the BBC cut from what they thought was going to be an extreme performance to something that was
even more extreme.
even more extreme. Yeah. So that was
more
a lot
evocative.
of a real egg on the face of the BBC. But it's it's just wild that there's not just like that they don't have a read on the public's perception of this, but that they're openly hostile towards it.
Yeah.
In service of who? Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah, our best friend, Benjamin Netanyahu. Everything's so fucking dumb.
Anyways, it's going to be a short week this week, folks. We're going to do one more episode later in the week before we take some much-needed time off during the holiday, which
y'all not going to help
much
your
worth
fucking
celebrating right now, except for the fact that we can get some time off.
roommate
so
over here?
That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, I would leave the country for 4th of July if I wasn't slightly worried about getting back in. Fuck the 4th of July.
And also, if you want to see me shit talk some ICE agents to their faces, you can head over to my Instagram where I have posted a reel for the first time in a long time.
Wow.
Yeah, I was literally on a run. I was almost 7 miles into a run and went by the old Home Depot, and sure enough, there was a bunch of fucking military vehicles and SUVs and vans filled with people in fucking fatigues that looked like they were going to war.
The same Home Depot that kicked this whole thing off.
Yeah,
like,
and
4 weeks ago. So.
And yet I ran up to them wearing the shortest shorts you've ever seen. The shortest shorts you've ever seen. And they put their masks on. They're in full fucking battle dress.
Yeah, they're dressed like SEAL Team 6. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They have like fucking Kevlar on, masks, like helmets, hats, glasses, gloves. I would assume lots of guns in that car that were maybe pointed in my direction. I don't fucking know. But I would have to think I just started yelling at them and they fucking peeled away and left. So... You think you're proud of yourself? Hey, if you're here, who's fucking your wife?
Well, they had to get home and check on their wives.
That's right. You'll find out more when you watch the video. Anyways, make sure you give a like to this video. I know it's not really fun, but it's stuff that you should probably know about. So click the like button, leave a comment, tell us about the robot you're fucking, and make sure you click the join button to financially support us. Because, hey, it's almost my birthday. Do it for my birthday.
What's going on here?
Birthday.
That's right. You don't want me to feel bad. Click the join button. Also, we have new episodes over here. If you want to watch something less intense, we have a weekly weird news for you about Elon's stupid cars being bad at driving. Check those out, and we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
That was so rude of them.
For decades, Albania was Europe's most isolated and repressive country, a closed-off nation run by a brutal Stalinist regime. However, today, things couldn't be more different. Albania is regarded as one of Europe's emerging success stories. Having transformed itself from a totalitarian regime into a vibrant democracy, it now boasts a bold new international image and hopes to join the European Union. So, how exactly did Albania move from the fringes of Europe to the centre of its future? And is everything quite as it seems? Hello and welcome. My name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict and security. The transformation from authoritarian rule to liberal democracy is one of the most challenging journeys a country can undertake. It not only involves grappling with the legacies of violence and repression, but also changing political systems, rebuilding public trust, reforming institutions, and reshaping political identities. For the post-communist states of Europe, this process has taken various forms. Some, like the Czech Republic or the Baltic states, moved swiftly towards reform and European integration, becoming EU members within a decade and a half after the fall of communism. However, others, such as some of the countries of the Balkans, have faced significantly more challenging paths, often shaped by conflict and civil unrest. Albania's story, though, is particularly dramatic. Not only because of the severity of its dictatorship, but because of the way in which it's managed to rebuild itself in the course of a single generation. The Republic of Albania is situated in the Western Balkans. The population is around 2.7 million. While the majority are ethnically Albanian, there are several minority communities, including Greeks, Macedonians, and Roma. Likewise, while most Albanians are nominally Sunni Muslims, there are several smaller religious communities, including Orthodox and Catholic Christians. That said, Albania is widely recognised as one of the most secular societies in Europe. Although Albania has a long and rich history dating back to ancient times, our story starts in the early 20th century. After centuries of Ottoman rule, the country gained independence in 1912. From the start, the new state faced significant challenges. The outbreak of the Balkan Wars and later the First World War plunged Albania into instability, and its early years were shaped by territorial disputes, foreign occupations and internal power struggles. However, by the 1920s, order began to return as the country fell under the rule of King Zog I, a former tribal leader who declared himself monarch in 1928. His reign marked the first steps towards modernisation, albeit under authoritarian rule. However, this period ended just before the start of the Second World War. In April 1939, Fascist Italy invaded and occupied Albania, sparking the rise of various resistance groups. The most
This is why
prominent
we
of
say
these was the Communist National
that the
Liberation
Balkans,
Movement, which was
you
led
could also
by
say
Enver
that they
Hoxha,
started World
a
War
man
II.
who would come to dominate Albania.
Not the Balkans,
for
but
decades
the
afterwards.
conflict started there.
From 1944 until he died in 1985,
Not
Hoxha
that
established
they were
one of the most
responsible or
brutal,
anything like that,
repressive
you know,
and
'cause, like-
secretive regimes in Europe. While most Eastern Bloc countries at least maintain relations with each other, Albania adopted a policy
Not
of
saying
extreme
Albania deserved to be
isolationism.
invaded. They
Although
started
it
World
initially
War
aligned
II,
with
you
the
know,
Soviet Union, it severed ties with Moscow in 1961. It then moved closer to Maoist China until that relationship collapsed in 1978. From there, Hoxha essentially cut Albania off from the rest of the world. Indeed, believing that the country was in danger of foreign invasion, Hoxha's paranoia led to the construction of over 170,000 concrete bunkers that were littered across the country. Meanwhile, Albania gained notoriety for its widespread political repression, as the secret police maintained a suffocating grip on society, crushing all dissent. Tens of thousands were imprisoned or executed as enemies of the people. Similarly, all religious institutions were banned as the country became the world's first officially atheist state. And without external support, the economy stagnated. As a result, by the time Hoxha died in the mid-1980s, Albania had become an impoverished and isolated state with almost no contact with the outside world. Although communism began to collapse across Eastern Europe in the late 1980s, Albania was initially slow to follow. However, as the Cold War ended and the Iron Curtain fell, the pressure for change became overwhelming. Following mass protests, the ruling Communist Party held Albania's first multi-party elections in March 1991. But the transition to democracy was far from smooth. The 1990s were characterised by extreme instability, weak state institutions and a struggling economy. All this reached a peak in 1997 when a fraudulent pyramid investment scheme triggered a nationwide financial collapse, and with it, the collapse of the state. As armed groups roamed the street and military bases were looted, tens of thousands of Albanians tried to flee the country. In the end, law and order was restored by the creation of an Italian-led peacekeeping force. The 1990s would have a profound impact on Albania. In addition to wiping out the meagre savings of many in the country, it also led to a profound mistrust of political institutions. But while the situation slowly began to stabilise, it nevertheless remained vulnerable to a worrying array of social, political and economic problems.
Why do I have a warning
Elections
bubble?
were often
Fucking-
marred
the
by
cops are so
accusations
weird
of
in this
fraud.
game.
The judiciary was widely seen as compromised, and corruption and organised crime permeated every level of society. However, all this began to change after the turn of the millennium. With international support, especially from the EU and the United States, the country began introducing significant reforms. As institutions strengthened and crucial work on redeveloping the country's infrastructure began, the economy gradually stabilised. With Albania now seemingly on a positive path, international attitudes began to change. This was graphically highlighted in 2009 when Albania joined NATO. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please give it a like and perhaps subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thanks so much, and now back to the video. But the critical point came in 2013 when the centre-left Socialist Party won national elections and its leader, Edi Rama, became Prime Minister. A former artist and mayor of Tirana, Rama was known for his charm and charisma. More to the point, once in power, he began implementing an ambitious programme of reform. Putting European Union membership at the top of his agenda, he pushed ahead with many structural reforms. Focusing on justice and law and order, he launched high-profile anti-corruption campaigns, including a major vetting process for judges and prosecutors. Meanwhile, internationally, Rama also transformed Albania's standing. In addition to promoting Albania as a tourist destination and an investment hub, he also took steps to increase the country's visibility and diplomatic standing, as well as serving as a member of the United Nations Security Council.
It was literally
in
the assault in progress
2023,
quest
Albania
from the
cultivated
police,
a
and they came in there and
reputation
started
as a
shooting
reliable
me.
NATO member
Like,
and constructive
fuck
Western
off.
partner in the Western
Like,
Balkans.
this game's
At the same
code
time,
is such
in a move
shit,
that's
bro.
received widespread international
Like, Helldivers
praise,
may have
Rama
spaghetti
also
string code,
forged a close
but
relationship with his Serbian counterpart.
boy, does the
Alexander
fucking
Vučić,
options allow you to
building
get around a lot of
cooperation
that.
between the two countries. Likewise, Tirana has held major international conferences. For example, in May 2025, it gained prominence when it hosted the 6th summit of the European political community, bringing together over 50 European leaders. And in a major coup, Rama announced that the 2027 NATO Leaders Summit will also be held in Albania. Crucially, all this has yielded significant results in terms of the country's hopes for EU accession. Having applied for membership in 2009 and been formally accepted as a candidate in 2014, Albania finally began accession talks in late 2024. More to the point, and in a stunning reversal of fortune, many now believe that the country may even become the next EU member, leapfrogging Montenegro and Serbia. But while Rama has undoubtedly transformed Albania and enhanced its international standing, his tenure hasn't been without criticism. Alongside accusations of increasing authoritarianism, there have also been claims of political clientelism. Many also highlight that he wields excessive control over the Albanian media. Meanwhile, despite optimistic predictions, Albania's EU accession journey still faces significant hurdles. While the country has made notable progress, several deeply rooted challenges remain. Despite reforms, the judiciary is still plagued by inefficiencies and allegations of political interference. Tied to this is the problem of prolonged pre-trial detention. Human rights advocates have raised concerns about individuals being held for extended periods without trial. For example, the high-profile case involving Erion Veliaj, the mayor of Tirana and a former close ally of Prime Minister Rama, has raised important questions about due process, especially as supporters argue that his imprisonment is politically motivated. And on top of all this, other difficulties persist. Corruption, low wages and emigration continue to hinder the country's development. Many young Albanians still leave in search of better opportunities abroad. And all the while, organised crime, including human trafficking and drug smuggling, remain a serious problem. And it's for all these reasons that while EU membership remains the goal, there's still a long way to go before Albania will be ready to join. More to the point, as seen with other countries in the Western Balkans, saying the right things and passing the necessary laws is one thing. Implementing everything to the EU standards is quite another. Nevertheless, all things considered, Albania's transformation over the past 3 decades has been truly remarkable. From one of the most closed and repressive regimes in modern European history, and after a period of extreme turmoil, it's emerged as a functioning democracy, a NATO member, and an increasingly viable prospect for EU membership. But while much of the progress has been driven by Rama's ability to give Albania a new image, both internally and externally, Albania still faces serious problems. For all the country's diplomatic success, its eventual EU accession will rest on its ability to tackle the significant challenges it still faces. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next video.
I also hadn't realized he was trying to brand it as the 12-day war because he wants it to be a big part of history. So he felt like 6 days war. Now there's 12 days war.
Not working for you?
No.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm John Lovett.
And John Favreau is out this week. He's tweeting a lot.
I actually like. There was a part of it. Hey man, you're. It's okay.
He's on Slack too. Let the man have a vacation.
And yeah, he doesn't. I think he's in it. I don't think he feels like he can let go.
He'll deprogram. It takes a minute. But Lovett and I are here. We're going to cover the fate of President Trump's entire second-term legislative agenda.
That's right.
No pressure, sir. Senator Chris Murphy will be joining us in just a minute to talk about the latest with the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, its devastating impact, the Republican holdouts, and what might happen when this piece of shit goes back over to the House for final passage.
If it does. If it does. Right now, as we're recording this Monday. The bill's up for votes. It could pass by the time you've heard this. It could have been pulled by the time you've heard this. We don't know. But either way, whether it gets stopped in the Senate or it hopefully can be stopped in the House, it's still about the dynamic between the ways in which it's gotten much worse in the Senate.
Much worse.
But at the same time, becoming more antagonistic to the sort of deficit hawks that were part of the problem of passing in the House. So whatever happens overnight, it still faces trouble. But it's shocking how bad the bill actually is.
Shockingly bad.
Yeah.
Shockingly bad. It got so much worse on the Senate side. You will please listen to Senator Murphy. We're going to lead with that interview because it's so important that people understand the stakes of this bill passing. Lovett and I are also going to talk about the latest intelligence about Iran's nuclear program and that it wasn't totally obliterated as Trump promised us. What a surprise that he overstated it. Then we'll talk about some new immigration news swirling out there. So we got it all for you.
But first,
joining us now to talk about the vote-a-rama on Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill is Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy. Senator, good to see you.
Hey, guys.
So, Senator, you tweeted that 17 million people will lose their health care because of the Medicaid cuts in this bill. How will that happen? And can you also explain the impact on the cost of healthcare premiums for people who get insurance through the Affordable Care Act?
Yeah, so 17 million people lose their health care, both through Medicaid and through people that were on the Affordable Care Act that no longer will be on the Affordable Care Act. I mean, that is a cataclysm. That's the equivalent population, I think, of like 12 U.S. states. And that will ultimately impact everybody, whether you have health care or not. So how does that happen? First, in a whole bunch of different ways, the bill just slims down the amount of money that goes to states for Medicaid. So states will have only a couple choices. They'll either have to cut the amount of money they send to providers, or more likely, they will just throw people off of Medicaid. Second, it sets up a whole bunch of bullshit work requirements. It's basically just a ton of paperwork to discourage people from signing up for Medicaid. So it says you have to prove that you're working, but it does it in a way that we know most people won't be able to comply with. And so a lot of people that are working but can't sort of prove it through all this paperwork will end up losing Medicaid. And then it just reduces the subsidies that we have always used to help people buy Obamacare plans. And so that means that an additional 5 million people will now find it unaffordable to get the Affordable Care Act. So it's 70 million people lose their health care, but by withdrawing all of that money, $900 billion from the Medicaid system, it just makes a lot of hospitals, drug treatment centers that were operating on really slim margins unable to continue to operate. So you'll see sort of mass closures in the country, likely, of treatment centers, of rural hospitals, and that will mean that a whole bunch of people who have insurance will all of a sudden not be able to find anywhere to go get care. So it's an absolute moral abomination. It is going to ruin our healthcare system for a lot of people. Thousands of people will likely die. Many of them will be really vulnerable folks, people with serious disabilities that can only get insurance through Medicaid. And it's kind of implausible that a president is out there saying that they're not cutting Medicaid and they are about to ruin the lives of, about 12 million people on Medicaid today.
When this bill came out of the House, it was terrible. And the assumption was it's going to come over to the Senate. It's going to be moderated by the adults in the room in the Senate. And then the plan was to send it back to the House to jam the right-wingers with something they would have to vote for. But it feels like the opposite has happened, that somehow in the Senate, the bill has become more radical, more dangerous, more extreme. And it's baffling. And I think we all like to pretend we're pretty kind of, sophisticated people. It's surprising how much worse it's gotten. Can you explain the dynamic? How did we get to this point?
because all of the moderates with any kind of guts or power in the United States Senate are gone. There's no meaningful moderate bloc inside the Republican Party any longer. And what's happened is over the last 10 years, all of the new Republican senators are straight out of the MAGA wing, right? They were nominated, endorsed by Donald Trump. And so they hold all of the power, which means the bill gets worse when it gets to the Senate, not better. And it doesn't just get worse on the healthcare title, it got a ton worse on the energy title. So already the House had stripped out all of the renewable energy tax credits, but that wasn't good enough for Senate Republicans. They wanted to actually apply a new tax on renewable energy. They just wanted to totally bury the renewable energy industry. So we never, ever build another solar farm or wind turbine in the country. So the bill's gotten worse on healthcare. More people are going to lose their health insurance because of the Senate product, and the renewable energy industry could ultimately be destroyed. Now, there's a chance that we might be able to sort of roll that back with an amendment later tonight, but right now the bill is even worse than the House bill for renewables.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, I mean, there's also a new tax break for the coal industry, right? And so what we're hearing is, this isn't just like a green energy problem. This is something that this provision, this new excise tax that will kill the renewable energy industry, will take massive amounts of power offline at a time when we've got data centers and AI companies coming up that are going to need more and more power. What do you think the impact would be on just sort of like your average consumer?
Right?
So the estimates are that there's going to be probably a 5 to 20% increase in energy prices, because what this bill does is cancel renewable projects that are already in motion. They're literally being developed right now.
I'm groaning at this girl with her fucking tarot cards and shit.
Yeah. Why the hell not?
Okay,
Focus
read
on
my
the
fortune.
recent-
That's totally already been written by the game.
Great. Thanks.
The Fool symbolizes the beginning of a journey. You brim with enthusiasm, yet remain unaware of both your capabilities and the threats you face. The Wheel of Fortune. The danger is greater than you think. It will come suddenly, without warning. Conflict is unavoidable.
Uh-huh.
The reversed chariot reveals that such danger is tied to your love of risk. Do not aim too high, V.
Look, I'm sorry. I see a yellow triangle above their head. I say, hey, free loot and XP. And I throw a grenade.
Charismatic. Maybe even someone you'll grow to love? It's hard to say.
Wanna read my tarot?
Sure thing.
Should we do the same one again?
The Fool. That.
See, in real life,
Great. Thanks.
I was just about to make the joke. In real life, if this actually was like had mystical properties, you would be able to do the same reading twice in a row, and you would get the exact same cards, right? Like,
You've got to be online next year, I think, in order to qualify for the tax credits. And there's lots of programs that are being built today. And so when all of that capacity is erased, then the energy distribution companies are going to have to raise rates because they were planning on that supply being part of the grid. So 5 to 20% rate increases, but also probably brownouts, because we just won't have enough energy in order to supply, especially the hotter parts of the country. So brownouts in Texas, brownouts in the Southwest. We're just going to lack for electricity. But I think like the most important thing to talk about here is like, why is this happening? Because it just doesn't make any sense to raise energy prices and to have people go without electricity during the summer. Remember, Donald Trump brought the oil and gas and coal executives down to Mar-a-Lago at the end of the campaign, and he just cut a deal with them. It's been widely reported. They promised him $1 billion in campaign contributions, and he promised them whatever they wanted. And so they're calling in that shit. They're saying, yeah, it's not good enough to just erase the renewable energy tax credits. We want to kill the industry and give us some extra help as well. So that's what you're seeing. The the payoff on the corrupt deal that was done at Mar-a-Lago between the energy industry and Donald Trump.
There's a very small set of people that benefit from this bill. Coal industry is one of them. Trump himself needs a political win. People in the very highest tax bracket, billionaires, some of the richest people in our country. But you have the building trade saying it'll cost 1.75 million jobs. You have people like Elon Musk pointing out this is a gift to China. You have Rand Paul, the Freedom Caucus, Musk as well, other deficit hawks saying it's the biggest increase to the debt in history. Tom Tillis, your colleague, went to the floor to say that they're going to be punished for lying to the American people. Josh Hawley explained why he should be against it because it does exactly what he said he wouldn't do, which is cut Medicaid. Who behind the scenes is for this? Who's justifying this? This feels like zombie legislation, right? Like that there's nobody out there advocating or explaining why this is actually a good thing on its own terms.
Yeah, except everybody that is at Mar-a-Lago, right? I mean, like, and that's kind of the only thing that matters, right? That Donald Trump's world is Mar-a-Lago. The only human beings that matter are the folks who pay dues and pat him on the back at his club. And this benefits everybody at Mar-a-Lago. The CEOs
14 and 16 cost on those motherfuckers.
Get, an average $270,000 tax
what's
cut.
in here?
And so Donald Trump's constituency, the ones that lobby him every day, do very, very well here. And in part
Wrist
because of our
rocket?
closed media environment today, where his base
could
is
get
only
that
hearing
bad.
from Fox
Does
News,
it replace the
they don't
grenade?
know that much about the Medicaid cuts. Because on Fox News, Donald Trump and Mike Johnson continue to say there are no Medicaid cuts in this bill. 2 + 2 = 7. And unfortunately, for a sizable portion of the country, that's what they believe, that this bill actually strengthens Medicaid. Unfortunately, they will find out pretty quickly when they lose their health care or their hospital closes what the truth is.
Are you worried at all that the way they've done these cuts, I mean, this is what Tillis was talking about, that some of them, like the way the reimbursement changes, are kind of pushed off to 2026, so they've sort of hidden it before the midterms?
Yeah, I think there's some truth
Guerrilla
to that in terms of when the political impact will be. But I mean, the jury is kind of in on what people think about this bill. It's true that maybe only half of the country knows about it because they're rushing it through. But when you learn about the bill, you hate it. And so if we do our job and stay really focused on explaining this bill between now and 2026, even if all the impacts haven't gone into effect, I think it'll have an impact. Because the story is so simple. You are throwing 17 million people off their health care in order to afford a $250,000 tax cut for the richest Americans. How long did that take me to say? 15 seconds? That's a story that I think can be impactful for the midterms.
Yeah, I think the polling on the bill ranges from like 19 points underwater to 29 points underwater. So I feel like that's bad.
Yeah, it's not great. So speaking of, look, we can campaign
this is interesting.
If they pass it. What is the hope? Like, what is the best thing to be saying today to try to stop this? Do you have any hope for your colleagues, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Tom Tillis is a no, Rand Paul could be a no. There's a few others on the table. What are you hearing? What are your hopes?
Listen, I am not hopeless. I mean, in part because, had we done an interview at this time in the Affordable Care Act repeal debate in 2017, we would have been pretty pessimistic. There were lots of people at that moment, 10 hours before final passage in the Senate, that said, of course, Republicans are going to pass it. This is their number one campaign and political priority, repealing the Affordable Care Act. And then there was a surprise. And there still are surprises left in politics, especially when the American people mobilize. And that's what they're doing right now. These offices, Susan Collins' office, Lisa Murkowski's office, are being flooded with phone calls. Tomorrow, there'll be, hundreds of people at their district offices. So, yes, I think there is still a chance that they vote no. Now, that might not kill the bill permanently, but it would at least force them back to the drawing board and give us some more time to continue to explain to the American public what's in here. So the prescription is pretty simple. Just keep calling, keep showing up. This bill might not pass tonight. You might still have tomorrow to make those phone calls and show up to those offices. And who knows, like in 2017, we might actually beat this thing.
Senator, I think, we're used to Republicans and Trump lying about how much their plans cost. But what's happening with this bill is kind of hard to wrap your head around. I was wondering if you could help explain the way they are scoring this bill and what kind of precedent that might set for a future Democratic or any other Congress.
Well, one interesting thing to say is that they have now twice changed the rules of the Senate in order to get their agenda passed. They did it once a few weeks ago in order to try to cancel a California state environmental regulation that normally we can't do in the Senate. And they're doing it right now to hide the cost of this bill, changing the rules of the Senate. That has implications because, if there was any question that Democrats were going to get rid of the filibuster to pass really popular things if we get control, now there's no excuse not to do that because the Senate Republicans are changing the rules on a pretty regular basis. But what they're specifically doing is they are trying to hide the deficit cost of this bill. This bill will create $4 trillion worth of new debt for this country. But they are doing a scoring gimmick to pretend that that number is zero. But in fact, we know it's not zero, even though they will have a piece of paper that says this bill creates no deficits, because also in the bill is an increase in the debt ceiling of $5 trillion.
Right.
And we will immediately start to have to borrow additional money. We will actually borrow $4 trillion of new debt as part of this bill. So yes, they will have a piece of paper that says this bill creates no debt, but we will borrow $4 trillion in new money. So it'll be pretty quickly apparent that the piece of paper they have means nothing. But it does help them deceive voters on Fox News because they'll wave that piece of paper on Fox News and tell folks that there's no debt increase. Well, they are literally going out to the bond market and borrowing $4 trillion of additional debt.
When your colleague Senator Tillis spoke about the bill, a lot of the clips are around the fact that Republicans will pay because this is a lie, that this is going to throw 600 and some odd thousand people off of Medicaid in the state. But he talked about the lack of interest or awareness about the details about what the bill actually does. Like he talked about governing. And that this is not a Congress that's interested in governing. You're right. They'll have a number that they can say on Fox News. But Susan Collins knows that that's not real. Lisa Murkowski knows that that's not real. Mitch McConnell knows that that's not real. What is it like behind the scenes talking to them? Rand Paul certainly knows it's not real. He genuinely cares about deficits. Like, I don't understand how they're defending this or if they're even bothering to defend this when there aren't any cameras and if there's hope there in getting them and what you're saying when you talk to these people.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 900-page bill that got introduced late on Saturday. Not a single one of them has read it. We are just discovering as we speak new things that are in the bill. I just read a provision that creates a $100 million fund to go find inefficiencies in the federal government. I'm not sure why you need $100 million to go find inefficiencies, but it looks to me just like a kind of nice slush fund for the fund for the OMB director. I mean, this isn't a governing party any longer. This is a cult, and a cult does whatever the leader says without question. That is kind of the definition of a cult, that you are sort of no longer interested in getting involved in the rationale of your organization's operations. You just want to stay in favor of the cult leader. So there is no sort of intellectual curiosity left over in this party, maybe with the exception of Tom Tillis and Rand Paul. They all just take orders from Donald Trump, and Donald Trump has given the orders, pass this bill because it's good for my friends at Mar-a-Lago. I wish there was a more complicated answer than that, but that's just kind of how the Republican Party operates today.
Yeah, but that's not Murkowski, right? That's not Collins. I mean, that's a lot of them, but that's not those people, right? Like those people seem like we should be trying to get them. A big part of the bill that was meant to help Alaska just got taken out by the parliamentarian, right? Like this bill just got a lot worse for her state. Like it seems like these people should be people we can get.
Yeah, but that's the list, right? You might have just read the beginning and the end of the list. So that's why I'm not fatalist right now. That's why we are literally working as we speak on the Senate floor trying to figure out new ways to convince Senator Murkowski and Senator Collins to vote against this. Because if they both vote against this and Tillis and Paul stay no's, then this bill fails. So there's still a path But they're behind closed doors, also as we speak, trying to find ways to potentially get enough money to Alaska and Maine so that those two senators just look the other way. We'll see who wins in the end. Rational thought, which I do think both of those senators still have the capacity to engage in, or the power of the cult.
So, folks are, we're targeting Alaska and Maine. Rand Paul has always been his own man on kind of spending and deficit and debt questions, right? Tom Tillis had to resign to find enough courage to vote against his bill, but, we're grateful to him. I saw, though, this thing will have to go back over to the House side, where it'll be voted on again. I saw that Elon Musk just tweeted, every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame, and they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing I do on this earth. I know the primary fear among Republicans is of getting primaried by a Donald Trump endorsed candidate, but that's interesting. That's a new wrinkle, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it? I mean,
come on, give us something.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, didn't we just have that battle between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and Elon Musk lost, and it's like whatever his ketamine high says next week, right, will cause him to forget what he said this week. But listen, there's still a problem in the House. And the problem in the House is that there is a more sizable group of moderates there that do care about two things, the size of the Medicaid cuts and this issue over state and local deductibility. And the deal they cut in the House on state and local tax deductibility got a lot worse in the Senate, and the Medicaid cuts got a lot bigger. So you are going to have a group of semi-moderate, if you can call them that, House Republicans that are going to have a big problem with what comes back. And Rand Paul, by sort of holding the line on the deficit, definitely made it a little bit harder for people who follow him and think like him in the House to swallow when this thing comes back. So, no, this is not done. I mean, the House may have to amend it again. They may have to send it back to the Senate again. And again, every day that this thing hangs out on the clothesline, it stinks more and more. It gives us more of an opportunity to go out and explain to the American public why they should vote out of office anybody that votes for it. So any delay in this thing passing makes it a little bit less likely that it'll ever get to the president's desk.
Here's a branding question, because since it's come over to the Senate and since they've now put on the table really like a dismantling a big part of Medicaid, it's really gotten much, much worse since it's come to the Senate. Are we doing enough to convey the scale of what it's trying to do on healthcare? Like, we're referring to it as massive Medicaid cuts, which is certainly true. But I think that undersells the effect it'll have on everybody with insurance if rural hospitals don't have the resources to function, if this causes a whole bunch of providers to have to lay people off. Is there a way we should be talking about this that conveys it more as a kind of a version of Trump care, that this is a fundamental reform of the healthcare system, that they will own all of it, all the consequences over the next couple of years?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's a tax on healthcare, right? This is a Trump tax on healthcare. Everybody, you are either going to lose your healthcare or you are going to pay a whole lot more for it. There are only two outcomes here, right? And so I think we do need to do a better job of explaining that, because I think, it is still true that 75% of the country is not on Medicaid. 25% is. So that 75% probably says to themselves, well, this is a Medicaid bill. I don't love that you're kicking people off of Medicaid. I still like that program, but this doesn't probably impact me. So I think we need to do a more consistent job of not just talking about the 17 million people who are going to lose coverage, but everybody else who's going to see, probably a double-digit increase in their premiums. If you are a 60-year-old couple in Connecticut and you make $80,000 a year, you are probably on the exchange. And that couple will see a $26,000 annual increase in their premiums, a 400% increase in their out-of-pocket expenses. That we have not really told that story, right? Because we've been so focused on the people who are losing coverage. But you just shook your head in disbelief that that's actually a part of this bill, and it is. So that's a story that we have to tell. And by the way, we're not going to stop telling the story. If this bill does pass, we are going to explain the impact on people who even retain their health care, throughout the rest of the year and throughout all of next year. The storytelling doesn't stop.
One quick Iran question for you, Senator. Folks, I'm sure we're watching the U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. Trump said the program was totally obliterated. You got a briefing last week where you said We have not obliterated Iran's nuclear program. The president was deliberately misleading. They still have significant capability and equipment. I know you can't talk about anything classified and you would never disclose anything from that briefing, but can you just sort of help us understand Iran's nuclear capability as you know it after the Israeli and U.S. military campaign?
Yeah, and a lot has been publicly reported, so I certainly can talk about that. There's no doubt we set back their nuclear program because, they just don't have working research sites. But there has been publicly available satellite imagery that shows that the Iranians are actively excavating, digging out, and recovering material from both of those sites. And the public reporting has been pretty clear that Iran still has centrifuges. Iran still has enriched uranium up to the 60% level, and Iran still has scientists that know what to do with the centrifuges and with the enriched material. So if you have those three things, centrifuges, 60% enriched uranium, and scientists who know how to build what are called the cascades, the connected centrifuges that allow you to move 60% enriched uranium to 90% enriched uranium, then you are definitely only months away from being able to rebuild that program. You have not obliterated that program. And so that's just the truth, and it is dangerously misleading for the president or Republicans to use terms like obliteration. What is more dangerous is that we were at the table negotiating a deal, and the only way to get Iran permanently off a path to a nuclear weapon once they have all of that equipment and once they have all of that knowledge is a diplomatic agreement. And we were literally at the table with them. We interrupted those negotiations, and there's no guarantee that we will ever get back because we have scrambled Iranian politics to the point where they might not now be able to make those concessions that they could have made before the United States and Israel struck them. So we have made the Iranian threat in the medium and long term worse, even though in the short run, in the next 3 or 4 months, we did destroy their capacity. And so that's the story that we have to tell. And though I can't disclose anything I've heard behind closed doors, the public reporting has been very clear. We didn't get everything. And if we didn't get everything and we don't have a negotiating table, that's not good for the United States. And frankly, that's not good for Israel.
I believe the Israelis killed the political leader overseeing the negotiations. So
correct, not coincidentally.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, Senator Murphy. Keep talking like this. You're not going to get a statue in the $40 million Garden of Heroes, which is also included in the bill.
Included in the bill, a new Garden of MAGA Heroes, $40 million. We're going to kick kids off of their nutrition benefits, but we're going to get a statue of Andrew Tate.
Jesus Christ, this is
What a
bleak.
time to be alive. Senator, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Murphy.
Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home Security. It's July, and if you're like us, your guard outdoor protection helps stop break-in.
Begin producing
they really
uranium in, quote, a matter of months. The
Stalinist.
Washington Post also reported that the United
they
States
really are
has intercepted
Stalinist.
private communications between senior Iranian officials, which revealed that the attacks were not as destructive as the Iranians thought they would be. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the Post reporting shameful and said, quote, the notion that unnamed Iranian officials know what happened under hundreds of feet of rubble is nonsense. I love that her position is that President Trump has perfect visibility into that pile of rubble, but the Iranians who live there do not.
Right, like,
It
I
makes
feel
a lot
like
of
if anybody knows, maybe nobody knows, but how do we know?
Yeah, it wouldn't be us.
Presumably the way we would find out without being there was from what they were saying.
We're spying on them.
Right.
That's why we're spying on them.
Yeah. Although maybe it does look kind of like they're sort of standing around a microphone just being like, ham it up, say how bad it was. I mean, like, they all know they're being fucking bugged.
That's 100% a possibility. But as always, Trump and by extension his administration have responded not by admitting error, but by doubling down, including threatening journalists and Democrats. Trump talked about all of this in an interview with Fox News' Maria Bartiromo that aired on Sunday. Here's a clip.
We call it the 12-day war. That was an intensive war.
You tweeted the Democrats leaked an intelligence.
They should be prosecuted.
Who specifically? Do we know who did it? Will you be able to find out?
They could find out.
There, you got all three.
They could find out easily.
I'm the
You go
best.
up and tell the reporter, national security, who gave it. You have to do that. And I suspect we'll be doing things like that. Enrichment doesn't mean like air conditioning, and it doesn't mean to jack up your car. Enrichment is a bad word.
I love when he explains. Enrichment doesn't mean the dumbest possible explanation in this context. It means something better.
I also hadn't realized he was trying to brand it as the 12-day war because he wants it to be a big part of history. So he feels like 6 days war. Now there's 12 days war.
Not working for you?
No.
If you were a reporter, how nervous would you be about those threats?
I think it's serious. I think it's really scary.
Yeah.
And it depends on what they do, but I was remembering you had Judith Miller went to jail for 85 days because she refused to reveal her source until Scooter Libby came forward. Matthew Cooper, journalist at Time, almost went to jail, but then Karl Rove came forward and said he was the source. At that time, that was a serious prosecutor named Patrick Fitzgerald, who was appointed by James Comey, who was appointed by James Ashcroft, who had recused himself because he was too connected. I mean, this is how far we've fallen. James Ashcroft recused himself because he was too connected to Karl Rove and the Bush White House. They were trying to show restraint, show that they had integrity, that they were beyond reproach. And even then, they went after journalists in a way that was, I think, deeply, deeply wrong. They threw Judith Miller, who has a lot of problems with her reporting, but they threw Judith Miller in a jail, even though she said she wouldn't speak, for 85 days until Scooter Libby agreed. And, they can claim it wasn't intimidation, but of course it was. He wouldn't have come forward if she hadn't been thrown in jail. Look, people were critical of Eric Holder when they went after James Rosen.
So in the Obama administration, people who leaked classified information were prosecuted, and those prosecutions included the subpoenaing of records from members of the media, including like metadata, I think, from James Rosen, who was a Fox News reporter who got a leak about North Korea from someone at the State Department. But Obama, I think, was very clear that he did not support charging journalists, and that even extended to WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, because the concern was if you charge Julian Assange and you set a precedent, that could then be applied to the mainstream media. Now, Obama didn't create a precedent, but Trump later prosecuted Assange in 2019 with like 17 counts of espionage. But then in 2024 seemed to suggest that that he'd consider pardoning Assange. So who knows where he is on this?
The point is that when the Obama DOJ was going after a leak, they called Rosen a co-conspirator just to get at his information. The DOJ also gathered the information from AP reporters to get at a different leak around a Yemen plot that the CIA had foiled. And then ultimately Holder basically said, we will never put a journalist in jail. That was a good thing. But all of that is a way to say Eric Holder, Patrick Fitzgerald, James Comey, these people have been replaced by Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, people with zero integrity. So you had a time when journalists were getting locked up for an investigation into something that could look a lot like this under people that, as much as I dislike them, had more scruples than fucking these yahoos will ever have. So it is a genuinely scary prospect if they actually start looking into it.
Yeah, I would be quite nervous, to be honest. I did notice that Trump just dropped his lawsuit against Ann Seltzer, the longtime Iowa pollster who released the poll
it's out
on November 2nd.
Good for him.
So remember, her poll had Kamala winning 47-43. That Ann Seltzer poll ended up being off by 16 points.
I'm literally
and
trying
then Trump
to find
wanted to
my
sue
watch
her,
later
I think,
on my
claiming
laptop.
election
I don't know
interference, and
where
they just
it
dropped
went.
it today out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's frivolous and ridiculous. So I
I'm
wonder
getting
why,
pretty annoyed.
on that one case they decided maybe they're just
Getting pretty
there's no
annoyed.
meat on that bone.
Yeah,
Like I
it's
understand why he's going after parents. I understand why a frivolous lawsuit against CBS has a place to go for him. A frivolous lawsuit against ABC has a place to go for him. There's wins that he can get. What are you trying to eke out from the Des Moines Register? What are you trying to get out of Ann Seltzer? It's stupid.
Made no sense. In a Truth Social post on Saturday, Trump appeared to leverage military support for Israel, which Republicans and some Democrats always say is sacred, in order to pressure Israel to quit its, quote, witch hunt into Netanyahu's corruption scandals. That's Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. He is currently standing trial for charges of bribery, fraud, breach of trust in these three separate cases that are kind of folded together. Not long after Trump's post, Israeli courts canceled this week's hearings in the case. They did so at Netanyahu's request, but the details explaining why are classified. On Saturday night, Trump posted about the Gaza hostage deal, or trying to get a Gaza hostage deal as well. Love it. The kind of like 4D chess explanation for Trump suddenly posting on Truth Social that Netanyahu's corruption trial should go away, as he thinks alleviating the political pressure of jail time.
I guess
could
because
give
on
Bibi
my
the political
laptop
space he needs to cut a ceasefire deal and not worry about it.
I can switch between the two accounts for YouTube, right? So because the second account is like our algorithm curation account. If I'm on the main account and I press watch later, because that's the one that's signed in and then the other one is added to it and it's a management. That's why it says you are a manager at the bottom of the screen. It just means I'm using my second account to manage the other company account. Because they'll have different algorithms, right? But if I save something to watch later on my laptop, it goes to not the account I'm using at the time, but the main account on that device. Very weird.
Trump threatens to arrest Mamdani. Yeah, I saw this.
Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
Okay.
We send him money, we send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's
no.
what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally. He's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said, we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you got a lot of them like that.
You think the Trump fear-mongering about Mamdani right now might actually boost his chances just from negative polarization? Well, the problem ultimately is that, I don't think the Democrats would have his back at all. Mamdani might actually get denaturalized or deported. That might actually happen, or arrested. Just because Republicans would probably understand that Democrats wouldn't really back him up. Democrats would pretend to, right? They would cry about it, but it would be insincere. They'd be happy to be rid of him.
And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago.
That it was a good idea to allow them to
start
talking.
Won the city. Yeah, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win, or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly.
Dude, I love this presidency, man. It used to be. It's like bullshit with the CIA, where it used to be you think they're doing something bad, and then 20 years later they declassify it, and it turns out they were. Now, when Trump does blackmail and corruption, he'll just brag about it, and there's no consequences at all. It doesn't matter.
Heard over this question, he made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in, and he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony indictment. That it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group.
Great stuff.
We turn now to...
Shut up! How are we ever going to be normal again? Well, you'd need to replace the Democratic leadership to begin with. Mamdani respondees. My statement on Donald Trump's threat to deport me and his praise for Eric Adams, who the president helped out of legal accountability. I would think arresting and denaturalizing Mamdani could start mass riots across America now. Nah, because Americans suck. People on Twitter would be like, no, it's the end. But then nothing would happen the next day because no one cares. No one goes outside. No one does anything. There were no consequences to anything.
What?
There's nobody mobilizing anybody
wow,
else.
What a fucking doomer-pilled loser,
sad,
man.
But they wouldn't really be sad. There'd be massive protests in NYC. Come on. Okay, maybe in NYC. Why are you ignoring the No Kings protests? Come on, man. The President of the United States just threatened to have me arrested, stripped of my citizenship, put in a detention camp, and deported. Not because I've broken any law, but because I will refuse to let ICE terrorize our city. His statements don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you. We will not accept this intimidation. That Trump included praise for Eric Adams in his authoritarian threats is unsurprising, but highlights the urgency of bringing an end to this mayor's time in City Hall. At the very moment when MAGA Republicans are attempting to destroy the social safety net, kick millions of New Yorkers off of health care, and enrich their billionaire donors at the expense of working families, it is a scandal that Eric Adams echoes this president's division, distraction, and hate. Voters will resoundingly reject it in November. Yeah, I hope so. That'd be nice. That'd be pretty cool. Hope he keeps not backing down. That'd be nice. Yeah, No Kings was a lot of old people. Don't get distracted, folks, okay? Don't get distracted. It doesn't sound like Trump is super committed to the deporting or denaturalizing Mamdani prospect. Like, every time somebody brings something like that up with him, Trump goes, we could. But he doesn't sound that, like, committed to it. I don't know. I wonder if Miller would ever see it as advantageous to, like, really go for that. Yeah, it's a Miller issue. Recognizing whether or not he's enough of a threat that he would need to be eliminated. Think we'll see denunciations from Schumer? Promising new Democratic Party member, mayor of New York City to be being threatened with deportation by a fascist president? Probably not. Is Mamdani not a citizen? They have been deporting citizens. Also, they're talking about denaturalizing him. I don't know. It's pretty grim, man. Hopefully he's able to build some presence off the publicity. I doubt it's going to change the way the Democrats talk about him. Only one Dem's even kind of defended Mamdani. It's the last one you'd expect. Yeah. We saw Hochul. We saw Hochul going over. Still hasn't endorsed him, by the way. Still hasn't endorsed him. Fetterman. No, I don't think so. Probably not. Trump is underestimating the backlash if he does deport him. Dude, what backlash? No one gives a shit about anything. Republicans are literally shaping the kill everyone and rape everyone bill, and no one cares. Yeah, he put out a video recently. I haven't seen it. I know what it's about, you know, vaguely, more or less, talking point-wise. He basically put out a video saying, see Dems, that's how you do it. Mamdani, educate me.
1 week ago, we shocked the establishment and redrew the political map with a campaign relentlessly focused on the needs of working people. Since then, a lot of people have asked me if I was surprised by the results. In some ways, I was. We always thought our victory would come after multiple rounds of ranked choice voting. So when we got more first-round votes than Eric Adams got in 7 rounds in the last election, it was astonishing. But in other ways, this was always the plan. We wanted to rebuild a coalition that had frayed over years of disappointment and neglect, to win people back to a Democratic Party that puts working people first. So let's break it down. Last November, New York City saw some of the biggest shifts towards Donald Trump of anywhere in the country. Much of it took place in working class and immigrant neighborhoods. A few days after the election, we went to Hillside Avenue in Queens and Fordham Road in the Bronx, not to lecture, but to listen. And what we heard was a desire to bring down the cost of living. That was our focus, and many of those voters came back. Brighton Beach went for Trump by 44 points. Last week, we won it by 16.
Sheesh.
College Point was a plus 11 Trump neighborhood. We took it by 8 points. We saw similar or even bigger swings at Bath Beach, Astoria Heights, and the North Shore of Staten Island. The headline is clear. We can win back voters many have written off if we give them something to vote for, not just tell them what to be against. When Eric Adams eked out a win by 7,000 votes 4 years ago, he called it a mandate and pronounced himself the new face of the Democratic Party. Even then, it was a little ridiculous.
Yeah, again, remember what we looked at the other day? When Adams barely managed to eke out a win, he was invited to the White House. He met with Pelosi and Cap Hill. He met with Biden in the White House. They were like, oh, great, New York City mayor. The Democratic establishment is barely acknowledging Mamdani, and when they do, it's with it's with gloved hands. You know, they are terrified of him because they know what he represents, right? Bringing Adams in is fine because Adams is not in any way, shape, or form a threat to the Democratic Party donor base or to AIPAC, and Mamdani is. So they're like, ooh, we don't want to. Oh, I don't like that one. That looks scary. We don't want to make anybody mad.
But in some neighborhoods, he did put up impressive margins. Take Flatbush, for example. Eric Adams dominated there, double digits ahead of his next rival. On Tuesday, there was also a double-digit victory, except it was for us, over Andrew Cuomo. We flipped Crown Heights by 45 points, North Corona by 33, and Jamaica by a staggering 57 points. These are the outer borough voters that Eric Adams said he'd bring with him to City Hall. He served as donors instead. Whether we're talking about young voters, older voters, or just plain disaffected New Yorkers, no campaign in recent history has been as successful at driving new voter registrations, especially in the 100 days before the election. Just take a look at this graph. According to the Time...
Wait. I thought... Because there was the data on young voters that turned out to be incorrect that got amended. The actual numbers of like who turned out for Mamdani in the election are still incredibly impressive and skew very young, but they aren't the same as what was initially published. But I don't think that's what he's showing here.
In the 14 days before the registration deadline,
God damn.
about 37,000 people registered to vote. That's over 10 times the number of new registrations over the same period of time in the 2021 mayoral primary. As a result, we won big with 0 prime voters, New Yorkers who had not voted in any recent mayoral primary. For instance, in Gravesend, at least 32% of all voters were first-time primary voters.
That's psychotic, by the way. Stats like this, they're like the kind of thing that you would hear about in a news scroll in a fantasy world about a guy who then goes on to become like galactic president. It's the kind of shit you would expect to hear about FDR, basically, you know? Like, oh yeah, man, of course. Yeah, he's putting up Assadist numbers on the registrations. Of course he is, obviously, it's FDR. But it's not FDR, it's Mamdani.
Most campaigns focus on triple primes, New Yorkers who voted in the last 3 primaries. But this strategy ignores most of our city. Yet we knew that we could turn them out if they saw themselves in our policies. We ran a campaign that tried to talk to every New Yorker. Whether I could speak their language,
आपकी वजह से हमने $8 million रेज किया है, 6 लाख से ज़्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए,
or just tried.
Que se comprometa al bienestar.
All the words are new! And the coalition that came out on Tuesday reflected the mosaic of these 5 primes.
As a West Coaster, the idea of like, guy who can speak, that's Urdu, right? A guy who can speak Urdu, but not Spanish is incredibly funny to me. It's Hindi? Okay. It's like a bit.
We won South Asian neighborhoods by huge margins in places like
Did
City
this
Line,
say failed?
Ozone Park,
Did he
Jamaica
die?
Hills. We won Latino neighborhoods like Corona, Washington Heights, Pelham Bay, and Woodhaven. We won many of the same Chinese voters that turned out for Trump.
Urdu and Hindi are part of the same language. Have Indian people considered making their shit less confusing? Just a thought. You look at the ethnic and linguistic breakup of India, and it looks like
Vosh. You silly boy. Urdu is an invented language. It was an invented language from the predominant language to give Pakistan a national language.
it looks like a Jackson Pollock painting, you know? Get your shit together.
In Flushing, Chinatown, and Bensonhurst. And in the final months of the campaign, we narrowed Andrew Cuomo's once sizable lead with black voters, outright winning young black New Yorkers in neighborhoods like Harlem and Flatbush. Andrew Cuomo and his super PAC spent more than $31 million. That's about $87 per vote. We were focused on affordability, and it cost us only $19 per vote. But what you did for us was worth so much more than what money could buy. The result? We shattered everyone's expectations, including our own. A Cuomo spokesperson put it best, saying they had not foreseen our ability to, quote, expand the electorate in such a way that no turnout model or poll was able to capture.
It's a perfect point right there. Like, I guess
We
it's
gave
perfectly
people a reason to
representative
vote.
that people
We didn't
like
expect
Cuomo
that
and the teams around them
someone would
don't
be
really
a
think
good enough
of
candidate to
being
give
a
people a
politician
reason
as
to
representing
go out and
people.
vote.
They think in terms
Hilarious,
of
bro.
consultancy. They think in terms of advertising and brand dealing, right? They think of it like Mad Men. You know, it's like, well, here's the demographic, here's the market. How do you best capture that existing market? They don't think, you know, you're representing New York City. Right? We're talking about primary numbers. The number of people who vote in the Democratic mayoral primary is just a tiny fraction of the total number of people who live in New York City. Like, there's a lot of people who aren't represented in this. You can reach out to those people.
Conventional wisdom says the left can only win low turnout elections. We rewrote the rule book by, get this,
This is almost. I'll let this finish.
talking to New
Going full
Yorkers.
screen, what I'm
Politics
trying
in
to
this
do
city will never be the same, and it's all thanks to you. The next chapter begins today, New York.
I kind of want to send the video that he's watching to my mom. What's his channel? Like, where do I pull this from? Oh boy. Great, my broken phone. I love it. I love dropping my broken shit. I love it so much. It's great. Okay. Of course Googling him doesn't give him... Like, give me his fucking campaign channel, for fuck's sake. I don't care about the reporting on him. Fuck me, bro. Where did he pull this video from? Oh my god. I literally typed in Zorhan Madani for NYC in the YouTube search and it didn't come up with this channel. I had to go to Google, search that, and then combined with the words YouTube channel, and then I did not, it wasn't the first result or the second, I had to scroll a little bit before I fucking found it. I actually found a older account he had that last post was 5 years ago that was for his assemblyman stuff, not this new campaign account. Isn't that fucking epic? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just texting my mom real quick. This isn't him going over policy. It's... I could play a video in the background, just bear with me for a second, please. Actually, I'll just let this play. A new one will auto-run after it. It's on the watch later list.
He's so good, man. He's so good. He's so good. He's so good.
Last time Hamas's counteroffer included a guarantee that Israeli troops would withdraw, which of course the US rejected. Is Hamas likely to demand the same terms again?
Well, from what we've heard from Hamas in recent days, and Hamas has actually been the least talkative of the three parties involved in these discussions, no, it would appear its conditions remain firm. Those conditions are, as you noted, for a full Israeli withdrawal, or actually, more precisely, an Israeli declaration that this war is over with a full withdrawal of troops and tanks from the Gaza Strip. Effectively, Hamas wants a guarantee that once it delivers all the hostages it still holds, some 50 people, then it will be effectively provided immunity from an Israeli offensive designed from the outset to topple it from power and to disarm it. Now, Trump is hosting on Monday the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Monday will mark exactly the 21-month mark from the beginning of this war. It would seem an opportune time to declare the war over or ending, and it would appear the Israelis are at least moving toward a midpoint in the famous Witkoff offer, whereby half of the hostages would be freed by Hamas in exchange for a 60-day truce in which end-of-war conditions would be discussed. Hamas previously has said no, it wants to take an all-or-nothing deal, and it remains a big question whether now the Americans, perhaps via Qatar and Egypt, the mediators, will be able to convince Hamas to relent.
So, Dan, if we even get a ceasefire, what's to say that it would last when the last one, which ended in mid-March, didn't?
Well, again, a ceasefire will last. The previous ceasefires lasted. They ended actually as scheduled. And it's worth remembering that a ceasefire is, by definition, temporary. It's cold-eyed. It serves the interests of warring parties who are willing and able to return to war once they expire. So when Hamas talks about a permanent ceasefire, what it's basically saying is an end of war. What it's basically saying is the benefits of a peace deal with Israel, a party it will never actually make peace with. So I think it's worth distinguishing between the 60-day ceasefire proposed by Trump, which would be an interim period, and the end of war that both parties, all parties seek, albeit on very different terms.
What's up, world? Welcome back to I Mix What I Like. Again, I'm Jared Ball, happy to be your host. Please make sure you like, share, subscribe, support the platform however you see fit and however you are comfortable. And let's proceed. Again, big shout out to Carlos at Deculturation for this full interview and discussion that you're about to see this other clip from. So I didn't want to include this in the clip I created from our conversation that was focused on Glenn Ford. Please check that out. Again, please go to Carlos's channel and check out the Deculturation platform. Make sure you subscribe over there as well, and watch our whole conversation and the others he is continuing to have over there. So I didn't want to include this part where Carlos and I took a quick detour to revisit the discussion I had a couple of years ago with Norman Finkelstein and some of the context around that. But I do want to highlight it here. It raises a number of important issues that admittedly I had kind of forgotten about. And one of them that I wanted to just quickly check myself on, I'll show you right now. So, and again, I get this is not high level methodology and content analysis, et cetera, and so forth, but it is in some ways just very simple and revealing that when you go to Katie Halper's YouTube channel and you take advantage, as I've only just come recently to learn, of the search option right here on the—
Oh my god, when did they add that shit? How big is this guy? Bro, this is a... Ooh, this is a fucking... This guy's got low enough views that it's a potential... Oh, he's got all his media here? Okay. No! I should tip him. If I tip these little accounts, like $1 with a comment, that's how I'll get fucking depressed Ginger to respond to me. I'll give him $1. He still won't.
On the page, it does a great job of bringing up all the content.
Wait, sorry. I got distracted. I'm trying to kill this cyber psycho, so I need to figure this out for a second. I'm pretty sure she said, make sure you don't kill him. Okay. says neutralize. It doesn't say. I swear to God, I heard her say, make sure you don't kill him. And I saw something that said failed when I fought him before, because I think I did kill him by mistake. Over there.
Fuck me.
What the fuck is going on? Not like this! What the fuck is going on? Not like this!
Okay, I don't know if she said don't kill him or not. But I was gonna finish him off with a punch there, but I guess his dot tick got him. And I should have left him at maybe 2 or 3%. What's going on with this guy? You know, why are you laying like that? That's just weird. Okay.
Channel. And when you do that for Katie Halper's channel and Robin Kelly's name, what you see are clips all emanating from one discussion that took place 2 years ago after Norman Finkelstein had been on my show and engaged in whatever level of criticism and discussion we had. And if you do the same thing with Barbara Smith, you see the same thing, that neither Barbara Smith nor Robin Kelly appear, at least, to appear on Katie Halper's show, absent the context of this one discussion that seems, again, I didn't watch it, at least not much of it, and but according to Carlos and a few others who have alerted me to this, that it seems that this was all done as a sort of protective measure for Norman Finkelstein, and not some, as I would argue, some deep, meaningful engagement with the politics and histories of Black studies, race, the experience of African people, so on and so forth, which was ultimately my entire point, however people feel I did in making it. So again, shout out to Carlos and Deculturation. Please, again, make sure you've subscribed and check out all of his work over there. And with that bit of added context, enjoy this clip.
You know who else they don't have on?
Maybe blown that mother up.
For the weird reason, because they didn't have him on prior to this becoming public about his transphobia, Norm Finkelstein. And I want to tell everybody, if you have not seen Dr. Jared Ball eviscerate, hand Norm Finkelstein a rope, and Norm Finkelstein wrap it around himself, go check out Dr. Jared Ball's interview with Norm Finkelstein on I believe the title of the episode of the interview was "I'll burn that bridge when I get there," or
something like that, because that was the title of his book, and
Right.
then I might have retitled it on another. But yeah, and I will say, you know, I didn't make it a big deal, like you know, because again, like many people, deeply appreciated Finkelstein's work. You know, the Holocaust industry, you know, all these other, you know, his beef with Dershowitz. Like I was, you know, years. Like I remember at one point I got invited to talk at DePaul, and after Finkelstein had been removed from there, and I shouted him, like I didn't even know him, but I shouted him out. I was like, I'm coming to DePaul. I'm like, you know, respect to Finkelstein, like, you know, like, and but then, you know, I remember I was trying to set up an interview with him for something, and he told me on the phone, you know, I'm working on this book where I'm going to be critical of these black scholars. And I did tell him, like, I was like, man, I think you should stay in your lane, man. I was like, I think I said it just like that too. Yeah. I was like, I didn't make it an issue. I didn't push it. Yeah. But I did say to him, man, I don't know if that's the lane for you. And then I didn't catch, you know, all the transphobia, but at least in that way, although he's, unless you describe, well, no, that's incorrect. I should say I maybe didn't credit it enough as transphobic when I'm reading in there his hostility to letting students, you know, have pronoun preference.
Right.
And stuff like that he's writing in the book. And it's like, wow, this is a really weird turn. And then to the point of this, to the broader point of this program here.
Argue again.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't have any evidence for this, but it seemed weird. I do know we follow each other on Twitter, at least used to. What's her name? The leftist Jewish woman who used to do the show with Matt Taibbi on Rolling Stone.
Oh, yeah. From You Idiots.
Yeah. What's her name?
Katie Halper.
Katie Halper. Yeah. Like I noticed, like it seemed like a week later, she does an interview with Finkelstein and Robin Kelly and Barbara Smith. I was like, son.
Yes. Yes. I'm glad you saw that. Yes. Oh, they covered for him immediately. Well, she did. Yeah, she did.
I didn't really watch. I didn't watch. I don't think I watched more than 5-10 minutes of it. I just saw that it happened. And but to the point we're making about Sam here, like, it's like, I watch enough of your shows or see enough of the clips or the thumbnails. Like, you don't talk to black scholars. Like, now you're having Robin Kelly on. Like, all of a sudden now, Barbara Smith is super important to you. Like, what? You know, and Finkelstein, you've never been in conversation with any of these folks. Not that I'm aware of. So it's like, this was all, I was like, that's really weird. That's really
write a
weird.
comment
He definitely got
on this guy's
schooled in that,
channel
but
right
it
now,
wasn't,
actually.
He didn't get embarrassed the way you embarrassed him with.
Oh man, that's a hard channel to search. Oh my god. Okay. Epic. Searching his channel, it didn't come up. Okay. Oh, because he changed it so it's an alternate @ so I'm trying to search the @ listed on the channel, which is not how YouTube works anymore. Oh yeah, that's right. He's got that social media listed. Okay. Alright, let me just keep playing this video while I'm fucking doing this whole thing to reach out to him.
With just...
Please full screen this. Oh no! I fucking hate YouTube so much sometimes. And I can't fucking... And it's buffering, so it won't let you do anything
All right,
else.
Dan, the Senate just passed Trump's big, beautiful bill.
What's up, world? Welcome back to I Mix What I Like. Again, I'm Jared Ball. Happy to be your host. Please make sure you like, share, subscribe, support the platform however you see fit, however you are comfortable, and let's proceed. Again, big shout out to Carlos at Deculturation for this full interview and discussion that you're about to see this other clip from. So I didn't want to include this in the clip I created from our conversation that was focused on Glenn Ford. Please check that out. Again, please
followed by Black Redguard based.
The Deculturation platform. Make sure you subscribe over there as well, and watch our whole conversation and the others he is continuing to have over there. So I didn't want to include this part where Carlos and I took a quick detour to revisit the discussion I had a couple of years ago with Norman Finkelstein and some of the context around that. But I do want to highlight it here. It raises a number of important issues that admittedly I had kind of forgotten about, and one of them that I wanted to just quickly check myself on, I'll show you right now. So, and again, I get this is not high-level methodology and content analysis, et cetera, and so forth, but it is in some ways just very simple and revealing that when you go to Katie Halper's YouTube channel and you take advantage, as I've only just come recently to learn, of the search option right here on the page, it does a great job of bringing up all the content with those terms on that channel. And when you do that for Katie Halper's channel and Robin Kelly's name, what you see are clips all emanating from one discussion that took place 2 years ago after Norman Finkelstein had been on my show and engaged in whatever level of criticism and discussion we had. And if you do the same thing with Barbara Smith, you see the same thing, that neither Barbara Smith nor Robin Kelly appear, at least, to appear on Katie Halper's show, absent the context of this one discussion that seems, again, the Holocaust industry, you know, all these other, you know, his beef with Dershowitz. Like I was, you know, like, you know, years. Like I remember at one point I got invited to talk at DePaul, and after Finkelstein had been removed from there, and I shouted him, like I didn't even know him, but I shouted him out. I was like, I'm coming to DePaul. I'm like, you know, respect to Finkelstein, like, you know, like, and but then, you know, I remember I was trying to set up an interview with him for something, and he told me on the phone, you know, I'm working on this book where I'm going to be critical of these black scholars. And I did tell him, like, I was like, man, I think you should stay in your lane, man. I was like, I think I said it just like that too. I was like, I didn't make it an issue. I didn't push it. Yeah. But I did say to him, man, I don't know if that's the lane for you. And then I didn't catch, you know, all the transphobia, but at least in that way, although he's, unless you describe, well, no, that's incorrect. I should say I maybe didn't credit it enough as transphobic when I'm reading in there his hostility to letting students, you know, have pronoun preference.
Right.
And stuff like that he's writing in the book. And it's like, wow, this is a really weird turn. And then to the point of this, to the broader point of this program here.
Argue again. Yeah, sorry.
I don't have any evidence for this, but it seemed weird. I do know we follow each other on Twitter, or at least used to. What's her name? the leftist Jewish woman who used to do the show with Matt Taibbi on Rolling Stone.
Oh
What's her-
yeah, from
And
Useful Idiots.
yeah. What's her
Katie
name?
Halper. Katie Halper.
Katie Halper.
Yeah.
Like I noticed, like it seemed like a week later, she does an interview with Finkelstein and Robin Kelly and Barbara Smith. I was like, son.
Yes. Yes. I'm glad you saw that. Yeah. Oh, they covered for him immediately. Well, she did. Yeah, she did.
I didn't really watch. I didn't watch. I don't think I watched more than 5-10 minutes of it. I just saw that it happened. But to the point we're making about Sam here, like it's like I watch enough of your shows or see enough of the clips or the thumbnails. Like you don't talk to black scholars. Like now you're having Robin Kelly on. Like all of a sudden now Barbara Smith is super important to you. Like what? You know, and Finkelstein, you've never been in conversation with any of these folks. Not that I'm aware of. So it's like this was all. I was like, that's really weird. That's really weird. So
he definitely got schooled in that, but it wasn't. He didn't get embarrassed the way you embarrassed him with just asking questions. That's the most embarrassing aspect of it. You would literally just ask him questions, and his answers, for me, demonstrated that he's a white savior through and through. He's a white savior through and through, and I had already had that feeling because after October 7th. I think, was your interview before or after October 7th?
Before.
Okay, so then it was you that put me onto it then, because right after October 7th, he was on Piers Morgan's show, I think the first time, and he said, I had given up on the Palestinians, and if I had given up on the Palestinians, it means they had no hope. And I was like, what? Like, what?
Well, he says in the Burning Bridges book, you know, his whole exchange with the now dead Edward Said was really irritating, where he's basically saying Edward Said changed his mind and now would have seen that I'm right, that Palestinians should have a Jewish savior voice. I was like, really what I should have said, the one regret I have is I should have said to him on air, like, you need to have evidence for that claim. I don't believe you. Like, I don't believe you that Edward Said said that. I flat out don't believe it. And even if he did, then Said would have been wrong. Like he would have, with all due respect, he would have just had an error at one point in his life to say that Palestinians should sacrifice their own leading voice and their liberation in the favor of a Jewish spokesperson. I was like, and this idea now that again, kind of like what Sam I think was saying in a way to Glenn. You know, Norman was saying to the rest of us, you know, without me coming in here to tell you all about Ibram Kendi and these other black scholars, you all wouldn't know what to do with yourself. Yep. And, you know, so Sam is saying, Glenn, the black left, you know, you need to search yourself, Glenn.
The way that, man, and it's not surprising to me that the white left, one doesn't platform you, right? That's clear as day. But the fact that they didn't just watch that interview when they were all obsessing over Norm Finkelstein after October 7th, like they were all glorifying him, was disgusting, especially because not only is he a white savior, but I think it highlights how little he views black studies, with the fact that when you ask him, what research did you do, right? He goes to Douglas and Du Bois, meaning he doesn't think that black people have produced anything worth reading or analyzing since Douglas and Du Bois. And when he himself says, oh, I am the most well-read, the scholar on Gaza, more than Palestinians themselves, well, with your own logic, why the hell are you talking about this subject when you've ignored everything after Du Bois and Douglas? It's that white saviorness of saying, well, I'm intelligent enough to educate black people on this subject, even though I'm not educating myself on the subject.
And intellectual rigor is necessary in the context of Israel and Palestine, but not in terms of black people and struggles. No, absolutely. It was, you know, my joke became, you know, after October 7th, one of my inappropriate jokes was, you know, salute to Hamas, in addition to everything else, that they got Norman Finkelstein back on track. Like, you know, I haven't followed it closely, but at least I've seen him not talking, the thumbnails I at least see on YouTube. He's not talking about his book anymore. He's been talking about his traditional work. So I don't know if he's not upheld a certain political line, but I was at least like, Thank you, Hamas, for getting this man back. get him back focused on what he's supposed to be focused on, and get him out of this area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, kind of, sort of. For me, that book, I'll Burn That Bridge When I Get There, by Norman X. Finkelstein, right? Like,
that's funny.
bro, like that was funny. I hate when these fools are funny, you know. But anywho, for me, that was his attempt to do the whole why I left the left kind of thing.
I didn't. In the moment, I didn't get clarity on that. Later, I realized that point. I'm glad you're making it now. That was his. That's I think what he was like. I think he really just wanted the lane to get into why I left the left.
Yeah.
He wanted space to condemn the woke youth. He wanted to do his anti-woke thing, his pronoun hostilities. It was like, I want to do my get off my lawn thing. But he wasn't going to use his privileged and preferred, platform to, he was going to, that is of Zionism and Israel and Palestine. It was going to be, let me use Black studies, this sort of, side project to make my point. It was unfortunate. It was really disappointing. And by the way, I'm happy to be checked on this too. I'm not aware of any public criticism coming from Robin Kelly or Barbara Smith of any of the Black scholarship that Finkelstein was critical of. So I don't know what that Katie Halper discussion ended up being. But I think it's interesting. One of my thoughts was, I think it's interesting that of the Black scholars that they have access to or prefer to talk to, these folks don't have any public criticism of Black scholars at all. In fact, the only real criticism I have of, and I know you respect him, and as we all should, Gerald Horne, is that he won't be critical of other Black scholars. Like, he's said to me directly, like, I won't do it. Like, he privileges. And I understand it. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. He privileges this disengagement. And Robin Kelly said the same thing to me in so many words, years ago over our disagreement around Peniel Joseph. So I was like, you're not only, I thought, and I didn't want to give myself too much here, but I was like, you're not only trying to undermine the criticism I'm having of Finkelstein, but you're furthering the disrespect of Africana or Black studies by not even involving, for instance, as we're doing here today, the work of people like Glenn Ford, who have been for 30 years calling out the Ibram Kendis and the thises and the that. We could have had a whole, Houston Baker, Betrayal, the book Betrayal. We could have had a whole discussion of legendary books that have called out these fake ass Black spokespeople. But so anyway, I just think there's so many anyway, so that's that.
No, I just want to encourage everybody to go check it out, because you did honestly, like, it's weird to say he did an amazing job, because I think you just asked the right questions to allow himself to reveal what a white savior fraud he is. And the fact that this wasn't being spread around even more, it just goes to show that these
bro,
people just want white saviors to,
the fucking shit where he was talking about how he's going to deport people. Like, it's the dude literally was doing a Nazi apologia the other day.
His attempt to grift on the whole anti-DEI, anti-woke thing. He was already against the BDS movement. He was
really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mehdi Hassan of all people had to expose him about this. Yeah, and then he was.
I'm sorry.
And during the encampments, he was saying that they should stop chanting "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," because of the connotation that it brings about the destruction of the Zionist entity and the white genocide. Yeah, and then I think he said something like, "It should be from the river to the sea." What was it, like, Palestinians? Or everyone will be free, or Palestinians.
Everyone will be. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, he did the all life matter thing, 100%. That's how bad it gets. So I can't stand him.
My
favorite
that's
quote
bad.
my favorite quote of Norm Finkelstein. he got held up at the Ben Gurion airport.
This
like
is
about
Night City.
10, 12
No
years
one's
ago.
got a soul to lose.
And that's when he was denied access to the Zionist entity. And he
see
said,
who laughs
quote,
last
I am not
as
an
you're
enemy of Israel.
engulfed in hell.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like, what I.
That dude
skeptical.
fucking
I heard
rules.
the runner who wrote that Satan demon gave him a weak sense of humor.
You ask, who opened these unholy gates of the abyss?
No one's asking.
And I answer you, the techno-necromancers of Alpha Centauri! I recognize.
All right, Dan, the Senate just passed Trump's big, beautiful bill. It will throw something like 17 million people off of their health care. It will cost $3 trillion. It'll give $4.5 trillion worth of tax cuts for the richest people. It will cut food assistance. We're going to spend $23 billion on Trump's fucking golden...
You do good work. Use this to wake Night City up.
Thank you for
Why
your
not?
devotion.
Why not give him a
I
grand,
saw a
right?
disciple of truth in you from the very beginning.
Fuck it.
Radio waves bear the truth. Let those with ears listen and those with eyes behold. Their mothership conceals itself above our very heads. Ready yourself, for they are coming. Open your mind before it is too late! If you turn a blind eye to their existence...
Time for a new political party that actually cares about the people. Yes, the Porky Pig Party. Those are words that he typed and said, good. It's Wednesday, July 2nd. I'm Jane Coaston, and this...
My God. That was such a fucking... Whoa, you got him with that insult.
This is Weather Day, the show that is not going to spend $250 to smell like President Donald Trump. His new fragrance, called Victory 4547, is supposed to represent, quote, winning. Because nothing says winning like being the President of the United States and still feeling the need to sell cologne. On today's show, Elon Musk and Trump's bromance breakup continues, and a new study finds that shuttering USAID will result in the deaths of millions of people around the world. Good work, Doge. But let's talk about the big Republican spending bill debacle disaster adventure. That's what we're calling it. On Tuesday morning, the Senate passed President Trump's spending bill after Vice President J.D. Vance arrived to break a 50-50 tie. And it's probably not a great sign for what this bill will actually do to America that this is how Alaska Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski responded to a question about voting for it.
I advocated for my state's interests. I will continue to do that, and I will make no excuses for doing that. Do I like this bill? No, because I tried to take care of Alaska's interests. But I know that in many parts of the country, there are Americans that are not going to be advantaged by this bill. I don't like that.
Feel the enthusiasm. I mean, she's not exactly wrong to be less than jazzed. The Senate version of the alleged big, beautiful bill cuts Medicaid by billions and would push millions of people off their health care. And setting aside healthcare for just a second, an estimate from researchers at Yale University shows that the bottom fifth of all earners would see their after-tax earnings decrease by 2.3% within the next decade because of this legislation. But the top earners will benefit from tax cuts, and immigration and customs enforcement will get billions of dollars in new funding. Populism. Can you feel it? But, funnily enough, the Senate version is still not good enough for fiscal hawks who loved the House version. And now that the bill is headed back to the House, Speaker Mike Johnson can only lose 3 members and still pass the bill by a party line vote. And he already has fiscal hardliners like Texas Representative Chip Roy, libertarian leaners like Kentucky Representative Thomas Massie, and weirdo gadflies like Tennessee Representative Andy Ogles complaining about the changes the Senate made to the House bill. And all of this needs to get settled by Trump's self-imposed deadline of Friday. So, to talk more about the big Republican spending bill debacle disaster adventure, I spoke with Nicholas Wu. He's a congressional reporter for Politico. Nicholas, welcome back to What A Day.
I wonder what
Thanks so much for having me.
The Senate passed President Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill by the skin of its teeth after Vice President J.D. Vance broke the 50-50 tie. Top line level, what's in it and what's been cut out?
In many ways, kind of the basic contours of the bill are still there. This still extends many of the 2017 tax cuts. It still ends up cutting Medicaid. It still pluses up defense spending and border enforcement. But the difference between the House and the Senate bill comes down to a lot of ways in how some of the Medicaid scheme is coming back over here. And that's why we're seeing some resistance from Hill Republicans about taking this back in the House. Some conservatives actually wanted it to cut even more federal spending. And so you have folks like Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, other Freedom Caucus members threatening to vote against it on the floor.
So what happens now? It goes back to the House and they fight about it for some more until we get to a vote maybe today?
Yeah, so right now, House Republican leadership has scheduled the House to come back in this morning, and there's no time officially yet for a vote, but we're expecting them to first try to take up the rule, the procedural motion for the bill, and then the bill itself. But the question is whether they'll have the votes to do that. You have some folks who are no's no matter what, like Thomas Massie. But folks like Chip Roy, others, these are folks that have caved in the past when they've registered objections. It's just a question of how tough that opposition is this time around.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on that, but I want to go to your colleague reported that Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski, whose yes vote allowed the bill to pass, said it was, quote, agonizing to vote yes, and that, quote, my hope is that the House is going to look at this and recognize that we're not there yet. While this is insane for Murkowski to say, is there any validity to her statement? Personally, I don't understand how the House doesn't just make everything worse.
Yeah, the procedure here doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, President Trump has this kind of self-imposed deadline for them to pass this and put it on his desk by July 4th. The Senate is already gone after they pass this.
Get out of my way.
They're trying to push this back over to the House and say take it or leave it. And you have some members of the House who are thinking that they could do this, but this is a position that House Republican leadership has no desire to do. They don't want to, take up this bill again and make more changes because if as we've seen through this whole process, their margins are so small that if you tweak one thing, you could end up losing votes on one side even as you pick up others. And so, the preference is for them just to pass all of this now rather than, draft it again, go to a conference committee, which would take even more time and might lead even more support in the process.
Here's my question on that. The House version of this bill sucked, and the Senate version sucks in a different way. But Republican representatives, mainly the Freedom Caucus, are already mad about the Senate version, which seems to be making Speaker Mike Johnson nervous. There's a couple of things like, for instance, salt tax deductions. What will Johnson have to concede to get this thing done if they're getting a Senate version that the Freedom Caucus, which he had to try tooth and nail to get them on board the first time, is mad at?
This is the problem for Speaker Johnson and Hill Republican leadership right now. They're kind of out of things to offer these guys that are in the bill itself because it's coming back over to the House. It can't really be changed to anything more. Anything else that has to be promised will have to come outside of it. So whether that's, for example, Speaker Johnson could propose they take up another piece of legislation. He could propose that, there's been talk among Republicans of trying to do another reconciliation package in the very last few months of this calendar year.
Did I install that double jump?
It's kind of like, if you remember a few years ago when Democrats did Build Back Better, you had similar groups of members who registered objections to, and then Speaker Pelosi found ways to dole out things to them to end up getting them back on board. Whether that was like a vote on like a fiscal commission or, any other sorts of giveaways outside of the bill.
Who do you think will be Speaker Johnson's biggest problem child or children as this nonsense wagon trudges its way back through the House?
The biggest problem children right now might appear to be the Freedom Caucus, because those guys do seem right now to be dug in pretty hard against parts of the bill. They're concerned about how this is coming back to the House without, the level of spending cuts they'd send it over to the Senate with. They're accusing the Senate of violating the framework that they had come up with. And also, these are folks who are not necessarily as beholden to leadership in the first place. And so, as opposed to, you have moderate, some centrist Republicans in the House who have registered concerns about Medicaid, but we have yet to see exactly how they're going to land on this.
All in all, will Congress make their self-imposed July 4th deadline, which I'd like to remind our listeners is 2 days away? Or is there hope that millions of Americans will maintain access to health care because Chip Roy cannot be dealt with?
Well, the odds are that Republicans are going to find a way to make this work within their conference. I mean, the question for them is just, what concessions will they have to give out to hardliners? How dug in will these guys be? And Hill Republicans seem really determined to pass this, whether it's during the day, Wednesday, or if it ends up being at some early hour of the morning. With the pressure of President Trump on them, the time pressure of this that they've imposed on themselves, the odds seem to be that they would be able to get this over the finish line.
Yeah, I wanted to know, what consequences can congressional Republicans expect from Trump if they don't, as White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt put it Monday, stay tough and unified? Because it seems like he is absolutely down to primary anyone, but he's also threatening to primary people like Thomas Massie, who doesn't seem very worried about that.
Yeah, Massie seems entirely nonplussed about any sort of primary challenger. And besides, when you have Elon Musk tweeting that he could support Massie, the financial part of a primary challenge perhaps might be a little less daunting for him. But as for other Republicans, we saw what happened with Senator Tillis and Congressman Don Bacon, both folks who had registered concerns about the big beautiful bill as it was moving through the House and Senate. Both of them announced their retirements over the last few days, and so I think there is a possibility that we could see some folks head for the exits rather than decide to stick it out for longer and face the wrath of a primary electorate that wants them to stick to President Trump's agenda.
Nicholas, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks so much, Jane.
Following the news cycle during this flood the zone era can feel like garbage. But people like you tuning out is what the Trump media machine is counting on. On What a Day, we take this garbage fire of a timeline and compress it into something irreverent, engaging, and fast. Subscribe to our channel. It means you won't miss an episode, and it helps us out a lot. What a Day is brought to you by Bombas. Summer's moving fast. Don't let bad socks and blisters stop you in your tracks. Bombas makes socks, slides.
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If the snakes are fast, but alligators are, but we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%.
Yes, that was the President of the United States of America telling reporters how migrants trying to escape his new so-called alligator alcatraz detention center will need to run in a zigzag pattern to avoid the gators. President Donald Trump made the remarks on Tuesday as he headed off on a plane to the Florida Everglades detention facility. And if you want to see Trump make some weird motions with his hands to describe how migrants should run, head to our YouTube channel. Joined by MAGA lapdogs Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, Trump also spoke to reporters at the center about his goals.
How many more facilities like this do you feel that the country needs in order to enact your agenda of mass deportations?
Well, I think we'd like to see them in many states, really, many states. This one, I know Ron's doing a second one, at least a second one, and probably a couple of more. And at some point they might morph into a system where you're going to keep it for a long time.
Walking by and caught
Great.
some lame jokes about metal
Outside of
monks.
Alligator Alcatraz,
Think about
DeSantis,
Maelstrom?
looking like a schoolboy begging for praise, said the facility was built in just a matter of days.
There was no time to
The site
lose.
can currently hold
Thank you for
thousands
coming
in
to
its
my
dormitories, and Florida state officials say it could expand. As Trump and company flaunt and taunt the administration's newest immigration detention center, questions about its longevity, among other things, are swirling. As for what's next, DeSantis said the facility would be ready to hold people as soon as today. A reporter
What was
asked
I
Trump an
supposed to do?
interesting
Read
question
him a
on Tuesday.
sermon? Maelstrom
Would he
shoots
deport
first,
Elon
then
Musk?
asks.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Who had Trump basically threatening to deport Elon Musk on their 2025 bingo card. Trump was not messing around Tuesday while discussing Department of Government Efficiency mastermind and former first buddy, Elon Musk. The vitriol and everyone's favorite breakup to watch reignited when Musk got on Twitter to attack Trump's big beautiful bill in a barrage of tweets that was reminiscent of Musk's previous rampage, where he called the legislation a, quote, disgusting abomination. The one thing Elon and I can agree on. Just the one. In a post, Musk said the spending bill was crazy and said, quote, we live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Time for a new political party that actually cares about the people. Yes, the Porky Pig Party. Those are words that he typed and said, good. Trump naturally commented on the feud when talking to reporters Tuesday.
Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen
Yes,
car,
that's why there's
it has one
incentives.
problem. It blows up,
What? Anyway, can't wait to see the Elon sucks bumper sticker on his Tesla.
Chair, would the Fed have cut more by now if it weren't for the tariffs?
So I think that's right. In effect, we went on hold when we saw the size of the tariffs and essentially all inflation forecasts for the United States went up materially as a consequence of the tariffs. So we didn't overreact. In fact, we didn't react at all. We're simply taking some time.
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell said Tuesday that President Trump's tariff wars pretty much forced the Fed's hand and stopped it from cutting interest rates. Powell made the comments at the European Central Bank's annual conference. He said any decision on rate changes would be contingent on what happens next, and that members of the committee that sets interest rates expect to cut this year. Trump has repeatedly complained about Powell's wait-and-see approach, calling him Mr. Too Late and Jerome Too Late Powell. Creative. In an open letter to Powell, the president made a sophisticated demand of the Fed, writing, quote, you should lower the rate by a lot. Powell's term as Fed chair is set to end next year.
You gotta say it
and
like
according
him.
to the Wall Street Journal, Trump is thinking about announcing Powell's successor much earlier than usual in order to undermine him. Just call him Donald Too Early Trump.
If you've got an apple that's got a worm in it, maybe you can take the worm out. But if you've got actually just a ball of worms, it's hopeless. And USAID is a ball of worms.
Mm-hmm.
There is no apple. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing.
That was Elon Musk speaking during a February Twitter Spaces conversation about the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. But a study published Monday said the Trump administration's huge cuts to the agency could result in over 14 million deaths in the next 5 years. The study was published in the medical journal, The Lancet. It estimates that over the past 2 decades, USAID's programs have prevented more than 91 million deaths worldwide. Monday was USAID's final day as an independent agency. Earlier this year, President Donald Trump and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency began gutting USAID and putting what remains under the State Department. In the process, they got rid of thousands of employees and axed over 80% of the agency's programs. And that's the news. That's all for today. If you like the show, make sure you subscribe.
Let's see
leave
what
a review.
autoplay gives us.
Call your Republican representatives right now at 202-224-3121 and tell your friends to listen. And if you're into reading, and not just about how seriously, once again, you can call your Republican members of Congress and tell them that this bill is absolute trash. Like me. What A Day is also a nightly newsletter. Check it out and subscribe at crooked.com/subscribe. I'm Jane Coaston, and get on the phone!
Yeah, that failed. That was probably what I was looking at last time when I killed the guy. It was a cyber hack thing. Oh, Mehdi Hasan. I haven't seen him in a minute.
The rise of New York mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani has injected new life into the political debate in the United States, at a time when Donald Trump has strengthened his grip on power and stoked fears of a constitutional crisis. On Friday, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the US president, limiting the ability for smaller courts to block his sweeping executive decisions. The Trump administration has grown increasingly frustrated with local judges who have tried to pull the handbrake on the mass deportation of undocumented immigrants, the crackdown on educational institutions and their students, and most controversially, their attempts to end birthright citizenship in the US. Critics of the administration say this ruling would effectively allow Trump to rule by decree, removing any obstacle between him and what they describe as his authoritarian tendencies. But the surprise victory of 33-year-old Mamdani in the Democratic primary in New York, a campaign he ran on an explicitly anti-capitalist, pro-immigrant and pro-Palestinian platform, has presented the first real political challenge not only to Trump and the Republicans, but the Democratic establishment itself. A party many feel has strayed from its roots and its base. So is politics in the US changing, or is Trump's image of America too powerful to oppose? To tell us more, we're joined by the editor-in-chief and founder of Zateo News, Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi, welcome to MEE Live.
Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about Zohran Mamdani, pro-Palestinian anti-capitalist who has electrified the political landscape and has also become a lightning rod for attacks, some deeply Islamophobic ones. What do you make of the reaction to Mamdani's win?
The reaction to the win has been truly depressing for those of us who live in the US and are immigrants, members of minority communities, non-white, Muslim, and I tick all of those boxes. It is depressing. It's despicable. People talk about us going back to a post-9/11 moment. It's worse than post-9/11. The racism, the bigotry,
I agree.
The Islamophobia, it's not just more prevalent, it's not just more brazen, it's more mainstream. You have elected members of Congress saying the kind of racist things that even Republicans in George Bush and Dick Cheney's party were not saying 20 years ago after 9/11. You have some members of Congress calling him a jihadist, others saying he could lead to another 9/11. You have one member of Congress saying he should be denaturalized and deported and calls him Little Muhammad. I mean, the racism and Islamophobia is so in your face and so despicable and disgusting. And the Democrats have also either A, not called this stuff out, or B, they have members of their own party indulging in Islamophobic rhetoric. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, Zohran Mamdani's own state, did a radio interview where she referred to him invoking the global jihad, which of course is something he's never done. So the obsession with Mamdani being Muslim, being an immigrant, it's kind of just reminded us of the white supremacist moment that the United States is in right now.
Of course, his campaign has been proudly pro-Palestinian and very critical of Israel in a state where he was running up against several candidates who, in the debate, for example, had promised to visit Israel as their first stop after they were elected. He said that he wouldn't. When you interviewed him, he said that he would arrest Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if he set foot in New York. Is this victory a sign that criticism of Israel is no longer taboo in U.S. politics?
A great question. I would say a couple of things. Number one, when I interviewed him last November, first time in person, I think he was at like 1% in the polls when I did that interview with him. So when he said, "Oh, I'll arrest Netanyahu," I asked him, "What would you do? What's your reaction to the ICC arrest warrant?" I kind of didn't take it seriously. I was like, this is a lefty candidate who's saying what he has to say. But, you know, he surprised and shocked us all, including myself. And, you know, his rhetoric on Israel has been pretty mainstream, I would argue. You know, people trying to make him out to be some extremist. I mean, Netanyahu is wanted by the International Criminal Court. Every human rights group in the world is condemning Israeli abuses in Gaza. But on this specific issue of Israel and its role as a campaign issue, that debate was deeply disturbing, where every candidate said, "I'm going to go to Israel, I'm going to go to Israel." And he said, "Well, I'm going to go meet Jews in New York synagogues because I'm the mayor of New York. Why should I go to a foreign country?" Which is a perfectly reasonable answer, which I think most New Yorkers and most Americans would agree with. This weird fealty that American politicians feel they have to give to Israel, especially in New York. I think we are slowly breaking that taboo. And the argument is, oh, well, it's the city with the biggest Jewish population outside of Israel. Therefore, New York is the city with the biggest population of many minority communities outside of their countries. I think it has more Puerto Ricans than in Puerto Rico. It has more Bangladeshis than any other city outside of Bangladesh. More Puerto Ricans than any place outside of Puerto Rico. Doesn't mean every mayoral candidate has to go to Bangladesh or Puerto Rico as a first stop. This bizarre obsession with Israel. It's funny because critics of Israel are accused of being obsessed with Israel. It's the other way around. Zoran Mamdani didn't want to talk about Israel. He wanted to talk about free buses and free childcare and the freezing the rents. Those were his three main policies. It's the media that's obsessed during the campaign with, do you support Israel's right to exist? And now since he won the first round, obsessing over, what about your support for globalize the intifada? Which again, a phrase he's never said nor supported. He simply said, I'm not going to condemn it because some people see it as a way of resisting Israeli occupation and apartheid. Is the taboo broken? Slowly, and it is being broken. I don't know we can say it's fully broken, because he hasn't won the mayoral race yet. When he wins the mayoral race, if he wins the mayoral race, then yes, I think we can say the pro-Israel lobby lost a pretty big race here.
Now let's talk about the political context that this race finds itself in. Last Friday, the Supreme Court ruling was seen as a major step for the Trump administration, taking away a major obstacle which has so far held them back from carrying out their most sweeping policy changes, whether birthright citizenship bans, to mass deportations, to the deportation or attempted deportation of pro-Palestinian students like Mahmoud Khalil. Is there anything that is standing in their way now of being able to enact those policies?
I mean, this was always the fear that some of us tried to articulate last year, and we were dismissed by a lot of people, including on the left and in pro-Palestinian circles. This idea that Trump would be existentially threatening to the pro-Palestinian cause. The argument last year from a lot of people was, well, Democrats and Republicans are as bad as each other. Biden and Harris are complicit in a genocide, therefore it can't get any worse. And my point was, it can get worse in Gaza, and it has gotten worse in Gaza, sadly. We're seeing the images of starving children. We're seeing the ethnic cleansing. The massacres continue, including yesterday. But even in the US, it's gotten worse in terms of what freedoms we have to speak out, right? This argument that, oh, well, they're all the same. Well, look, I don't think anyone, even me, a big anti-Trump person, even I didn't expect that in their first 100 days they were going to go after a green card holder, right? Everyone knew they were going to go after undocumented immigrants, what they call illegals. But to go after a permanent resident, just this week they announced that they're going to go after, they're going to bring in, they're going to double down on denaturalization. Like stripping citizenship away from naturalized American citizens like myself, immigrants who've come to this country and become citizens. So the crackdown on speech, on your presence in this country, on your ability to protest, that is ramping up like crazy. And they have a Supreme Court that's willing to protect them, right? Donald Trump has a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court. He appointed 3 of the 6 conservative justices himself. And this was the worry. This is what some of us tried to warn about throughout 2024, that this is not just any other president or any other right-wing Republican. This is an authoritarian who has the intent and the desire to crack down on free speech and free assembly and free protest, and has the institutions on board to help him do it. He has a Congress that has rolled over for him, and he has a Supreme Court that is running cover for him.
I'm glad you brought up this conversation that took part before the elections, and you were very critical in the lead up to those elections against people who had chosen to boycott the Democrats over their enabling of genocide in Gaza. How do you think the situation would be different now, talking about Israel and talking about Gaza, if Kamala Harris was in office today?
So I just want to correct the premise of your question. A lot of people get this wrong, not just you. I didn't criticize people for wanting to boycott the Democratic Party. I said everyone has a right to, and I totally understand why people wouldn't want to vote for Harris and Biden. I didn't want to vote for Harris or Biden, right? They were complicit in a genocide. She had every chance to break from Biden. She refused to do it, Harris. So she got what she deserved, and they messed up big time. So I wasn't one of those people, and I completely understand why people didn't want to vote for the Democratic Party.
I killed the cops to try and get this interaction to stop.
No one wanted the choice of Trump v. Biden
Looks like it's
or
your
Trump
turn
v.
now.
Harris. But that's the choice we have. My criticism was of those people who played down the threat from Trump. I have no problem with people saying Harris is bad, I can't vote for Harris. Completely understand that. But my problem was with those people who thought Trump would somehow be the same or even better. I mean, 1 in 3 Muslims, depending on some polls, voted for Donald Trump. The mind boggles, right? Many people in Michigan, big Arab American center, believe the bullshit from Trump that he was going to be the anti-war guy. I had a Yemeni American imam from Michigan who endorsed Trump, spoke at his rally, telling me that Trump would be the peace candidate. I would love to speak to him again now. He won't come back on my show to ask him what he thinks about the illegal and unconstitutional strike on Iran. I had people, I met a Pakistani guy the other day who said he voted for Trump thinking that Trump was going to free Imran Khan. How did that work out? So there was a lot of lies told by Trump, and a lot of people in Arab and Pakistani and pro-Palestinian communities that bought it up. And those people I was critical of, for sure. And Trump I was very critical of, because my argument is that it doesn't, of course, Democrats and Republicans are both bad on Gaza. We know that. No one's ever said otherwise. The issue is Trump is bad on every issue. And Trump is such a chaos candidate, such an authoritarian president, that the argument I would make is that if you had any other president in office, whether it's Harris or Biden or another Republican even, you would have maybe one fire to put out, two fires to put out. We could organize around one issue that we care about, Gaza or deportations or whatever it is, stopping a war in Iran. The problem with Trump is every day there are 100 fires to put out. And you see it with Gaza. Gaza got pushed off the news agenda because he went after Iran. If you care about migrants, what happened in LA got pushed off the news because he did this crazy tax bill. The problem with Trump is every day is a scandal, a controversy, a crisis, which makes those of us who are trying to fight for progress and are trying to stand up for the little guy, it's very difficult to keep your eye on the ball, because they flood the zone with bullshit, to use a line from Steve Bannon. And that's always been the problem. If you care about Gaza, if you care about Imran Khan, if you care about migrants, if you care about Iran, whatever it is you care about, it's much easier to fight for that cause, to protest and organize and do journalism when you have a quote-unquote normal president in power. That's my argument.
And with regards to the Democrats, I mean, there was a moment at the Democratic National Convention where it seemed like the Democratic Party itself was making a very clear distinction that they refused to make Gaza, despite the polls, despite how unpopular their policy was towards Israel, they refused to make it part of their campaign. They refused to even let it be injected into their election campaigning, Kamala Harris's campaign in particular.
Buddy.
And now you are
He's
seeing
like, what is that?
The reaction
What's going on over there?
Mamdani's win from even within his own party. What do you make of where the Democrats are?
Who
Have they learned anything from what happened in November?
Well, it's a good question. The problem is, and I'm guilty of this as you are, as of any other journalist, is we talk about the Democrats as if it's one monolithic entity. The problem is, it's a party. It's not like the Republican Party, which actually is a monolithic party, right? It's a almost all white, quite elderly, super pro-Trump movement. There's not much dissent in there, as you've seen. The Democratic Party actually does have it's a very divided movement, right? It's a coalition of different races, different classes, different geographical areas, and that's what makes it difficult actually to run. But yes, the leadership for sure has not moved on Gaza. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, the leaders in the Senate and the House, have been awful on the Middle East issues. They haven't endorsed Mamdani. Jeffries hasn't. And I think the problem now is that there's a huge disconnect between the base of the Democratic Party, which is less pro-Israeli than it's ever been. I mean, a majority of Democrats now are saying plurality of Democrats are saying they support the Palestinians over the Israelis. I think a poll showed for the first time in years. You can see the switch amongst the Democratic base. But the leadership is still stuck in that old mindset of Israel, no matter what. We must blindly defend Israel. If you criticize Israel, you're an anti-Semite. And that tension boiled over in New York, where Andrew Cuomo tried to run this, he's an anti-Semite, I'm the pro-Israel guy campaign. By the way, Andrew Cuomo was a lawyer for Benjamin Netanyahu. No one ever asked him about that, strangely. And he failed. He lost. But Eric Adams, the former Democratic mayor of New York, who's running as an independent, he's running with a new party called End Anti-Semitism, which is a cynical, ridiculous move by him. This guy hosted an anti-Semite recently at his own home. And he's running this campaign because he thinks, again, that he can kind of divide and rule the Democratic Party in this way, using anti-Semitism in Israel as a cudgel. Look, they are losing the argument within the party. The Democratic Party is becoming more and more pro-Palestinian at a grassroots level. The issue is, how long does that take to translate into an elected level? How long does it take for the grassroots to overcome the powers of the AIPACs and the military-industrial complex and all of those lobbies that push elected representatives to turn a blind eye to the genocide in Gaza? What I would say, though, by the way, is that aside from maybe Thomas Massie and crazy Marjorie Taylor Greene on the Republican side, the vast majority of the opposition to the American government's policies in Gaza still come from a minority of left-wing Democrats, from Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and Greg Casar and Delia Ramirez and Ro Khanna and AOC, right? they're the people who are trying to fight the good fight within their party to get their party to a more moral and more legal place on Palestine.
But there is this conversation on the right now. You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's also been Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, some of the people at the core of the ideology that has brought Trump to office, some of the people that Trump listens to on some of his policy decisions. They have been increasingly critical of the U.S.'s unbridled support for Israel, as well as Trump's attacks on Iran just a week ago. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, in the leadership of the Democrats, there has been few voices that are willing to criticize Israel. And this not only stops here at the political angle, it also extends to the media landscape. The New York Times, MSNBC, your former employer, of course, left-leaning voices have continued to largely stay silent. Are we witnessing some kind of political paradigm shift in the U.S. right now?
So, yes and no. I think you're right to highlight that there are clearly right-wing voices speaking out against aid to Israel and blind support for Israel in a way they haven't before, including, as you say, the Tucker Carlson as well, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes. I wouldn't exaggerate it too much. Probably two of the biggest right-wing media organizations in this country are Fox News and the Daily Wire, and they are still super pro-Israel. In fact, there's been reporting that Donald Trump decided to bomb Iran because he watched a lot of Fox, and Fox hosts were making the case to bomb Iran. So that is the influence of right-wing media still, which is super pro-Israel. Look at the New York Post, owned by Rupert Murdoch, which is running a pro-Israel, anti-Mamdani campaign right now. So that's one point. The other point I would make is a lot of these guys who are anti-Israel now on the right, I mean, they're not anti-Israel for the reasons you and I are anti-Israel. It's not because they believe in justice and equality. It's because they're nationalists. It's because they don't want to spend money abroad. They want to spend money at home. Maybe some of them are anti-Semites. They don't like Jews. I mean, the right can have their own transformation on Israel. I'm not on the right, so let them do whatever they want to do. My point is that the genuine principled opposition is still coming from the left. And yes, the Democrats are the only people that are still even having any kind of bills about restricting aid. For example, when there's a bill in Congress to restrict aid to Israel, pretty much every Democrat signs it. I'm not even sure even Thomas Massie signs it. Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't, for sure. So this is a real issue. When it actually comes to practical substance, it's still on the liberal left, the progressives, where we're going to have any chance of winning this conversation. And by the way, lastly, I'd say a lot of these people have horribly racist views towards Arabs and Muslims at home. So I was talking to a peace activist recently, very prominent peace activist, and they said to me, oh, big fan of Marjorie Taylor Greene. I said, seriously? She's a horrible human being. And they said, no, but she's anti-war. That's what matters. And I said, okay, but she's also anti-us, the people who live here in the US. The very next morning, Mamdani wins, or I think it was 2 days later, Mamdani wins, and Marjorie Taylor Greene posts an image of the Statue of Liberty covered in a burqa or a niqab, saying, this hits hard. So be careful, what alliances you make in the name of Gaza. I wouldn't want to ally with Islamophobes and anti-Semites in order to make sure that the Palestinians are free. But I do see, you're right, there's a change on the right, on parts of the right.
In his first term as president, there was a sense that the institutions and leaders of liberal democracies around the world were standing up to Trump's authoritarian tendencies. Fast forward 6 months, and it feels like that is a thing of the past, and now we're living in kind of a different international order. At the NATO summit last week, leaders seem to be bending over backwards not to antagonize him. I think that was exemplified in Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, accidentally calling Trump daddy. Of course, that he then backtracked from that. Do you think the world itself and the way that these liberal democracies are operating is changing around Trump?
Yeah, the NATO Secretary General also sent that fawning text to Trump, written in Trumpy language with caps letters, which Trump then released. So yes, I do worry about the Macrons and the Starmers and all of those guys. There was that great image, wasn't there, when Starmer dropped his papers and bent down to pick it up at Trump's feet, and it was captured in a photo, and that was kind of US-UK relations summarized right there. It is a problem in the sense that there is a sense where people at home and abroad are less willing to resist Trump's authoritarianism, craziness, racism. There's a sense that he's more powerful this time, he's more vindictive this time. And I'm seeing that, here in the United States, in the liberal media, for example, amongst big law and the university sector, but also, as you say, foreign leaders. Mark Carney tried a bit, the new Canadian Prime Minister, because he was under such pressure. And he won because Trump was making ridiculous threats to annex Canada. But yes, I do worry that there isn't enough of an international, global backlash, not just to Trump's authoritarianism, but this is a global authoritarian movement from Trump to Modi, to Netanyahu, to Putin, to Orban. It's a global movement, to Milei. And I think those people who claim to be liberal leaders, progressive leaders, if they at least claim to be, they need to kind of really stand up for the values they claim to embody. And we've seen this before, right? We've seen this throughout history. When liberals and centrists, when they try and meet fascists halfway, it doesn't work. It's just a win for the fascists.
I want to ask you quickly to talk about Gaza Doctors Under Attack. This is the documentary that was commissioned by BBC, but then they ultimately chose not to air it. Zeteo has picked it up, so has Channel 4. Why is this documentary important?
Oh, it's so important on so many levels. It's important, first of all, because the systematic destruction of Gaza's healthcare system is one of the great crimes against humanity of the 21st century.
We're going to buy some new eyes.
Anything like it in our
Few dozen
lifetimes. The number of hospitals destroyed, the number of doctors killed.
They got vending machine guns back there.
Killed. The eyewitness testimony from both Palestinian doctors and foreign doctors,
Oh,
British,
fuck yeah,
American,
new grenades.
Canadian doctors who've gone to Gaza. So this film tells that story in great detail with exclusive eyewitness testimony, including testimony from Israeli doctors talking about the complicity of their profession in Israeli torture camps, where doctors have joined in the torture of Palestinian detainees. So the film itself is absolutely vital as a story that needs to be told, but it's also vital because of the story around the story about the film itself, which is a story about censorship, about fear, about the pro-Israel lobby working British and Western media institutions and pressuring them into dropping journalistic coverage of what's happening in Gaza. So when I saw that the BBC was refusing to run it, and then I saw that they were not going to run it at all, and they were returning the rights to Basement Films, who we've worked with in the past. They made a fantastic film for us last year called Israel's Real Extremism. I knew that this was a film we had to try and platform globally, and Channel 4 have the UK rights. Zeteo will be running the film tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock in the UK. An email will go out if you're a paid subscriber. Do sign up at zeteo.com or at gazadoctors.film. Those are the websites. Check it out. Support this film. Support independent journalism. Support independent journalistic sites like Middle East Eye, like Zeteo, because the mainstream media has so miserably failed us. I know you hear people saying this, but I think on Gaza, like no other issue before, not even the Iraq War, not the financial crisis, whatever it is, no issue comes close to Gaza in terms of the absolute, abysmal, demonstrable failure of our mainstream media outlets, the credibility that the BBC have lost over the last 20, 21 months. Insane. I used to work at the BBC. I was a defender of the BBC. But on Gaza, shameful coverage, and now this decision to not run the documentary they commissioned and they signed off on early versions of. And now, advantage for us, independent media gets to put out the film and say, you know what, we're doing the job that mainstream media is no longer doing.
Perfect note to end on. Mehdi Hassan, Editor-in-Chief of Zeteo News. Thank you so much for joining us.
In a stunning victory earlier this week, 33-year-old Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani won.
I'll be back in a little while. I'm going to take an